Data is everything. It's the building blocks of our world. It's our environment, our technology, how we communicate, create, and innovate. A single data point won't move the needle. But the more data points we connect, the further we can go. Because it turns out, the best way to forecast the future is to build it. So we did, and this is that mark. Engineered to embody innovation and defy limitation. Harnessing the unknown to reveal the future. This is the new SanDisk.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is the last day of seeding stage for Summer Split NLC. This is it. Yesterday we had Group A completed. Today we're going to do the same with Group B. If we need to have some sort of, tiebreakers, we'll do it tomorrow. My name is Alexandre Asharomaya. I'm your host. It's lovely to have you with us on this broadcast, but it's also lovely to have our desk as well. Let's introduce Jamada and Duckling. How are you doing?
I'm doing great, man. I'm absolutely ecstatic to be back, right? I was in Group A last week. Now I get to see the rest of the league. I feel prepared for the chaos to unfold. And, we have some good top teams here. But I'm not going to lie. I'm looking forward to see Congolese in the mid lane for Ruddy Most.
He knows.
Fair shout. Look, more than the games, actually, I'm kind of excited to get to our game show portion of today's pre-show. Because Youngblood here keeps on saying that he's going to smash me at. And, yesterday, the other, my son came, same thing, same energy. Didn't go his way. So, I'm there for that in a couple minutes time. But of course, the games today should be real good fun. Quite a few, one-to-one bangers, honestly. So, yeah, I kind of don't expect any game necessarily to be a complete blowout.
I know you back at home want to understand what games you're talking about, but before we hit on the games for today, let's talk about what happened yesterday. Group A seeding stage is completed. Los Ratones are going to stay first. Verdant and second. Bulldogs are capable of sealing the deal on the third one. DMG on the fourth one. Light Side falls short and 0-4, which means they have a really rough road ahead of them. Los Ratones versus Verdant, I think it was a massive game. It was beautiful to watch. Plus 50 minutes. This is not the usual when we talk about the Reds, right, guys?
Yeah, I think for me, the main takeaway here is the fact that Verdant can definitely challenge for the top of the league. Not just in BO1s, but I felt like this was a result that could also go out in a best of 5. I still think it would lean Los Ratones' way. I think I'm going to lean with them with any team. They are the back-to-back EMEA Masters champion. but I'm excited to see them get pushed at the very least, right? I want to see, you know, other teams we send into EMEA Masters with the confidence that they will put up a good fight and make us proud. And on the other hand, light side, relegation, really looming over them, and they need to step it up in the playoffs if they want to keep their hopes alive.
Yeah.
For some teams, tell me, Jamada.
It's just a very, very long road ahead for Lightside, like you said. No, you know, GA in the playoffs. Already, you know, quite poor standings throughout the years left them in a position where, realistically, it's going to take a near miracle now for them to avoid that circumstance. And yeah, on the top side, like you were saying, teams like Verdant looking really promising. And of course, we've got another promising team here in Group B inside of Rich Gang, who many of us, we're still kind of looking to hopefully see them explore their ceilings of their gameplay.
As it stands, Rich Gang are sharing the first place with Nord. As we move on to Venomcrest, Chaos, and Ready, still searching for their first win. Someone will get that win because it's the last game of the day. Chaos Esports versus Ready. And since we're talking about that, might as well show you the schedule that we have ahead of us and how we're going to start this one. It's going to be Venomcrest versus Rich Gang. This is going to be an interesting one. Everybody's looking at Rich Gang as the powerhouse right now. Nord versus Chaos. Ready versus Venomcrest. Then the game everybody was expecting, Rich Gang versus Nord. And to wrap it up, let's see who's going to take that last place of the of Group B that sends them over to lower bracket instantly. I don't know which team is going to take that road, but just like side, as you said, no GA. Complicated, but what about predictions? I always like to look into predictions and see what you have cooked for us. I know it might be a boring day in terms of predictions.
Yeah.
Kinda is.
I want to say, I understand that the predictions are quite one-sided, especially throughout like the first 4 games of the day. I don't think that all of these games are necessarily going to be one-sided to the point where it's like not even entertaining or super competitive. I feel like Venomcrest have shown us enough-ish in the one like close game where it's like, hey, they could give Rich Gang a good game.
Sure.
But I think like the whole panel has kind of alluded to, Rich Gang will probably win. And I feel like that's the vibe throughout a lot of the day's games, to be honest with you. I think there is a lot of positives to say even about the teams that are struggling, right? The 1-1, the 0-2 teams in Chaos and Ready. But there are still a lot of fun or like genuinely shining parts of a lot of these rosters.
Yeah, for sure. I just showed you on that. I think many of the games today have been these, you know, 65, 40% games, 35% games where, you know, you think the other team can win it, but you do have a slight favorite. And I think that's why the predictions look so one-sided, especially in that first game, which to be honest, I think that's a hidden banger. I'm very much looking forward to it.
Yeah, there are some changes on that first game, and we'll talk about them as soon as we go into the pre-game. But right now, it's your opportunity to be part of the game by buying your ticket to Leagues Disrupt. We're going to Stockholm. It's going to be 1 day alone. So either you go or you miss it, and I swear you don't want to miss it. You've seen it in Denmark. Like you, Duckling. You saw it firsthand, in person.
Yeah.
How good it is. I'm going to put you on the spot.
It was fantastic. What a beautiful weekend we have. Stockholm, great city as well. I'm not gonna lie, I do hate my Swedes, but it's a beautiful country. I can't deny that, and I'm very much looking forward to it.
He never misses
so yeah,
a shot.
I have to put that in there. You know, as part of my DNA. But you know, respect is given when it's due, and I think the respect for Stockholm and the beautiful city has to be respected. I'm looking forward to it. That's all I'm gonna say. It's a banger.
You know what's also a banger? The game show. Before we toss this on, okay? Before we toss this one, I still don't hear the music. When I say game show, I need to hear that music. It's part of our DNA at the NLC. But yesterday, we had Jamada and Aragon. And Aragon stood up and said out loud, "It is time for the son to surpass the father." Not even close. It was a sweep, okay? The son got sent back to school. Duckling, I see that smile. Be nervous. This guy knows what he's talking about. This is a new game show called Who Am I? Odd One Out. Okay, what we're gonna do is we're going to present a skill, like the skill tree of a champion. All skills from the champion. But there's a single skill that doesn't belong there. So, when someone raises their hand, I'll let you either say the name of the champion of all the skills, that gives you a little point. But if you know what the skill is wrong, and from what champion it is, and what the key is, like E, Q, W, if you can identify it, I'll give you 2 points. One for knowing the first champion, one for knowing what's odds, and where it belongs. Are you ready?
Oh, Duckling, you're screwed, buddy.
Oh my god. I'm nervous.
Screwed.
I'm actually.
I'm not gonna lie. This one feels a little bit rigged.
It does. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Alright, I'm
First
ready.
one. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah,
Duckling.
I got that
Duckling.
first.
It's
It's
Duckling,
Diana's kid. The wrong one is the Q. That is the Evelyn E. Or the Q rather. It's one of the two.
No.
got it.
You can't be like,
do
oh,
have
it's
to
either
pick.
this or that.
I'm committing to the E because it looks like the slap in. But I do think it's the Q with the spikes. But I'm going with the E. I'm sticking with my gut intuition. I
you
still
want
get
to
2
lock
points.
in?
Yeah, I still get 2 points for getting the champions.
You're going to lock in. So not only you get the Diana pick, but also the skill that is wrong, and it belongs to Evelyn's, and it's the E.
So I was correct.
That
I'm
is
100% correct.
3 points for Duckling. Okay? I'm not good with numbers, so help me, chat. Help me. 3 points for Duckling. Let's move on to the second one.
Oh.
Duckling raised his hand. Jamada, come on.
that
No,
is
he did.
that is Heimerdinger's kid. I believe it's the E that's wrong. And this is from Ergot. That is his Q.
Do you want to lock it in?
Yeah, I'm locking it in.
Go ahead, bro. Yeah, lock.
He locks it in, and that's 6 points towards.
Come on!
He's
Who's
Hey!
the father now?
I never thought I would listen to this. Okay,
the
6
father
points
now?
for Duckling. Third one. Let's go. What is this?
Damn.
Jamada.
It's a Nivea. It's the Q that's wrong. That is the brand Q.
Yeah. Dude, like, fair play. Like, I'm getting these, but he's getting there faster. I can't
on!
even be mad. Like, he's just fair fucking play. Oh, fair play.
That is 9 points for Duckling.
9
I've
points.
never
Not too bad.
seen you so locked in, Duckling. You're locked
Don't
in
make me laugh.
potential right now.
I'm focused. I'm focused.
You're like Yoda. You got like you're locked in the force. Okay, this was the third one. Let's go for the fourth one. Who's this champion?
Oh. Well, his hand went up.
It's Kindred's kid. It's the Q that's wrong. That's a Kathy and Rain from Kai's at the Q.
Correct. Yeah. Just give him the point, man. Don't dilly dally. Just give him the point.
That is 12 by now.
How many are there?
12
How many are there in
Double
total?
digits.
There's probably only 5.
There's 6. And
There's
the last
6.
one,
Oh.
calm down. The last one is worth 6 points because it's really hard. Okay?
Okay.
12. So you can still do it.
No, that would be 9 then. That would be 9
Fifth
then.
one.
Right? That's
Fifth one. Come on.
okay. Let's go.
Thing. Yeah, well, I verbally said it before his hand went
Yeah,
up,
but it's your hand,
yeah.
mate. This is the game. This is Shen's kid. It's the W
You know,
that's wrong. That's the Rise E Spellflux.
I just want to say, by the way, there is a small possibility that there is a ping diff in like.
Yeah, it could be the delay. You're from the
The
UK,
cams.
right? Yeah, you could be right.
But yeah, like he is 100% right. It is right.
Okay.
Z.
It is Rise Z. We're talking 15 before the last one.
Yeah.
Shall we go heavy on this one, Duckling?
I would very much appreciate to just be guaranteed my win. I feel like I've deserved it here, but you can make it close. Like none of this. You said 6 points. It's still 6 points. I don't want to be robbed from a victory from a rigged game again. I've had that happen before, and I will not let you get away with it. I've been so locked in today. I
Wait,
deserve
production
this
is
victory.
reaching out to me. Last one. Okay. Hey, Duckling. Last one is worth 16 points, and the
I
first
will
person to say bing bing or ding ding or raising the hand will get to answer first. It might be a ping diff. Yeah, production told me this. Last one, all on the line. Who's this champion?
Ding 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 ding. That is Sona's kid. It's the Q that's wrong. That's a Soraka Q.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
man. Try and rig it against me. Try and rig it. See what happens. See what happens. That's 31 points. That's a record for the NLC. No one has ever got that many points. No one's ever been me, because I'm the one. Who do you think you are, Jamal? I am.
Okay, so the best part about this game is we are looking at the scores like golf. So the one with less points wins. Jamada, congratulations. You. I'm kidding. Duckling, you got this fair and square. You got all 6 of them. It is with grace, okay? You, just like Prince stated, like with grace, you never flamed anyone. You were so
I
gentle
respect you
about
both.
winning.
You were a great competitor, Jamada, and congrats on the second place. I think you did really well.
Oh, thank you.
Let's move on.
Thank you.
Duckling,
I can't hold this
this
in
might
anymore.
be one of the first times you win a game show, and I know this means a lot to you. So let's start with you, because we talked about the fact of bringing the team of the week, the team that you look into on Group B and you believe would be like the best team. What
Yeah.
did you bring to us?
I've brought a team with players from multiple rosters, and I'm not gonna lie, I did kind of want to just put all Nord here. I thought they had a phenomenal first week, but I spiced it up a bit. I put some respect on Rich Gang's name. They've done what their motto is, right? Shattering expectations. I think Matix had a rock-solid performance in the top lane, and Alaric looked as good as when he left on Ruddy. But the core here is Nord. I think Jankos, he was phenomenal. The stylistic fit between him and Swyru that we've seen back on Team Heretics was a key standout for me in Nord's success, and they were really an unstoppable force. Their games weren't close. They dominated them.
I'm still recovering, I'm so sorry, but I agree with you. Like, these players so far, they have stood out. Gemada, what would you say is your team of the week and why?
Well,
this is a good one. We should
Mine,
do this more often.
actually, weirdly enough, it looks completely different to Duckling's final product. But I will note that practically all of Duckling's picks are my second place.
And I have it the same way around.
Ah,
So and he had the same.
Really?
So by sheer chance, we happen to actually just 1-2 this on the complete flip. This is not like entirely like scripted, planned. Like we script a lot of things here at the NLC, but this was not one of them. And yeah, I felt like between actually Baki and Hido, I wanted to give Baki a bit of a shout on the AD slot because I feel
Okay.
like obviously in tougher circumstances, still pulled out a really fantastic Ezreal game in particular, and the Ashe game that he had in his game too. There wasn't really a lot he could do, but I still feel like he performed pretty well. And an honorable mention to me, staying in that AD slot for a moment, is also Kevo. I feel like whilst the run of games was technically easier for him and the rest, I beg your pardon, the rest of the team, Kevo pulled out 2 real strong-looking Barris games, and I'm excited to see him, maybe stretch his legs on other picks as well. And of course, obviously at playoffs, he's gonna have to because that's how Fearless works.
Yeah.
But yeah, a lot of Ducklings' team ended up being my number 2. I've got a lot of stock in the Haste. I feel like he's a fantastic individual player. A lot of things that he did weren't necessarily super flashy, but were particularly valuable to RG's plays throughout, and I just felt Chachi as well. Like you said, it would have been real easy to put Nord as just the number 1 across the board.
Yeah.
I felt Chachi, 2 very strong performances, particularly the Europe game, he practically took over it by himself.
Yeah, I mean, I do like it team of the week. I think in particular the one I very much considered was Baki, right? He was the one where I was very much flip-flopping between the two against his former org as well, right? He came into that Chaos roster last split where it was completely Chaos with, the changes of Soirin and all that. And I thought he did all right. And to see his former coach then, Hayes, who was also in Chaos last split, give him a chance to be a main man. And he then delivers in the first game against his former org. Really impressive start. And I think Venom Crest, I think teams might be sleeping on them a bit. Give them some time. And I think this roster could scale.
It's rough when you're talking about this and you do the seeding stage straight to playoffs where you lose, you're out unless you have a GA to count on it. It's a rough scheduling for NLC nowadays for teams to develop. So since you're talking about Venom Crest, might as well talk about the first game of the day. It's going to be Venom Crest versus Rich Gang, which is another team that is the talk of the town. When we look into the rosters, let's start with Venom Crest. You were talking about this and how Venom Crest can actually bring something. What makes this team click, Duckling?
This team in particular, right? I think what clicks for them is the fact that they've stuck around with 2 members who were integral to 2 very impressive UK EL campaigns. Venom Crest Serpents with Air and Boost were undefeated in the winter split and reverse swept with Air playing AD carry due to some substitutions in the final against a very strong Int-Quick roster. They've also taken Hayes, their coach from Venom Crest Serpents, and moved him up along with them. That really gave them a solid floor to work from, and I'm very excited to see 2 players who have deservedly earned the chance to step up into the NLC from the national leagues be given that chance. And this is just a small fun fact on Boost before we talk a bit more about the team. He's also the first Faro East player we've ever had in the NLC. And yeah, here are the rosters, right? The 2 solo lanes, absolutely dominant in the National League, deservedly stepping up. And I think they both looked alright in the first time as well. I think Air had some good Talia games, to be honest. And Boost, still more to show from him, to be honest. But, let's hope the first week was an adjustment period. There were needed to adjusting to a new jungler. And I know Phrase was also a big part of the success they had in Venom Crest Serpents, and both of these solo laners need to adapt to a new man by their side and how they can play around him.
Germana, I think you brought it up. I think we got all the information coming in from Venom Crest, and I have hopes because every single time we looked at this team and they bring a new team, they often do something with it. They always surprise us in some way, shape, or form. They also got surprised on the previous week where I got a little bit of a message coming in from Hayes himself. He said he was going to win, then they got completely destroyed, and he just said, happens XD. And then he said, we play like something that happened, had too much respect on our tempo next week. 2-0, trust my words, versus Rich King, by the way. And I specifically said I'm printing this. So every single message someone sends me, I'll print it and I'll bring it. And talking about that, I have a little surprise. And nobody knows of this. Hayes just reached out to me watching the pre-show, okay? If Venom Crest wins versus Ruddy, this is what I'm being told right now. Eragon has to put Superfan Venom Crest on his bio. If not, Hayes will shave his head.
Oh.
Yeah, so
I want confirmation, but Hayes, I need your confirmation. So by the end of the day, I can bring this, because okay, I need confirmation for you.
Yeah, let's start there. How much is he actually risking? Are we talking a few strands, or is it the whole thing?
It's like the Homer Simpson? Yeah, that's a good question, yeah.
Yeah, like, if, not only that, because, if it was somebody like, for example, Aragorn, who doesn't have a whole bunch of hair on his head, and, he was the one, like, wagering his hair, then I feel like be slightly different, whereas compared, like, I've got a bunch of hair on my head, right? This would be a very big change for a lot of people. So, I'm just saying, I need to know how much hair Hayes is actually wagering here. Because I'm not in the know. But he has to be pretty damn confident if he's willing to risk it regardless.
By the end of the show, I need a statement, a picture, and everything written down as, okay, let's do an agreement. Eragon, think about that. But it looks like Venom Crest is comfortable and willing to go the extra mile in order to win this. But when you look into the other side, though, we're talking about Rich Gang. This is not an easy one, especially because the first game of the day, we don't have the same jungler. It's going to be Krizia playing in the jungle. Now, Duckling, you are the Wikipedia of NLC. Do you know anything this jungler is going to sub in?
About the guy subbing in, I actually do not know. I think, I'm going to be honest, my prediction could have actually changed based on that knowledge. Because I do rate Venom Crest quite highly. I'm excited for the chances they're giving to their youngsters. And Rich Gang, I think the strongest side for them, I want to say, is their bot lane. I think Kevo has been rock solid in the past when he's been here, while Alaric is a bit more wild and exciting young support who we saw do great things on Ruddy Sec, right? He was known, or not Ruddy Sec, but Ruddy back then. He was known as the Sec support. We did play that when he was a jungle in the past. And yeah, I think it's a tough one to predict. I don't know much about the jungle though, and that's the point I wanted to get to.
No, in this, I specifically said this because if somehow don't have information, there's no information. This is what I want the audience to understand. It's like a shot in the middle of nothing, and we need to understand what might happen. But also, we need to understand how Rich Gang have been playing so far in the way they presented their drafts. Jamada, you want this one, and explain to me why this is so important.
Yeah, so to me, the first two Rich Gang drafts were very, very uniform, right? They all wanted to more or less do the same thing, where it's like, hey, this top draft, where it's the Aatrox Pantheon Talia, this is a lot about aggression. It's one IM spike, maybe to really push your lane leads and look on picks and sides, and you can even, like, unironically play front to back with a composition like this, as long as you, at the very least, have, like, one person picked off. So it's almost like not really a front to back, but you get the idea. And that second comp, again, that was kind of a lot more the front to back. Zinzao, Azir, again, Varus, and just really play a traditional version of League of Legends. And they executed on both those comps very, very well. And I think one thing I'd like to highlight, and why I'm not so, worried, I would say, about this substitution for the first game, is the style of which Rich Gang played both these games. I beg your pardon. Whilst it was kind of jungle focused, it wasn't so jungle focused that I'm worried about somebody stepping in who has a lot of experience and, failing or not being able to put up to the mark. Like, the jungle role is a very system-heavy role where you don't need to have a particularly skill-expressive player in that slot to function, right? And I feel like Rich Gang's first 2 sets of games were kind of demonstrative of that, right? Ozhan, obviously, individually, fantastic player, but you could have slotted a lot of other people into that role, and Ozcan, you know, they would have fulfilled a lot of the same things. Ozcan, of course, however, just executed incredibly well in a lot of those situations.
Yeah, I mean, I thought you said it very well. I'm excited to see how it plays out, though, because I do think Osman was a big part of it. I do agree you can just plug and play if you play simpler. I think they have rock-solid carries to rely on. I think that's the main takeaway for me. Both E-Haste and Kevo, you can rely on. You can just play a little bit less around jungle, right? And focus on getting your bottom mid ahead, and then they'll definitely be enough to play through. Matix, not a player to often fall behind. Very, I don't want to call him stock standard. That sounds a bit degrading, but a very safe top laner who'll, you know, just do his job rock solidly. I think Rich Gang, we have to look at their ambition as well, right? We know the brand is about shattering expectations. They did that in winter in the beginning, then fell off, had I want to say shocking spring split. It's obviously been an adapting period, stepping up from the Norwegian National League for them as an organization. But I think this roster, out of anyone, with what I've heard, how hard they work and how hard they practice behind the scenes, I think this is the roster that will go furthest from Rich Gang throughout this year. I know they started scrimming every single day because it is summer vacation, right? Many of these players can now afford to sit and put in the extra hours, even if they aren't full-time professionals. They have carries who they can rely on, even in these high-pressure games like Kevo and D-Haste. And yeah, I think they've really hit the nail on the head here. And I'm excited to see how far this goes. I think they will live up to their motto, shatter expectations. And I'm going to be honest, if any team so far is an outside shot of top 3 and EMEA Masters, it's Rich Gang for me.
So this is the dark horse of the tournament for Summer Split. This is what you're looking at
Currently,
right now,
yes.
so far.
Currently, yes. I think that first week really made me more confident in that prediction.
So when we bring those names like Kevo, D-Haste, and the likes of that, with the experience, also knowledge of the NLC, paired up with new talent or talent that is showing up right now, you think it should be enough to face off the legends we're currently having on NLC? Because it's not an easy region. It's a really weird region when you look into the NLC, but it's not an easy one regardless of how you look into the top contenders of the region.
Yeah. I mean, we are very top heavy, right? Lost Ratones not being the only ones, Nord and Verden being there too. We saw how Verden could play up against Lost Ratones yesterday, right? So the top 3 for me seems very locked, but I want to see some of these teams just below try and punch them. You know, or not punch them, but, you know, punch above their weight and challenge them for that top 3 spot.
Okay, Jamada and Duckling. Now that we know, like, with the sub and all that, and the way the Venom Crest, you specifically told us, like, a big story about Venom Crest. We're waiting for the Champion Select to start. We have a little bit of time, by the way. Let's just enjoy this. For everybody at home, we're just waiting for the players to be ready, and as soon as we can, we'll start this. It's going to be a best of 1. Keep that in mind. When we look into the rosters and the way we describe them, or we've learned from them so far, even though it's a small information, a pool of information is a small one, because it's day 1. With the sub, who's gonna win? Honesty.
I don't think the sub changes, you know, enough for me again for me to be worried. Sub has a lot of experience, right? And just with that alone, I feel like if you've got the comp experience that Krizia does have, I'm not saying it's like riding a bike, right? But at the end of the day, you're gonna walk into a team. As long as you're not a super hard-headed kind of player where you want to play the game a particular kind of way, you understand the situation is, I am the alien here, like I am the outsider, and you're happy to just kind of fulfill a role that is kind of requested of you. I don't see Rich Gang struggling at all. So yeah, hopefully we see, for Rich Gang's sake, a relatively clean game. But regardless, with a sub in for Venom Crest, the perspective is always going to be, these guys are off the 100% marker, right? We need to try and see if this can be the opportunity that we need to try and strike a win, which otherwise maybe we wouldn't always be able to get as frequently against this side, which has looked, like Duckling said, to potentially shape up to be a dark horse for the top 3.
So, Duckling, with the info you were bringing in from Venom Crest, how can they punch up versus Rich Gang right now?
For Venom Crest, I think the thing that I really want to see, I think maybe you go back to Booster's route, right? He was famously known in the UKL when he started there as a carry top lane, and while he has defaulted more to, you know, his crackers, which is also very known down in the UK scene, I would like to see him in something like his pocket pick Olaf, maybe try and spice things up, try and hit a surprising point, even if it's not the meta, right? If you can rock them off their feet of what is the standard right now, I think maybe that could be a way to go. But I'm gonna be honest, I do think if they've improved throughout this week, they could also just try and, you know, play the standard way and play up to them. But for me, it's Boost. He's the one I'm looking at. I thought Air stepped up well. He is also the more veteran of those two, but with 3 UKEL titles under your belt in just a little over a year from Boost, I think he has what it takes, and I want to see him go back to those carry routes. It'd be fun to watch.
Okay. We're about 2 minutes away from Champion Select, and I got an update on the conversation we were having before. I shared with all of you on Discord. Yeah, it's now extremely serious. I needed confirmation from the coach from Venomcrest if he was serious about this. And I have confirmed, if Ruddy wins, it's going to be the last game. If Ruddy wins, I shave my head. Whole head. And then he stated, including beard. That's bold. Now, yeah, I know you don't understand what this means, Duckling, but it's a heavy statement.
What do you mean?
It's very bold.
That is a big claim, though. I do think... come on. In all honesty, Ruddy Ruddy are in a bit of trouble, right? I know they won a Korean mid laner, but now their mid is Congolese. They bought Yankas and he just leaves, and now, you know, Don Jake is finding himself in the jungle. So, they're in trouble. I understand the confidence in haste. That's what I'm saying. But putting your beard and head on the line, you know, all your hair, that's very bold, because maybe Don Jake steps it up. You know, you never know. Maybe the Vi starts working out.
I don't know, boss. Like, risking something like that to me, like, The
thing is, you know...
Okay, hit me,
For anyone who's in the space, in the scene, you'll know I'm quite good friends with Jake.
Okay.
The problem is if you give this guy a reason...
Okay.
He might just do it, even if the expectations aren't... Like, it doesn't matter where the space is, what the set... Like,
He'll find a way.
He will find a way.
He will become Canyon. Okay,
that's kind of why I'm concerned. Like, you know, the whole I'm closer to Canyon than you ever will be. Like, he'll show that. He'll show that. He'll make that. He'll let you know why that he was saying that. So we'll see once we get there. Here's picking bands.
Third game of the day.
Gang,
keep that in mind.
Yeah, Rich Gang on blue, Venomcrest on red. We'll see how things shake up, as not too many out there bands right now. Everything looks pretty on par.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking here, maybe the Gragas will be banned. I know it's something that was always banned against Boost. Very much feared, obviously. A step up could mean they don't view it as important, but the Israel bans against Baki, obviously they saw his performance, and the Puppy is the last takeaway.
Just getting some confirmation.
Wait on this Venomcrest side of things.
There you go.
If we tend to stay on red side, bands, Pantheon, Talia, Rumble, Vi, those are typically the ones that are getting sniped away. Obviously, Rumble has fallen off a little bit in priority, and sometimes because of some of those more recent nerfs he did get. But if MSI proved anything to us, he will still show up eventually. We have unfortunately DC'd from Champ Select. Hopefully, we'll get back in a moment's time.
And it's also BO1. It's one of those moments where you can pull something that you don't expect. And just getting that little cheese might change the whole trajectory that you might want to achieve on this split. Like getting the third place or the second place because you were able to get that game that nobody thought you could can change the entire summer split. We just waited to get back onto the Champion Select. You have detailed information, correct, Shamada? You have a direct feed on the information. Yeah. I'm not asking you to give me that. I was just asking, like, do you have it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll let you know when it looks like things are good to go. But for the time being, I think we're just basically waiting on ready checks again. And then we should hopefully be back into the
What I do want to say on this as well is with Venomcrest on red side, unless Matix locks in very early champ, which could happen, he could just buy in the Cassante and say that's fine, or the Rumble B1 would also be something I could see happening. But the counter pick opportunity lies there. If they really want to play around Boost as his carry champion, right? Want to make him comfortable, I think this is the game for it. It wouldn't surprise me if they go that route. I'm going to be honest, I kind of want to see it. But we'll see. I think the reason the Talia isn't banned, maybe Air is hoping he could get to lock it in. They could handshake the Sia Talia, a matchup he's very familiar with, right? He is, if I believe, a bit Korean, or no, sorry, Chinese rather, and he is very familiar with that handshake matchup of the Talia and the Sia. He's played that a lot, I know, from talking with the UK casters. So we could see that happening. I do believe that's the reason those champions aren't banned.
Okay, we're about to jump into that one. Just getting some quick confirmation of that. Okay, just some technical issues right now, as we waited to get back the. Oh, now I saw the real reason.
Yeah.
It happens to all of us. We're playing at home. It
Yeah.
all happens to all of us. Don't worry about it.
So, play a side tech issue. Hopefully, it will be resolved pretty quickly. And once it is, again, we will have the draft on your screen. That's simple.
Be careful when drinking next to your PC. That's all I'll say. You know, maybe the glass tips over.
Like when we look into the meta and what we had yesterday and even the previous week, it shouldn't deviate a lot. When you see this Talia, it should be an instant pick, probably a B1, and you can follow with the jungler, even though Payton is banned and it's that pair that you really like to. Like there are other junglers that you can rely on.
I mean, for sure. I think one of the things with Talia is just kind of her overall versatility. It's pretty difficult for Talia to not be useful in a lot of games. So I think the fact that she provides, a decent amount of wave clear, her laning phase is relatively easy to execute in a majority of matchups. She obviously has the ability to roam to sides, global as well through the ultimate. Just a lot of playmaking potential means that she's doesn't really she has her ideal jungle pairings, like you said. The Pantheon is obviously the old and tried true tested one. Things like Trundle, Xin Zhao also very, very good, just because the pillar makes it very easy to then try and find a flick back as an example. Xin Zhao is just such a strong skirmisher, and so is Talia, that if any amount of CC connects, it's just probably instant death off the back of it. So we'll see what junglers end up coming through. If we do end up with that Talia lock, because as Duckling was alluding to, particularly on air side of things, very, very, very potent Azir Talia player in particular, and the haste, no stranger either. Like, we did see him pilot it against Rich Gang, or rather against Ruddy, and he had a phenomenal game on that.
Okay, we're also changing a little bit on the meta regarding the AD carry position. We have some lists appearing right now. Even Karani was talking about the tier list. We got to see the Kog'Maw yesterday. That apparently is more of an early game champion than late game. Aragon did provide me a lot of information I didn't know. But when we look into the AD carry priority right now, where should we be looking? Because the haste, I think it's a massive important piece towards the castle that the team requires. So what should be the priority towards the bot side?
For me, I personally don't think the meta's changed that much.
Not yet. Okay.
For the bot laners. Yeah, no, I think it's still like Varus, Jhin, Misfortune. Those are like the three kind of, not, well, especially like Jhin and Varus, I think are probably the best two. Misfortune is a little bit more situational, but again, it's more about team fighting. So if you're not necessarily looking for wombo combos, then yeah, you'll probably land on something else. I do feel like there's always a lot of versatility in the AD pool. It's just whether or not the player base is willing to stretch their legs, right? Particularly the mages is one thing that always comes up, but specifically in the ADC pool, it kind of gets a little bit circumstantial. How do you want to play the game? Is it front to back? Well, then if it's front to back, you probably don't necessarily want Jhin or Misfortune. You might want something a little bit closer to a Jinx or a Zeri, right? So, or a Sivir rather, which also Sivir's risen in the tiers for a lot of teams and players. So keep your eyes out for that pick. But I don't think it's changed too much. I'm obviously very happy to be wrong, but I feel like those champions are just so potent at what they do in the meta that it's very difficult to remove them from that crown. And whilst we have the best of ones for the short amount of time that we do, and weirdly I like that we do, because it really lets you get a look into what teams actually prioritize what a lot better than Fearless really allows that kind of expression. Where, we've seen a lot of Azir prio, a lot of even above like Talia at times, that kind of just lets us know, well, cool. We know what teams are going to first pick it if it's up. We know what teams might want to take it if it's not first pick ever in Fearless, right? To ensure that they deny it away from some of those stronger teams.
I think, just to kind of summarize that back into this individual matchup, right? If we're looking at Rich Gang, I would expect Kevo to play one of these more Standard safe. I don't think they'll play around him too heavily, right? You could put him on the Sivir duty just to sit and scale. We saw the Varus both times last week. The neutralizer, the safe B1, where you can, again, sit up scale. You'll be useful from range. So that's what I'm expecting there. If you're looking for someone to go a little bit more crazy, I think Venom Chris, maybe they want to lean into that cock more, right? Maybe they want to try that because Baki, massive part of the success they had in week 1. The Yesril, obviously, right? Giving him more agency, where I feel like on the side of Rich Gang, they do prioritize more someone like D-Haste or Matix getting those early lock-ins. And then, Kevo, he'll be safe on the Varus. You can get that. He'll do fine in lane, or, put him on whatever. He'll do fine. He'll scale. You could even throw him on the center. Who cares, right? He'll scale up. He'll do well in the team fight, and he'll be a solid carry. Where back here, I think that's more of a priority for Venom Chris. But let's hope the players get ready soon, and we'll see if we are correct in our predictions.
Oh, okay. So, Duckling, I don't know if you know, but we have been talking about this. We've been talking about a caster team in League of Legends, where yesterday Aragon would like to go to jungle, but apparently no. He's going to stay on the top side. Jamada will take that role on the jungle. Jake keeps saying that mid lane should be a Sturf. I don't think anybody has bought that one. Where would you land?
I'm mostly playing jungle and support. I have actually gotten into rank recently again, and I think support is fun. I think that's the role I prefer to play the most. The problem is, I feel like when I play jungle, or support rather, my jungles, their brain has been left at the queue. Like, it is some of the decisions those junglers are making in Don Jake's elo is disgusting. I mean, what am I looking at? Some of the plays, we're pushing for Elder Drake, and they decide to recall to defend a tier 3 that's already lost. Like, mate, we can win the game on this play, and the macro, I think, has been shocking. So I go back to jungle. I feel like I have better macro than them, even if my hands aren't as good. So yeah, if Jamada's taking jungle, I trust his brain. I'll happily stick support. And I think me and Jamada, we can make a pretty good 2v2 when we roam around the map. I'll be there on the timers. I'll be there on the Void Crop spawn. And I'm very good to play for my lane as well. If you're good
I've seen you as a support, and yeah, I can kind of vouch for him.
Okay, maybe
gladly we don't need to talk about you anymore.
Wow!
We're jumping in game 1, baby! This is the BO1, don't forget. And Champion Select took more than the entire game. Let's see what happens. It's going to be Yone, Ezreal, and the bans are, as we saw before, the Varus being removed, so Jhin getting a little bit more attention, but the Talia is open, as we discussed before.
Yeah. Thank you for sticking around through those tech issues. There's the Pantheon ban like we saw first time out, and as we were highlighting, right, a bunch of those first pickable champs still up. Rumble Prior will be there for Rich Gang, so it will be locked in immediately. It does give Venom Crest the opportunity to snap up, things like the Talia as an example. Even a Galio wants a top if Boost wants to play it.
I'd not like, even if it is good in the matchup, right, against Mage's Fall, I wouldn't like to see him play it. I want to see him more on a carry, but no, it is just going to be the safe Cassante. He does have a very good Cassante as well. I think most top laners have adapted to having a good Cassante, right, with how prevalent he's been. I would have liked to see this maybe snap Talia and Sinsao here. I do like that 2v2 combo, but the Talia now I feel like it should be the highest prior. But then again, your red side, maybe you don't want to show your hands too early before you see your matchup. But it could just be a handshake. You take jungle now maybe? Sinsao, we have seen a few junglers banned out in the Pantheon, but we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing with the jungle pool is there are so many of these strong skirmishers up that they could have left it for 3 if they'd really wanted to here. But they do go towards the Vi, and that does give an opportunity for Rich Gang to really get a super aggressive answer back into it. Even a Trundle looks pretty good here because you already see the Cassante, so you're going to have a good subjugate target almost always. And if you take the Azir, that the next best mids are all immobile. They're all very vulnerable to the pillar ganks early on, if that's the angle they want to go for. Hovering over the Xin for now, and it is definitely 1-to-1, a slightly better skirmisher into the Vi, explicitly. Pre-6 especially, and scales maybe a little bit better when, there aren't necessarily tanks around. Obviously, that's when Trundle scaling and value kind of skyrockets. There's that Talia, like we said, we were expecting to get handshake.
Yeah, the handshake coming through, the damage profile. I like it from the look of Rich Gang, good damage on both, obviously. Kevo likely to be on an AD carry. Not some Mage 6 has risen a bit. We saw him yesterday for Verdun, but likely won't be coming through in the bot lane for Bans now. AD carry pool, I'd expect that to get trimmed, or maybe you want to try and take out some of the engaged supports that could work well. The Rel could be the target, as it will be banned instantly.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about whether or not Venom Crest are just going to look at an Ezreal on 3 then, because
that's banned,
to me, I feel like, oh yeah, Ezreal's already gone. Yeah, my apologies. So at that point, I think I'm still thinking like a couple of the mobile or self-peeling ADs that are still up, something like Xayah, right? Like, do you really want to deal with Xayah with Cassante, Vi, and Talia? Probably not. So unless you're willing to take it on 4, I feel like above any support bans that you might not want to deal with, you should really look to get rid of it. I mean, Braum is also good into Xayah, so they are, in my mind, potentially setting up for it. Because, again, I feel like if Kevo just decides to land on this, which historically, Kevo hasn't had any issues as far as I'm aware playing something like the Xayah. He's been playing comp for a very long time, all the way back back to dates of UKLC. So he will definitely have something like the Xayah in his back pocket. It's why I highlight it so heavily. But who knows? Maybe it just completely falls to the wayside regardless. But ADs have started to love this pick as of late, even occasionally blind when it doesn't look that good.
Okay.
So another engage tool being removed, which means Leona is one of those if you want to go in. And it's kind of the only one, unless Alistar rises up to that equation. We've seen it before. And if you paired it up with the Jhin.
Sure. It fits the comp. It's about the pick, right? And at the end of the day, it's hard to really fault it. But now my issue then becomes, if they just lock Xayah Khan, your life just feels really miserable. You know, this is a very like T1 coded draft, right? And it's one of those things now where they have a strong early game through the bottom side 2v2, even if, you know, Escapia goes towards something like the Leona, which has a very strong lane matchup into it. They can just lane swap out of it, Rich Gang, if they really feel like it's a horrible thing after the first couple of waves, and just kind of play the map. So I'm very concerned that for Venom Crest, they're on a very soft timer just because of the way that the comps interact with themselves. If they're not ahead by a couple of thousand gold by like 20 minutes, the agency just slowly starts to slip back towards Rich Gang.
I don't like the Jhin. I think it works in the comp, but it's just not what Baki. I want to see Baki on. I want him to see some more agency where I feel like he had a higher chance of really stepping up. I don't feel like there is all too much damage, to be honest, unless they get ahead early on this Venom Chris side. Especially not the consistent DPS, right? Compared to a Asaya Sia. I'll take that any day of the week, to be honest. The Leona to round it out does make for some good engage. I think a single target lockdown is really good if you catch someone off guard, but I prefer Rich King here. I think somehow they've just dominated this draft. Wow, I really like what they've got cooking.
Well, Rich Gang dominated day 2 of the Group B. Let's see if they can do it again on day 4 to secure themselves the 3-0. If they do it, they'll have to fight up against another team in the looks like Nord. But to start this one, I know the castles have been quiet for far too long. I know who they are, but Aragon, there was a challenge. Venom Crest is challenging you. Do you accept it?
Do you?
No deal. No deal. This deal was made without my permission. I'm pretty sure the guy who made this deal is bald, though. Like, he offered to shave his head in return for me putting something in my bio, Venom Crest's biggest fan. That isn't happening. He's bald. Like, what's there to lose? There's nothing on the line. It's just not fair. And for it to happen, Venom Crest have to beat Don Jake? Like, what?
I mean... these are such weird sentences being formed here. Like, I don't know, man. Like, things I'd never heard... things I never thought I'd hear you say. Anyway, let's focus a little bit more on our first game of the day. So, what are we making of the teams? What are we expecting going into this game, Aragon? They're quite scrappy from what I can see, these comps.
Yeah, they are. They are quite scrappy. I'd say there's a little bit of scaling elements in them as well, though. I'd say for Rich Gang, you've got, your Xayah Khan, your Xin Zhao as like a trio, and your Azir scaling for a really banger mid-game. I think your mid-game is where everything comes together and you spike. And on the other hand, you've got a Vi, and typically Vi is going to want to get to level 6 and then play off the ults too. So I'd expect a relatively quiet early game, some kind of farming early into an explosive first scrub fight.
Yeah, I think those level 6s and the kind of the pick potential that they have and just how scrappy it's going to get. I think this game is going to be very much decided when you hit level 6 and where the teams where the teams play off that. And I guess the question then is when you're looking for these kind of very early spikes, I think the focus shifts a lot more towards the jungle and what they do and how their lanes kind of play around the jungle. So, what are we expecting from these junglers? Where, like, do we think it is just power farm to 6 or maybe see if they can find an early gank? Because I know Vi is very reliant on her 6, but she does have the ability with that Q to kind of get into a fight or into a scrap. So pre-6 as well.
Yeah. So typically Vi wants less volatility. You want less volatility so you can get through your full clears and get to 6 as soon as possible. Sometimes crazy Vi players will go for a gank pre-6, so maybe a cheesy one with red buff. But typically you don't actually go for too much. I'm very surprised because this, okay, good, because I thought maybe it'd be like a lane invade, but Vi has a terrible level 1. So there's not going to be anything right here. Just a ward to scout for clears. And this is going to allow for the lanes to push up and play how they want to. It's very important with Vi and Vi comps that she has strong lanes that get prio and that can cover Vi when she's invaded so that she can continue her clear.
Yeah, absolutely. So it's going to be really about, you know, if Richgang can actually get that lane pressure, suddenly that opens up Krisha to go in for, it's just trying to get the name down right there, for Krisha to go in for a invade, maybe steal away camps and slow down that level 6 spike on Cobbs. But for now, everyone's going to be starting up, looking at where the junglers are. Krisha and Cobbs going to both be starting up on their top side, so they will be pathing down. There's potential for maybe a little play or a little skirmish to break out around that. Although Aragon did tell me in the pre-game, you know, Vi very, very, not very good, sorry. Xayah very good into the Vi, the ability to negate that ultimate and evade it with the 6.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I will say the target that I'm the most scared for is how Dehaste, I believe is how you pronounce his name, deals with the Vi Taliyah combo, especially post 6. I feel like you're very fragile on side lanes as this Azir versus a global in the Taliyah, and the Vi ability to collapse onto side lane as well, where you just get pressed R on and one shot by all the pick. Venom Crest's comp, it's very pick heavy. So in the mid game, again, where things should explode, I expect to see a lot of pick potential off of this Jhin. The snares, the globals, they could do a lot here. They have a lot of tools.
Yeah, they have so many tools to deal with that. Now,
nice movement. That was nice.
A lot of, yeah, really, really nice. But has lost a fair amount of HP off the back of that one there. Definitely taking control of this. And this now allows him to move over, put some vision down, or even just get a cheeky recall off.
I think he's going to cancel
it at the entrance. Yeah, he placed the ward at the entrance to the red side, so he's going to get some tracking on where Pisha is if they do decide to show.
Yeah, level 1 ward's going to help with that as well, right? I imagine right now we're going to get a 3v3 scenario bot lane where nothing should happen. The 3v3 is very much favored, in my opinion, to the Leona side of things. Even though there's a Vi and Xin Zhao's typically stronger, Xayah Rakan maybe on this spike could contest, but I think the initial first target burst with the Leona side of things should win out. So it's a big question mark right now about who gets Crab. And with that teleport coming down from air into mid lane, I could see Vi getting this Crab right here. It looks like, yeah, exactly. Krisha is actually going to double back now and go towards the topside Crab and settle down for the fact that he does not have mid prior.
Yeah, I mean, there was no contest there, so yeah, Krisha going to just grab trade off, open, get a full clear off, reset. Cobbs now back on the map with that longsword in inventory. Ruby Crystal, actually. They went off. And it might just be another full clear for Cobbs. I think Cobbs, like we kind of talked about, it is kind of the race for 6 here for this Vi. Once you've got that, you really unlock the pick potential and the true ganking potential of the Vi. So I think Cobbs is quite happy just to full clear off and full farm. But in the bot lane, his skipper loses so much HP.
Kevo.
The blade cooler, Kevo almost finds the damage for the kill. Dodges out on the deadly flourish there on the back end from Baki. Nice trade there for Rich Gang. A lot of pressure bought on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, you can see the damage that Xayah Rakan deals when you have all your spells and you can combo up with the Feather Pull as well. Kevo not going to flash forward for the last auto attack right there. Doesn't believe in the last auto to cut through the healing from the potion. But still, a massive play right now. And that's going to help guarantee the Xayah Rakan scaling for a more reliable mid-game hit.
That's nice there. Just gives up a lot of pressure. And I mean, Xayah Rakan, typically a lane which, yeah, especially into likes of a Jhin, will always get that early control in the lane because your W is shared between the two of you, so you get that extra bit of attack speed on the Rakan, and you can really just control and shove the wave basically endlessly. Top lane, not really going to expect too much from down here. The expectation was maybe we would see like a lane swap come out between the two of them, just because, as you can see, early for Cassante, this lane is miserable.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty bad, and maybe at some point we could see one, although a little engage in mid lane. He might have to flash it.
I think he's just dead. The Ignite's going to burn him down. He just about gets the heal off. Alaric with the Blooming Quill, able to get the follow-up, and they now find another Q in. Knock up onto Krisha, who's just going to jump away from that one. Alaric just about makes it out as well. Venom Crest, nice little scrappy fight there. They don't actually get any kills, but they've sent a bunch of people back to base, and they can head towards this dragon off that.
Yeah, a massive flash pop onto Haste right there. I mean, the regank post 6 could be insane for the Vi. An excellent play from Eskipper right there. I think that's really unexpected typically. You don't see many Vi's go for ganks like these. Usually they're just minimizing volatility, going for a Dragon 3-6, but they actually manage to squeeze in the kill, and they have so much burst because of the Leona bonus damage, and they find a really good pick, so props to them. I'd expect a gank post 6 now on the side of Venom Crest.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be the game plan for these guys. Level 6s are slowly starting to come in. DeHaste got that Shurima Shuffle in the bag as Air struggling to actually get back into the lane. Does look like we could see Cobbs coming in here. Zenithblade makes a connection. Deadly Flourish goes a bit wide from Baki. Everyone's forced to flash out. Kevo, low HP, but will be surviving the fight. Cobbs not level 6 yet. Kevo neither. That race to 6 is getting a little bit scary as Krisha makes their way over. Nice Blade Caller into the knockup. Actually, that's going to be the W going forwards. First blood goes over to Kevo. Cobbs is burning low. A double kill for Kevo. Absolutely flawless.
It's a disaster for Venom Crest right there. The dash away from Alaric, away from the Vi Q, and Vi taking so many fights in the early game. You found a little pick, you pop a flash from Kevo, but then you just want more, don't you? And that's exactly where they fall. Trying to find more is their downfall because of the outplays from Rich Gang right there. A shame, because I think a more reliable plan would be to, you know, make a pick down bot side, pop a flash, that's great, and then regank post 6 once again. Cobbs maybe a little bit too volatile on this Vi early game.
I mean, Bust actually gets the equalizer laid onto him. A little bit awkwardly placed there from Matix, so not going to see Bust going down. But he should be able to get last of this way. So, I mean, Matix will just slowly cook him underneath.
Usually,
oh my word.
Yeah, usually what you see is a lane swap between the Cassante team and the Rumble team pre-6. Because pre-6, Cassante's much happier in the 1v2 than the Rumble, because Rumble doesn't have ultimate yet. But they haven't gone for that, and they haven't gotten their Cassante out of the lane in this early game on the side of Venom Crest. So Cassante is kind of just suffering in this early game. Granted, he's only down 10 CS, but he's having to take recalls at bad times and missing farm because of it. Now, you can see they've actually swapped up to top side now, 4 grubs to the side of Venom Crest, and at level 6, that's the question. Who's stronger? I would argue right now Venom Crest is.
I really like this for Rich Gang, though. They do make sure that it's Kevo in the mid lane to get control. Yeah. He's got 2 kills on the Xayah, right? So he's actually quite strong right now. So they move Kevo into the mid lane. And this actually then means that Rumble goes up versus Jhin top side. You send the Azir bot side. Like, I actually think while the level 6 is definitely Venom Crest favored, I think the lane assignment was very Rich Gang. They placed their champions in the best pace possible to make it as awkward for Venom Crest, but also making sure that they had power where they needed it. All these grubs. Obviously, grubs haven't been taken yet, and level 6 has been hit on that Vi. When we get out of this pause, I swear if someone spilled coffee on their computer again, we're going to ban them. I don't know. I haven't actually... Let's find out. I've actually
we need to know who it was. We do need to know who it was.
It wasn't... It's not that. But we did have a player spill coffee on their machine earlier.
That's the kind of thing I do. And you just panic because it's spilling over a bunch of electricals. Like,
the crazy thing is
on stream.
Your desk, right, it has a left and a right-hand side. Where is your computer? Is it on your left or your right?
It's to the right of my PC, and it's like to the right of my desk, and so my hand swung, like it swung to the right, and I just knocked over a glass.
Put your coffee on the left.
It was cooked. What'd you say?
Just put the coffee on the left.
Yeah, I mean...
That's what I do. My drink is on the other side of my...
you're right, but, you know...
There's also, like, you know, I'm right-handed, and I have a bottle of water in my left. I just pass it, and then I can drink as normal, and I pass it back and put it away. It's away from the computer.
Yeah. I mean, I also got scared because I spilt it all over cables at the bottom. I had that in stream. It was a complete disaster.
I don't know, man. Though. We should talk about the game, but honestly, I'm fuming at players
the reality is,
the right
setup here is that if there's a pick and they focused a single target, it will be Venom Crest favored.
Yes. Yeah.
And you have Talia Global to maybe cut people off. You know, they have a lot of burst potential. Vision's going to be important because if someone face checks, they're going to get popped. On the side of Rich Gang, they've already started up the grubs, right? Which is ideal. And if they get engaged on, maybe they can turn with Xayah Rakan.
Yeah, I mean, you do have that Xin Zhao ultimate as well, which is going to be very effective. It's kind of shutting down the range in the fight. It's the only person who's actually going to get on top of him is going to be the Vi inside that zone. Otherwise, you know, you're going to get very, very close. So... It's gonna be a big one. I feel like the team fighting is scary if it's not picking, though, right?
Yeah. I do think pick potential is important. I'd also like to highlight that Rumble here in this game is pretty damn good. You've got Rumble here into multiple immobile champions, and so the Rumble ult could just cook a bunch of people under CC. I really like the Rumble into the gym, the Rumble into the clear. It's pretty spicy, and it might be hard to deal with for them.
I think it's scary as well if those, immobile champions are currently in the pit fighting over the grubs, and suddenly a Rumble ult gets laid down, cuts off the entrance, puts it right down the middle. Like, Rumble Ultimate is so powerful at kind of creating a zone, which you just can't fight on. Like, it does so much damage, even, without a full item completed like a Leandri's. It's a very powerful thing. Now, we're getting back into the game. It does look like there's some thought process coming in here. eSkipper hasn't got that solar flare, though, and Grub 2 has gone down, so they've managed to get themselves the lockdown. The wall's been placed there for quickness from Alaric, but a great W comes out to slow everybody down. The feathers get called from Kevo, and he's going to get some shielding in, but he's going to get finished up. Alaric's teleported into the fight. The shuffle back. Air's able to jump away, but this fight is getting so scrappy. Pick from pick is coming in. Venom Crest finding one person after the other. And like you said, Aragon, it wasn't quite so team fighty. They just focused one person at a time. Beautifully played from Venom Crest.
Yeah, a complete 5v5, and Kevo ends up falling. It's really surprising how poorly this went for Rich Gang, because their bot lane, Kevo and Alaric, were already level 6. They had Xayah ulti, whereas on the other side, Leona's level 5, you had Baki who was level 5, I believe, at the time. And you had ult advantages for Rich Gang, but because Kevo got completely bursted, the chain CC was immaculate from the side of Venom Crest. Take a look here. Kevo gets ulted on, and whilst the Leona ult misses, he gets chain CC flashed on by the Leona for the stun, followed up with Cobbs' Q flash, and he just can't move. He ends up falling, and in the end, they're playing without an AD carry, aren't they, Rich Gang? They're playing without Kevo.
Yeah.
And the numbers just aren't there. Venom Crest come out ahead by a single kill.
I think he's in trouble again as we're coming out of the replay.
No,
Has got Kreischer coming in. Actually, looks like the turnaround is here. Unraveled Earth, not quite perfectly placed. Ooh. There's the two-man knock-up from Alaric. What an entrance. As down goes eSkipper. Air just about survives. Kreischer takes the double. They will fall in response to Air. But what a beautiful turnaround from Rich Gang.
Nice E from Kreischer there after marking with the W. I don't think Cobbs wants anything to do with this, but the turnaround is crazy with the numbers right there. I thought Kevo, might be in trouble, but this is where Xayah Rakan really comes online, right? Xayah Rakan really thrives when there's a champion to dash in and Rakan can follow up engage and really enable that champion that's going in. And that champion and player right there is Kreischer on the Xin Zhao. So utilizing that to find the burst onto the bot side and just find an amazing play with numbers advantage.
Yeah, really big. And they need to hit 6 on eSkipper. He's 0-3 on the Leona. We talked a lot about how...
Pretty painful.
We talked a lot about how Venom Crest, their big spike is when they hit those 6s. Leona's ultimate is one of the most important ones for that kind of big wombo combo potential Venom Crest have. The non-committal engage of it. So... really rough for them here. Is Buzz actually taking a fight versus Matix. Catches him with the knockouts. Just going to go all out here.
Flash.
Matix trying his hardest to get underneath the tower, but time after time he's getting hit by the Qs. Throws down the equalizer. It is horrendously placed though from Matix. Clears away the wave. Does get some return damage onto Bust, but Matix, I think he misplayed that pretty hard.
Yeah, I think the equalizer was a little too far forward to prevent the follow-up on the chase. Eskipa's getting shredded though. They're just dying across the map. Venom Crest, are you alright?
Oh, good. Ultimate coming out there from Kevin to evade the solar flare. The feathers come back, and Cobbs hits the ground. 2 kills over to Rich Gang once again. And just like that, 0-4 on your Leona, 1-2 on your Vi. That's a fed Xin Zhao on a fed bird. There's a Bust. He's going to look for this fight versus Matix. Matix, I don't know if he wants this heat. Gets a harpoon off. Just dodging away on the Qs. Meanwhile, bot lane, another dive is potentially coming in, and Baki, he will be no more. Kevo takes the kill. Back in the top lane, you can see the Air has surfed into the action, and Matix was able to evade.
Yeah, Matix has no ulti to drop on this wave, so it looks like Venom Crest are going to get a plating up top side at the very least. But that bot side fight was huge for Rich Gang. They're playing so well towards their bot side, diving bot lane, Baki couldn't survive, and punishing eSkipper on this Leona, having to play frontline. Cobbs has ulti.
Yeah, he just committed it onto DeHace there. DeHace has not got the E for some reason. He's going to jump away. Has to go for a flash, but it's way too late. I say that. eSkipper goes in for the Zenith Blade. I don't know how DeHace lived that. Honestly, I have no idea.
Yeah, just managed to walk away there, had flash, but still another flash pop. That's a good play by Venomcrest. If they can replicate the dive and the gank onto the Azir, onto the haste, maybe there's an angle to win a team fight, but the peel is going to be there with the Xin Zhao ultimate and the Rakan. Venomcrest are going to start Dragon.
Yeah, they don't. Rich Gang do not really have the vision of going for this. The solar flare comes in. Cobbs absolutely pops him as Baki gets the shutdown. Down goes Krishia. And yeah, Venomcrest. They're going to be able to grab this dragon.
Yeah, really good movement from Bust. He actually walks down to the dragon and has TP to TP back up, so there's no cross-map play from Matix. But I think Krisha overestimates his tankiness maybe, just phase checking because he has ultimate, thinking that if he gets CC'd, he's going to be able to ult everyone away and survive. But I think just a bit overconfident, wait for your team, and then take vision of the line bush. An unfortunate death, really, because now they're down 2 dragons for a composition that really thrives off of mid-game picks. And I'm a bit worried going into this mid-game, they might be a little bit too far behind and get picked off. But again, a nice little sequence of events around the dragons for Venomcrest.
Yeah, well, we did say that the mid-game was going to be the important part for both of these comps here. You see him Baki now starting to play catch-up a little bit to Kevo. Went back to base, got his Ghost Blade, so first item is now online for Baki. Kevo is in the middle of building their second item, got that BF sword in the inventory, and by now, that Yuntal's is probably stacked up enough here. Matix still no Leandries onto him, but most people are hitting those first item spikes across the map. Matix has been a little bit slowed down on that one. I think the gank he got from air basically just meant that he didn't get to back on enough gold, so he had to kind of reset and then just walk back to lane. He probably has enough gold now, but it was just awkward timing.
I'd say definitely itemization is very important. Yuntal already completed IE next, hopefully for Kevo, and he's going to be incredibly strong for this mid game. Rift Herald spawning up soon in 30 seconds, and neither team really has insane vision control yet, so I expect them to take top lane line bush as well as the banana bush around the top side, around that Rift Herald. It looks like top push is going to go over to the side of the Rumble, even though the Kasante has Kanik and wins these all-ins. But look at this. Rich Gang, they're contesting the bot side camps.
Yeah, a bit of nuisance, and also making sure the haste gets that first tower blood over to his team. That's the boots upgrade as well to defeat a war. Has been finished up, so Kevo gets a little bit more attack speed.
It's going to be crazy here.
Baki, he's going to get zoned out. I mean, yeah, Alaric's got mercs. Krisha, I think, also probably be going mercs in this game. So, I know you're a big merc salesman.
I am a merc salesman. I am an incredibly big merc salesman. Tier 3 mercs, does this pick come? Ooh, that's going to be pretty good. But I think with Vi bot lane now for Cops, you're not going to be contesting his Rift Herald. It looks like their plan with the pings coming down onto the tier 1 is they're going to go for a pick down in bot side for whoever is trying to defend the turret. But there's no one there. So Rich Gang, they're not even covering the tier 1, although I say that the haste is on the way. So maybe, just maybe with the Vi and the Talia ult, they're going to look for it. But it looks like it's being covered by the Rumble.
Yeah, just seeing
yeah,
Rumble head over. Yeah, 15 minutes into the game. Gold lead in favor of Rich Gang right now. We're talking about the item spikes. Second item's honestly probably closing somewhat soon for some of these members. I mean, Kevo, he's 2/3 of the way towards the IE. Got the pickaxe, got the Infinity Edge. Pickaxe BF sword. So getting closer towards that second item. Does look like Venomcrest, though, were looking for a pick, and they're going to find it, immediately finding the lockdown onto Alaric, but he's got the Merc Treads. He barely takes any damage.
Yeah,
that
that Celestial opposition is going to do work to tank up. I think it's like 30% damage reduction or somewhere around that number. So essentially invincible. Rakan really good at just face checking and getting away. No burst to come down. And yeah, the play they were looking for right there was Cobbs playing to side lane and trying to dive whoever came, but I think they just judged that the haste was too tanky. Right, with the Merc Treads, Talia combo is not going to do much on this Seraph spike, so they got to give up on that play, and you have air hovering between bot and mid lane to maybe find a pick.
Just also getting control of the vision. Don't want to be giving anything up. Dragon spawning in a minute, so it's kind of the early stage of control of the area. Having a look at where the teleports are. Both top laners do have their teleports up. They're both mid laners, to be fair, but I don't think either of those guys are really going to need to be teleporting down to the play. Looks like the haste is quite happy just to hold this bot lane and keep the shove going. Air, though, is looking for potential play on the top side, but Matix, he's happy just to back off and not give too much up here. This is going to give Rich Gang, who, remember, have free grubs, free time on the tower. That tower's dead.
Yeah, so Venomcrest, I think they're overcomplicating their lane assignments. They want the Talia to be, the Cassante into the Azir rather to be laning in that matchup, because you have Kayn at Rooken and maybe he'll be able to hold the side lane a little better than the Talia. They put the Talia on top side so he can free hit tower, but in the meantime they've lost so much for that. They've lost their tier 1 mid and a bunch of waves down in bot side, which Cassante had to catch at the very tail end of it. So rather than keeping the lane assignments, they drop a bunch to get potentially better ones. And honestly, now Air is topside without TP, so with the upcoming Dragon, he's going to have to run down for this fight.
Yeah, it was the worst time to lose that tower as well, right? Because now it means Kevo can shove the wave like this, okay, stay really far up in the lane. He's got control of the jungle. His team are just able to completely control the lane state right now. And the only play Venomcrest can really think about doing is moving towards this top side and seeing if they can get the tier 2. That is another 700 gold if they can get it. So it looks like the game plan is
Equalizer. So I think he can simply ult the wave if he wants to from a long way away, and then deny any ability to hit the tower. He's not even going to have to do that because they're not going to threaten on the side of Venomcrest to actually hit the tower anyway.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit scary for Venomcrest to overstay there, especially with the fact that actually Fish is running around with the Rift Herald. So curious to see where they're going to look to place that. They could take that final tier 1 tower on the top side and maybe get a charge onto top tier 2 and get a whole injection of cash and grow the gold lead even further. But could also look towards this bot lane and take an easy tower there. There's lots of options and lots of angles for him right now, just because his team control the tempo of the map.
Yeah, Rich Gang, I will say... Oh, wait, hang on. Dehaste. Is he overextending here?
I think he's caught. They're going to throw everything onto him. He flashes. That was a waste. Shuffles as well. Dehaste, that was a real mistake.
Azir on side lane. It's a little bit hard to pilot, right? Especially versus the Vi collapse, especially versus the Talia Global. Not that either had to be used here from mid to side. They just death pushed him. He walks up in mid onto the neutral wave and dies. A bit of an overextension, and this could keep happening until he maybe picks up a Zhonya's later on. He's going to pick up a bit of health now with that Giant spell, but really abusing the fact that Azir on side lane, super easy to gank, especially with these champions on Venomcrest's side.
Yeah, I mean, they just had that perfectly set up because they knew as well Rich Gang had used all of their vision towards the bot side in that dragon, so they knew there was no vision top side. So Dehaste was working with absolutely zero information. Very easy pick for them, and kind of goes back to what we're saying. Venomcrest power in this comp is they are a pick comp. They can find a single target and they can blow them up. That is their avenue to get the gold lead back under control and get themselves back into this game.
Yeah, I feel like what Rich Gang are trying to do is just simply scale up, get to front-to-back teamfights with the Xin Zhao frontline, with the Rakan scaling and the Azir scaling, as well as Kevo, who's now on 2 items on this AD carry, before they start taking gigafights, right? At this fourth dragon rather, they're gonna have to show up and potentially contest, because you don't want to give over soul point to Venomcrest. Rich Gang, they're on spike now. I want to see how they use it. This 2-item Zarya is really, really strong, especially into the enemy champions.
I actually just think that Atakan is going over to Venomcrest. They're going to start it up. There's no teleport available to Dehaste. They've thrown down the Rift Herald topside as well, so it looks like the intention is just to go all in on it. However, you can see that they've sent Air up into topside to play contest. He's actually just going to teleport down into the fight. They want to secure the Atakan. And Rich Gang, they're okay to give it up. They're going to use this time to get the pressure they want in the side lanes. Be a real menace. They actually may be able to take tier 2 mid.
It's a wager, right? It's a wager. You give tier 2 gold to the Azir to secure Atakan buff on your side, but that's quite scary to give. I will say giving the 700 gold turret to the Azir isn't a great trade deal.
That's just quite tanky, though.
Oh my gosh, they hit tier 3 as well. No one's defending tier 3.
They took tier 3?
Yeah,
oh my word.
Has so much gold in his pocket now. Rich Gang, they just need to get out of here and let him spend his gold and then take the next fight, because they're very happy with this deal.
Oh, they're going to put down the wall there from Air. It looks like the jungle is going to be the attention. Krisha flashes away from the seismic shove. He's just playing evasion now. Just on the run. The whole of Venomcrest chasing him down. Krisha finally committed onto with the ultimate. Does have his own ulti if he wants to buy time, but, I mean, he goes down.
Wait, look at bot lane. Look at bot lane. They're TPing to bot side. I feel Rich Gang are just running rings around Venomcrest in terms of macro right now. They're going to get another tier 2. In this whole sequence of events, they've gotten a tier 2, a tier 3, and now another tier 2. For an Atakan on a kill. It's an insanely good trade deal.
They actually also got tier 1. They got tier 1 top as well on Dehaste. So
oh my words.
He is so spiked off it. Crystal Scepter now finished up. Another big injection of a tower gold overhead to him. He's going to go back to base, spend some more money. Maybe
He just
not.
went from
He was
1.5
thinking about
items
it.
to 2.5, just straight
I know.
up in a minute. Dehaste
so
is very
strong.
happy right now, and it's undone all the work that Venomcrest have put into this game, camping the Azir. So this next dragon fight, I think I'm going to go Rich Gang favored. It's going to be rough, I think.
He just bought a Blighting Jewel as well, so
Yeah,
has a
he's
little bit of
actually-
Magic Pen to work with. Oh my word, that is terrifying.
Wait, top inhib just died as well.
Yeah, there was a
Venom
massive
Crest,
wave, wasn't there?
no one was sent home to defend.
That's a really bad time to lose that dragon as well, because as you can see, there's a super wave that's slowly going to start making its way up. You do have time to kind of dilly-dally around the dragon, but eventually that wave is going to be in your base. So, if actually in advance of this sent air up to go clear the wave, he does have the ultimate to make his way over, but with the fact that Hobbs has gone into the blue side to take away a Gromp, they're quite happy just to give this dragon up. It is only dragon number 2 to Rich Gang, so Venom Crest, they're not actually losing too much of giving this dragon up. So I actually think this is a more heads-up play from them.
It's one of those rare scenarios where actually giving inhib and letting inhib die actually looks decent for Venom Crest. Because there's nothing really to lose on this side of the map. I will say that Rich Gang, if they use these super minions and the pressure from the super minions to then farm maybe and rush a Baron using the DPS from Xayah and Azir, who are 2 of the highest DPS champions of the game, I think that can be a great usage of their time. Using these super minions right now to rush Baron at 25 minutes is probably the angle.
Yeah, I think for right now, it's just wait for that Baron to come up, start to move the vision over there as well, just due to the fact that they had a lot more vision invested bot side for the dragon spawn. I believe Void Staff should be somewhat done here for Dehaste, or very close to being done. So that's also going to be up.
I have never seen that many turrets taken in a minute. That is, I feel like they just took 5 turrets in a minute and a half. I have never seen anything like that. Wow, that is a big injection of gold. 30 seconds left on the Nash. I really do think Rich Gang should start this up.
Losing towers as a pick theme is rough, right? Like, you want towers because they give you a base of operations to sneak around and find flank angles. Now Venom Crest are just playing in their base. Like, they have to play back as Bust. He doesn't play in his base and immediately gets caught. Feather Cooler comes out. Nice knockback, but good. Blade Cooler comes down from Kevo. Jumped onto the back line, but they've not got the damage. As in with the quickness, Alaric is doing some work. They throw down the equalizer. It's cooking E-Skipper. Everyone else is low. And in the back line, Cretia does find himself caught out and taken down. Bust secures the kill. Bit of a missed position there from Cretia, but
yeah,
they're just going to reset.
He did get ulted by Cassandra. To be fair, he did get kidnapped. So I think the idea there for Rich Gang is they're so much further ahead. They feel like they're so much further ahead because of the gold injection they had from the turrets, that they think they can win any fight. And you know what? Fair enough. That's a decent enough judgment. But getting kidnapped here from Cretia, giving an angle for Bust right here to pull him to the other side. To be fair, he did flash, and which is a big investment. Was just good from Venom Crest's part.
Yeah, I think the big thing is this stops that Baron potential that was on the cards there, and it also slows down the pressure from the super minions. So, gonna get themselves the vision control here for the side of Venom Crest, and the pick comp found a pick where I didn't think they could.
Yeah.
And that has bought them some space, but what can they do with the space is the real question.
It's been 3 minutes,
Rich Gang
and the
still scaling.
Azir has gone from a Nash's Tooth to a Void and a Rylai's as well.
Oh my word.
That is ridiculous. Dehaste is incredibly fed. He's probably got some of the most gold in the entire game now. And we're really looking at an explosive teamfight now. I still think Baron is an angle for Rich Gang. The shred that they'll have at this stage of the game is absurd. And I think they're setting up for it too.
Yeah, they'll absolutely melt it. I mean, you don't even need the Xayah. Just the Azir alone is going to absolutely blitz through that. It's 3 items onto Kevo as well. He's got his Lord Doms finished up. So 75% crit chance Xayah. And his Skipper finds himself knocked up and finds himself taken out. Has to flash over the wall. The Deadly Flash comes in as Dehaste just shuffles the Leona back into the fight. Nice knockback from Air. But unfortunately, with their support dead, I think this might be a little bit problematic for them. The wall gets placed down from Air. He's actually trying to scatter the fight here. As we've seen Alaric over the wall, looking for an opportunity. Appreciate good ultimate to knock them back as the equalizer does a lot of work here. And Bust, he is going to go down as Kevo takes him out. 2 members of Venom Crest fall, and Rich Gang still standing strong.
Yeah, it looks like Dehaste can find roads, and he found a road onto a Skipper there. gets shoved over the wall, and they pick off the Leona. Look how fast the Nash is going down. I mean, Vi
It's
has
too quick.
ulti and a way to get in the pit, but it's hard.
He's going to queue forwards, but I think it's going to be too late. They're going to turn their attention towards Matix. Ultimate available here for Cobbs, but with the man disadvantage, Cobbs finds himself taken out. Matix secures the kill. Air has the mark on him from the Wind Become Lightning as Skipper jumps forward. Kevo throws down the Blade Cooler, sorry, the Feather Storm. Solar Flare lands onto 2 from Skipper. There's the knockback as Air gets the damage off. The Blade Cooler comes out. The haste jumps over the wall into the middle of the action, flashes back, and he is taken down. Venom Crest trade out though. They find themselves the kills. Teleports coming forwards. Backy's low HP. Skipper continues to chase, but Rich Gang are out.
Yeah, Rich Gang get away with 3 people with the Baron buff. It is very close to not being worth, but overall a good play for Rich Gang right there. Overextending, I think, from Dehaste, and now their side laner with the Azir doesn't have the Nash buff. Inhibs are respawning now. Sorry, the Inhib has respawned topside, and there will be no more super minions for this Dragon Spawn that's spawning up. But take a look at this replay. Calbs just cannot find a way into the Nash pit, and he just gets CC'd and dies. He had Flash, he had ulti, he had Q, but he just could not find a way in, so Nash goes over. But this slide and this shuffle that's going to come in from the Azir right here, it's just too much.
It was really nice knockback
nice
there.
combo.
Really, really filthy little combo there. And I will say, bar a couple of mistakes from Air, his placement of the Unraveled Earth has actually been very, very impactful because there is a lot of dashes and movement here for Rich Gang with Alaric and Pressure and Dehaste. He's been able to deny a lot of what Rich Gang would like to do. The problem is typically someone on Venom Crest has already been killed and they've got a man disadvantage. Alaric is just going to control the blast cone here. Cobbs isn't even interested in this dragon. Dragon number 3 looks to be going over, although the curtain has been called. Smite goes down. They put a wall up as Crucia is going to get separated, and Alaric throws out the quickness. You do see the haste getting knocked back here. They're just going to keep their Rakan alive. Equalizer onto Skipper is starting to melt him here as Bust is also losing a lot of HP. Knockback comes in, but there's going to be the flash out from Bust. Massive Wind Becomes Lightning from Xin Zhao. Jumps into the middle of everyone. Throws down the ultimate. In comes Cobbs, but the shuffle from the haste is huge. Into the stopwatch. A double kill for the Azir. Shuffle back though from Air. Another stopwatch comes out as it's going to be a triple over onto the Azir. Not going to be the case actually as Kevo takes the double. Baki goes down, and that is going to be the Jin on the run, the last man standing. Baki limps away from the fight.
30 seconds left on the respawn timers for Venom Crest here. I think with Baki the only one alive, it's at least going to be a couple of inhibs right here. Might even be the game, Hipbrain.
It could genuinely be game off the back of this one. We'll have to hold and see. Tower number 1 will be falling. Inhibitor will be next to follow. You can also see Crucia quite happy just to take this tower. Inhibitors do stand for now. Just watch this space. I think Rich Gang, they've got a lot of money. They just don't want to risk it, so they're going to reset.
Yeah, just going to reset. Not going to look for the game ends. Take away the mid tower so that the siege later on can be good. But look at this fight right here. It opens up with the Jin ulti. And later on, the power of the Venom Crest comp is to one-shot a single target, right? Yeah. But a lot of their burst later in this Tribush is going to come down onto the Xin Zhao, who has ultimate, Sunder Sky, and a billion defensive tools. So as they funnel into this choke right here, Venom Crest, they try to look for the turn onto the Xin right here to burst him, but he's just too tanky. Flashes away, not taking damage, and then a nice shuffle from Dehaste continues the fight. Rich Gang, they've just outscaled. Their composition outscales naturally, and with all the gold that they've been injected with those tier 2s on those macro moves in the mid game, I fear they're just too far ahead.
It's like you said, Matix with his ultimate, like the Rumbleard, the Equalizer versus immobile characters. Even though it didn't catch the whole team, it just bought so much space, so much time, and that immobility became a real issue here. They've committed 2 people to the bottom side of the map. I think Rich Gang just win the game off the back of this one. Down goes tower number 1. Tower number 2 could be next up on the menu. Looks like they're just going to call it off. Go for an inhibitor instead. Top inhibitor. It's by the book from Rich Gang. They're going to take every objective. They are going to strip any level of control away from you. And it is on the answer here from Venom Crest. They're looking for the pick. Seismic Shove doesn't quite hit, and Matix takes down Cobbs. It's already the man advantage in favor of Rich Gang as they just keep getting richer. Bust can't find the damage, and this Blade Cooler is just going to evade away. Skipper goes down, and there's the shuffle onto the backline. Bust will go down. The haste holds his life. The ace comes in. Rich Gang get richer. Zaya as Venom Crest fall!
And it looks like 10-1-11 on the Zaya. Kevo has silently been carrying these fights so damn hard. Rich Gang's mid-game macro was so damn good. Getting so much gold and trading that one Atacon stemming from there was the win. It felt like Rich Gang completely outcast Venom Crest in the mid-game onwards.
Yeah, and, you know, we said it was going to be a mid-game focus comp here from the side of Rich Gang. Well, from both teams. And it came down to who got ahead in that mid-game, and that game just snowballed out of control away from the side of Venom Crest, and they were probably left scratching their heads a little bit because they had a pick comp, but they couldn't find any picks.
Yeah, and when they did try to find picks on side lane, all that got undone. Because they were shutting down the Azir early, right? DeHaste was 0-2 at one point. They were finding the picks onto him and putting him very far behind, but you can't do much to a free 3k onto an Azir at 20 minutes. I think that's just not something you could work around.
Bro, he just literally went off and, like, he just went farm stocks, man. Like, the guy just got so fed. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's rough when you give a mid laner 3 towers in a row. He got tier 1, tier 2, somehow inhibitor tower, and he himself didn't take the inhibitor, but he had such a large minion wave with him.
Yeah.
The minions just slowly finished off the inhibitor while he went to go team fight. Like, that was one fat pigeon, man. Like, I don't know how you get through him. He was doing so much damage. And his shuffles were on point as well. Like, really, really on point shuffles.
Yeah, I think he did get bullied a little bit early, but he definitely made up for it by the end of it, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, really, really good stuff from him there. I believe we're thrown to a break. I haven't heard anything in my ears. So that's what I was Oh, no, we're going to desk. There we go. That's why I was keep waffling. Right, we're going to pass it over to the desk. He's going to break down that game number 1. So, Archer, over to you.
Never change. Never change. But I do agree that pigeon was a complicated one to deal with, even though the early game was not even close to what they desired. Rich Gang showed a little bit of a few flaws, but Venom Crest also showed the improvement from previous week. But I guess it goes down to what you said, Jamada, where this team, Rich Gang, can play from every angle, and even like the sub was playing really well.
Yeah, like I mentioned, I didn't really... Oh my god.
Yeah, man, he was insane.
Okay, hold on.
Okay,
Kevo was obviously frying, but like there's frying and then more than 70% of your damage being damage on kills. Like that is actually insane. Not too surprising though when you think about the amount of KP he had. I want to say he finished the game 1 shy basically of 100% KP. He might have even had 100% to be fair. But yeah, phenomenal game, and like you were trying to pass to me, Archer. I don't think this is anywhere near a one-dimensional team, right? Like, Ozhan obviously had a fantastic week 1 individually. This team did not, to me, by eye, look like the kind of team that were dependent on, you know, him as an individual and how they played the game. That's why I said I feel like, you know, Krizia, for little we know about him, as long as he's the kind of person that can walk into that environment and just go, okay, what do you guys need from me? Which seemed to be the case from this game. Rich Gang are going to be just fine here, and you know, we'll see as we kind of break this game down further. Things did not really change in terms of modus operandi, right? How they wanted to play the game.
I do think though there were some positives here that you can take away from Venom Crest. You had a bit of a rough early game. I like this play in particular. I thought you got a good frag, and this is one of the few times where you did actually manage to catch Kevo wide. You do come out on top in this play, despite Rich Gang also investing heavily, and you do lose quite a few members. I really dislike the Jhin here. The damage just wasn't here. I hate this Yumus early. There were fights where I thought Aaron in particular had some really good re-engages or good poke damage on the Taliyah. And had that been like a traditional, maybe like a Saya on the other side, or a traditional crit AD carry, they would have had enough. They would have barely, or let's just say a collector first. You would have had that spink of extra damage. Maybe it's just my personal preference, but they could have gotten more this game. There was another issue, we'll get to that later, the macro where they got outplayed, but I just didn't like the Jhin.
I mean, there was a reason why I was calling for the Zaya pick, and obviously, like, I'm going to feel a little bit more validated in that call because of what Kevo then went on to do, but it just felt like Zaya was such a strong hit into what Venom Crest was showing, you know? And then when you give the kind of freedom of, hey, you know, you're already going to be laning into a Jhin, and even if we go Leona, it's like, well, Zaya or Khan can kind of just float through a lot of lanes. It doesn't really feel too bad, and this sequence here, this is the sequence that really broke the game, where I can't believe I'm saying this. Giving Khan was just the correct thing to do when Venom Crest had showing the way that they are.
Look at what they lost. They got Arakan, yes. But and Nasir, who was behind at this point, by the way, got 1, 2, 3 turrets with solo local gold.
On his pockets, yeah.
And Venom Crest. Obviously, you can sense the desperation here because they realize what they've given up, so they want more back, right? And I understand that initial thought process, but Rich Gang punish it so well because look at what's happening on the bot side. They end up losing a tier 2 for chasing this one pick. So, you know, do the maths. You got an Arakan, you got 1 kill, you lost 3 turrets to an Asir.
Look at the minions on top.
And 3, you know, make it 4 actually, 4.5, because the Asir also got local gold on this one. That is so much local gold and standing gold just given into the pockets. And then the Asir was 1k behind. He walked away almost 1k ahead after this play. I mean, completely gave him away back into the game.
Yeah, that just Venom Crest were dizzy. There's not really much else to say. Like that was a very, very like, hey, the objective's up. Let's go get the objectives. It almost felt like a solo queue moment, and those at home will be familiar where it's like teams will hyper focus on an objective, or like individual hyper focus on an objective, and not really just kind of look at the broader picture for a moment. And it felt like Venom Crest got sucked into that thought of thinking for that little sequence there, and Rich Gang were happy to lap up that gold, right? And we saw the haste go on to do very, very well with that gold, but also, of course, one of the silent benefactors was Hevo as well, finishing the game out with 10 kills, like we saw there. Pretty much 3/4 of his damage on kill, and this is a big reason why, right? Playing a front-to-back composition like this with not a lot of threat on you, he's pretty much untouched, right? Like, even when Venom Crest tried to go onto him, it's like, well, okay, now the feathers are on the floor, fantastic, you know. Bust couldn't, or Boost rather couldn't, you know, reasonably cast R on him because there were feathers that would have 100% hit him if Kevo just decided to hit that.
And he tried, right? There was the Feather Storm as well, like that. The ultimate negates that. He then gets hit up by CC later on. He still had the cleanse. Like, how do you get onto this guy? It's impossible, and we saw that in all the fights. He was never really the one being threatened.
Yeah, that was the scene in terms of macro, and Rich Gang was just taking advantage of all of that. They were allowed to come back into the game. Even with the sub, I do believe we have to solidify what we were talking on the pre-show, which is Rich Gang is looking like a really solid team for Group B. Their next game will be a little bit later on versus North. So that's the wall. They finally hit the wall on Group B. And to understand if this wall is still the same as we saw the previous week, it's going to be North versus Chaos. But in order to jump into that game, we jump into a quick little pause. And we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you soon.
Data is everything. It's the building blocks of our world. It's our environment, our technology, how we communicate, create, and innovate. A single data point won't move the needle. But the more data points we connect, the further we can go. Because it turns out, the best way to forecast the future is to build it. So we did, and this is that mark. Engineered to embody innovation and defy limitation. Harnessing the unknown to reveal the future. This is the new SanDisk.
Welcome back. It's Nord versus Chaos, game 2 of this last day of seeding, unless we have a few ties and we have to do it all again tomorrow. But that means more League of Legends, more action-packed, and more NLC towards you back at home. So as we return, Nord versus Chaos. Okay, on paper, being completely honest, it should be a one-sided for Nord. And I want to know if there's any way we can paint a different picture. Because Chaos as a team, they like the names are known, they have experience, but they're facing legends all around.
I think if I'm dreaming here, right?
Okay.
Just allow me to be a bit ambitious. Let me paint the picture. You've got 5 Danish players with a great mid laner who's just played for the greatest organization, my team, in the Danish division. They have talked this last week, and they've decided to lock in. They show up. They play the Veigar mid lane, the control to disrupt the chaos and the action we know Nord want to bring. And they absolutely gap them. And then Denmark, will be proven to be the best country on earth. Everyone hails them. Denmark's pride. And Asher's just tilted. And that's how they win the game. They assemble the Danish Avengers, I guess. I don't know what I'm trying to say.
The Danish Avengers!
Yeah. They'll be like a pulse, a cocktail.
Okay, how do you say Danish assemble in Denmark?
Assemble?
Yeah.
I don't know if we have a direct word for assembling. Maybe just a
You don't have it? No, that's
direct
gotta be
word from assembling.
whoa.
I can't try
There's
to
no
do
way
that,
there
man.
isn't a word.
He's a fake
for
Danish!
assemble.
He's a fake
There's
Danish!
no way. Hold on. There is no way. That
I mean,
are you
but-
looking up your own language?
But that would just be
Did you
collect.
just look
Like,
off to the left?
yeah, I just double checked. The word would be samle, but that means collecting. Like I collect these things. That's the thing. We don't
like.
But
to,
it's just
to
a
get together. Like.
Yeah, I mean, then you could say Avengers. Lad os komme sammen. Like,
Okay, cool.
let's-
Done. Finished.
Yeah,
Let them
okay.
rest.
The Danish Avengers, lad os komme sammen, gutter. Let's beat Nord. We're gonna wipe out these fools on the floor.
mate.
They've got Polish players. Denmark will batter them.
It's good
Okay,
to know that
it went
you'd
deep,
make
it
a
went
pretty
deep on the
shoddy
one.
translator.
Yeah, right,
This is
Giovanni,
what I've
this is
learned
concerning.
from this. If you can't contextualize a little bit of like, come on, duckling, sort it out, mate.
Okay,
Yeah.
mate. Why are you piping up? I beat you 31-0 in the game
And
earlier.
this will never get old, I guess. Now, for the roster of Chaos, let's show them up as well. We're talking about it. How do you say it, Duckling, while we're watching them?
For Chaos, their lineup is Vayu, Shakal, Skoft, Rizdrangen, Sniller. Is Rizdrangen playing today? I do believe this is the wrong picture. He was a substitute for Raje, who is one of the more storied players on that roster. If you look at a
I
player...
can
Go on.
confirm
It's Raya.
Raya
It
is
is
playing today.
Yeah.
But
Raya.
if you look at this roster and you point to a player who you say, this is the guy who should carry, well, on paper it would be Rai. He's played in the NLC finals before with Riddle back in 2020 summer, where they, did actually take a game off a very strong Fnatic Rising roster. And the issue is for this roster, they are full 5-time adults, right? They've got a life outside of League of Legends, and that's why they brought in Skoft, because Skoft has just come back from a break. He has the time to dedicate into the league. He is putting in many, many more hours than the rest are able to, because they've got IRL commitments. Skoft has, by definition, locked in this split and is grinding out the solo queue, and they know that, and they want to play around that. Last split they had Soirin, who could only make 5 games, and now they've got a mid laner who can play 10 games a day in solo queue and really put in the practice. So he's the one I'm looking at alongside Rai, but we're into the draft.
I remember Yankus was talking earlier today, like, I'm facing a one-trick pony Teemo. Do we ban a chat? He was talking about it, and apparently they're going to take it out. Yorick Wen are going to follow that equation, as Zed as well. And a few picks are being left open that we've seen in high priority. Interestingly enough, we didn't see the Wukong earlier in the day, but let's see what the last ones are going to be.
They did do it in the end. Still always quite funny to see it land there. The other one, of course, is the Gangplank. That's the other pick Value is quite known for that. He does occasionally draw bans for. We'll see if Chachi gives him a good angle to do it, right? Immediately, though, the thing that is on my mind is that the Poppy was left up and available, right, for Nord if they would like to take it. Very strong flex, but this is super high prio on the Ziggs, and I'll be honest, I like it too. I think the champion on this patch is absurdly broken.
Okay.
The one absurdly broken I don't know, but the buffs were huge.
The
ratio
AP
of
scaling,
buffs
it's insane.
once-
It's ludicrous.
And just to, because we don't tend to get to talk about Ziggs very often, the itemization for this champ 2 is so
cheap.
easy and so cheap right now. Because you're able to just, go Ludens, you can even go Storm Surge or things like Shadow Flame. These items are all really cheap, all give Pen and a lot of AP, and that flat AP is what you need. Vayu has early slammed the Gangplank, so he doesn't care about the fact that, there are a bunch of horrible matchups that could be answered into here. He's just doing it for the sheer love of the game that he knows that he's comfortable on this pick, and it's been picked up alongside the Azir.
And we
Good luck
slapped
for
the
those
Azir.
at home to watch Hipbrain cast this one, but tell me, Duckling.
We slapped the Azir. I'm not sure that's the best choice here. Would have liked to keep the counter pick here for my boy Scuffed in the mid lane. He has some more versatility to him. I think something like his Ari here could have been great, or potentially the Veigar, depending on the lock-ins. But so far, a more, I want to say, controlled draft here. I do expect the 6 to go bot lane for Hito. Doesn't really scream Cyru for me, but again, he is an adaptable player as this could be the jungle lock-in. The Trundle has risen in priority, but not a good target to fight, you can see on the side of Chaos to steal that from. And I'm not sure there will be, because, I could see Shakad going for some carry champ here. And Seela, he's not the biggest engaged player either.
So the way, Shackle was even the kind of guy who back in the day would even lock things like Graves, right? Like,
yeah, for sure.
And Diddley. Like, this is definitely the kind of player that he is, or would prefer to be. Obviously, we're very far removed from that meta at this moment in time, but hey, you never know. But I feel like the Trundle there is kind of to just deny it as an option for Chaos, just because the Scion has been locked in, and they don't want to not basically have a frontliner or a very juiced Trundle to have to deal with on the opposite side. Chaos were lacking some reliable engage. They're going to find it through the Vi. But again, I think the target's going to be very difficult to deal with here, because you've already got 2 very strong frontliners, and Ziggs is actually a very irritating champ to lock down just because of how far back you can play a range. So we'll see how much value Shakal can get out of it. Realistically, I think in the early game is where we're going to have to really look. And despite the fact that Trundle and Scion have been slammed and locked in, Poppy is still catching a ban here, so respect to treats. And it maybe says Snilla looking at, one of the engaged champs that really struggles with Poppy, like a Rakan or maybe even a Leona.
Yeah, we will see. I think the AD carry, not to be the target here against I. What do you want to ban against him? He has played a lot of Ezreal in the past, could be something. Does have the mobility as well, right? If you're picking a mobile AD carry here, all of a sudden, one good pillar from Jankos and you're going to get bombed by Hito and likely one shot later on in the game. But for now, the engaged supports are the target. I think something like the Rill could also be banned. You'll just go through the list. The Nautilus, maybe the Braum as well is still playable, right? There are many of these frontline supports, and if there's something Chaos need, well, I'd look at that and say they need a little bit more frontline.
Hey, what sort of help do you get for Nord at the moment? Xayah, Poppy being removed. This Ziggs, I'm looking at it, I'm like, there might be a little bit of a surprise on the Ziggs itself.
So what I will say is that Ziggs is so strong, and even into an Azir, you can technically run it mid. So I actually don't mind the respect Xayah ban here, just as a nod to, hey, Ziggs does get played bot a lot, but just the sheer fact of, what the mid lane matchup is, Ziggs is a champion that can play very, respectfully versus a champion like Azir. You can play without very little worry about threat. So they still removed that away, and lessons learned maybe from game 1 of the day. And also it seems like they wanted to lock in this Rel, so they weren't really trying to deal with that. With the Alistar and the Poppy both out, that Rel blind does make a lot of sense. And again, we're just looking for more engage out of that support role. When you have the Vi, you really want a buddy to dive with.
Now it's gonna have to be something revealed, like where is this card going to land, the Ziggs, and what is Trees going to play? Do you bring any sort of additional engage? Well, you can follow certainly the Scion with this one, but who's going to pad up with it?
I think the pick potential is so good now with the Rakan, right? You can put out the pillar from Jankos and very quickly Rakan all on top of it and 6 bomb from afar, and it's all just done. So
there you go.
Yeah, it looks like they're gonna move it mid. Not the pick I'd expect Sryru to play, but fair enough. The range and DPS you've got here, man. I think you've got a very solid lineup if they lock in the Sivir and likely will. So yeah, I like what they've got here, Nord. I think this is very strong, and let's see if Chaos have something up their sleeves to try and spice
Don't play
things
with
up.
them like that. That's a legit angle here. There's no point in click CC. You've got decent front line to hit. You've got a lot of scaling. The only problem is you wouldn't have a bastion of a foothold anywhere, right? You might win the 2v2, but beyond, that, like, it's going to be a very difficult game for this fight to navigate. I like this main angle. I like it a lot.
That's
Let's
a
see
Rai
how it
classic,
deals
Rai
with
classic.
The rest of the game, though.
That is something he's played a lot in his past of his career when he was, one of the dominant players who were too good for the league he played in, especially in the Danish National League, right? He could do whatever, and something like the Vayne was something he'd pull out, and he'd absolutely dominate with it. You've got some tanky targets to kill. I do get flashback to the caps with Dylan. We have to go Vayne, right? Because I see the sign, I see the trundle, I see the tank and why you want it. But at the same time, I see the range here on the side of Nord that will be so annoying to deal with, because if you get caught out, very quickly, there will be a 6-bomb on your head, and you'll be dead, and you can't get to play the fight. So, needs to be very careful, but I respect it. Chaos, they're sticking to their comfort. Look at what they've locked in. The Vayne and the GP here against Nord. They're saying, screw the meta, let's play what we know. Fair enough.
That's what I like, to be honest. That's what I like on the BO1. You have to showcase what your strengths are, especially if you're facing these sort of players. You need to be comfortable on what you're playing against these legends. Jamad and Duckling, is that a way for Chaos to turn this around? We've seen them on Spring. They're known for being chaotic. So, I just want to know, is that a way?
Yes.
If this game goes long enough, Chaos will be in it. Like, they'll have 3 champions with an insane amount of agency, a stupid amount of scaling, and I think fundamentally they just have 2 incredible tank busters that deal with dive as well. So if these frontliners of Nord ever step forward, they just get minced.
It's Denmark time.
Just hold the line, Chaos, and you might pull something gracious versus Nord. With that in mind, Hiprain, have fun with your GP. Just have fun.
I'm a happy guy right now. I love GP. In fact, at finals, we got Chachi on GP versus Los Ratones, and he actually delivered on that as well. So this time on the Sion side of the matchup, I mean, you're a top laner, I'm a GP main. Me and you have a little bit of an insight on this matchup, and we will go into that in a little bit, but I think we should talk a little bit about the overall state of the game and what these team comps are looking to do, because Chaos remind me a lot of the last game, right? Like, level 6 spikes, with the Vi and the GP on top of that, and obviously the Rel. Like, you have a lot of power for, like, mid-game fighting and early-game kind of, like, post-6 fighting on the side of Chaos, where Nord, I mean, they got Ziggs Sivir, they just want to sit back and clear waves.
Yeah, and they can. I really liked the Ziggs flex all the way from B1. It was... I've never seen a Ziggs B1, at least recently. They must perceive that champ, especially since the recent buffs, as very, very strong. And I've got to say, the Ziggs in this game really does outrange everyone on that team outside of the Gangplank ulti. So
yeah,
it's a really good angle.
It's scary as well, because if you are chasing forwards into Nord, which Nord are definitely realistically going to be peeling backwards away from the kind of like from the forwards engage of Chaos here, like putting down the minefield from Zweiru is going to be really, really effective at playing denial there. As seeing if barrel start off. I mean, most GP start barrel now. You never start Q anymore. Hasn't gone grasp actually. Has gone for the fleet footwork. So this is a pure lane sustain pick here. And you know, while I say Nord have scaling, you do still have scaling in the Azir, in the GP onto Chaos. But I do just feel like the ability to once Hiddo and Zweiru hit like one item, you have to kill members of Nord before you can take towers. You're not going to get free towers. Ziggs is going to just one-shot waves. Sivir is going to one-shot waves. It's going to get very hard to touch waves.
I really like that, by the way, in the mid lane. Zweiru has 2 out of 2 first strike procs, but a late invade. Vi's level 1 is really terrible, and Sion and Trundles is quite good. So they get the barrel. I mean, Vayu is really manning up here.
Yeah, I mean, he's playing denial. Again, Shackle, he's relying purely on his W. Does almost get the proc off, eats a Q. By just playing denial here. And they have actually been able to save Shackle's red buff, but this fight is not done. Again, they're down a champion. Scuffed, he's been forced to bring over, but he's dropping minion waves purely to get Shackle onto his red buff. And Jankos just goes, you know what? I don't care about your red buff. All I want to do is deny you one camp.
Vayu is a hero playing that level 1 out, 1 versus 2 versus a Trundle. He uses all 3 of his barrels, and Nord try to step up, but they take a lot of damage. Still, though, the push from Zweiru is really, really big. Scuff does sacrifice minions, like you said, but Zweiru gets the push and gets level 2, and he walks in, and there's a pause. A really good early game from Nord, but Vayu tries to save it a little bit.
I mean, that pause was probably just because they were like, hey, our Vi doesn't have any abilities. What's going on? You start W, unfortunately. We should have hit on that, actually, because the level 1 on the Trundle versus the Vi is miserable.
Hey, there's a
And
lot of
it's a good
interesting
invade.
stuff in this game. Like,
There's
I want to
so
go
much
in
to
depth
talk
on
about.
Gangplank, but Vi also, it's really relevant level 1 as well, right? So
Yeah.
you can see Nord heads up play, invading late on top side with that Scion Prio. With the Trundle Prio into the Vi. It's a good play. It's a good heads up play. That looks like the top side now for Nord should be secured.
Yeah, I do think, that is scary now for Vayu because he gave up quite a lot of time to play Denial on that jungle. There's just a 3 camp into a top dive, or gank, or potentially something to put Vayu. You blow a flash on GP. GP's biggest weakness is a total lack of mobility, right? Like, Pillar is going to completely deny him. If you're flashless and a Pillar hits on you on GP, you're dead. Like, there's nothing
It's
you
really
can do.
true. It's really true.
It's
And
so
Scion,
miserable.
Scion setup with E into Q is really reliable as well, right? If you can land that generally, it's super, super good. I think we should talk about Vayu and why he's locked in R1 Gangplank. I think that's a really interesting topic because viewers back home might not know, but Vayu is a little bit weird, right? He's a bit of a weirdo top laner. He's the type of top laner you open the OPG for and you go a bit, ew, He mains Teemo and Gangplank as a 2-trick. And so everyone target bans the Teemo. And when that's gone, he just blinds Gangplank. He has a 57% win rate on both champions with well over 100 games on each. And he's really good at these picks. So I'm excited to see what he does. He does have the Gangplank ulti on top of the Vi ulti as a duo. And he has a mobile champion on the enemy team. I mean, a couple of them. We'll see how he does
Me and Jamada, we had the pleasure of casting his Teemo last split. It was a complete clown fiesta of a game. It was really
Teemo's so
fun to
interesting.
watch.
I want to cast it so
Bro,
badly.
The way he fought with Teemo it was like the kind of stuff you as a Teemo main would be like, yeah, that's how you play Teemo. But for me as someone who only ever plays Teemo when I just feel like making someone miserable, he was just saving his mushrooms up, never using them to make zone control. He'd just use them like a rumble ult in the middle of a team fight. He'd just chain them and bounce them down the middle of the team fight. It was really interesting to watch him play. I've got faith in him. He's on one of my favorite champions. I got a lot of faith in this guy. But it does look like Jankos isn't going to go for the free camper and gank top. He's actually going to move off and head towards his bot side. He's just denying Shackle. Shackle gets 1 quadrant of the jungle this start.
Yeah. Jankos, excellent read. Takes the red buff after the Wraiths and is going to his Wraiths to cover so that he can cover the invade to match from Shackle. And now Shackle's really, really sad. Now, it's not the end of the world for Vi. The jungle role's a little funny at the moment where, even if you're down a bunch of camps, catch-up XP is so strong that he will hit 6 all the same, which is why people still draft Vi despite the risk of being invaded. That was a nice knock-up, a lot of damage, even in the severe lane. So typically...
Forces the heal out. Spell shield comes down there as well from Hiddo, so Snilla not going to play Denial. And we expected to see this Vayne actually kind of take over the early stage of the lane. It's going to come down to the Sivir.
Well, okay, listen, my Vayne... Wait, hold up. Vizzy's looking for a play here. If he has auto W...
Vayu's forced a flash.
That was very close. 20 health.
And Chachi doesn't lose much. He might have lost a single minion there, but that's fine. He'll be okay with that. Fresh ward placed here. I believe that was placed there by Zwairu. So Shackle getting tracked through his jungle. The only camp he's got up is a level 1 Krugs on the top side, and that is it. So they're going to catch him on his chickens. Forgotten the name of them. They're raptors when they spawn up again. And Jankos potentially could actually look for another invade.
With the Prio from Zwairu. If Zwairu TP's back, exactly, I completely agree with you. Zwairu TP's back with a lost chapter or something along these lines. Comes back, gets pushed at the right time, the 5 minutes-ish when the respawn will come through. Could be an angle, but Shackle's looking top.
Yeah, gets the barrel chain off onto Chachi. Nice
flash.
Slow. Gonna look to try and get the damage off onto him. Catches him with a knock-up. Trial by Fire's on. A little bit lower. That's a heal coming in. He charges the Q. Chachi secures the kill. And now Vayu left on his own. Low HP. Chachi has no mana though, so it looks like Vayu should be able to walk this one away. Gets a barrel down. It's just gonna play clear on the wave. Another massive charge off, dodges away on the Q, gets an orange off, and actually Vayu gets control of the lane. Jankos is making his way over. King's Domain comes down. There's the pillar, throws the Q out. It's not enough damage. Jankos flashes away. Vayu will fall, and a massive, massive wave loss for Vayu.
How does Chachi not die here? Look, he's level 4 at the start of this play, and there's such a big wave that Vayu hasn't
missed barrel.
yet. Vayu's going to be level 3 to level 5 from Chachi as this cannon dies, I believe, on the top right here. Dings up. has enough health to survive and lands the empowered Q, or rather the long channel Q to knock up the Vi, and the chase down comes through.
That is heartbreaking. Oh, a shutdown for Vayu. Okay, GP's back in the game. Shackle comes to the repeat gank, makes it work. That was a Hail Mary play topside. We did miss it. Hopefully we'll see it again, but I think they probably just caught a flashless Scion, to be honest.
Yeah, and I think the problem with Gangplank at the moment, where we don't see it as often as it should, is I just feel like his early's too weak. I come from the time of, in my Gangplank knowledge, is when Gangplank had one of the best level 1s in the game.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't feel that way anymore. Gang coming through from Yankos here, though. Pillars here.
Oh, Raya is able to break away. Good stun comes in from Sniller, but Sniller may be going down regardless. Just about survives the Boomerang Blade. This is miserable for the Vayne, getting completely outranged. The Ricochet just slowly, surely chipping him away. Zweiru, tactical nuke incoming. Down goes Raya.
Yeah, there's a nuke. The global from mid lane and comes down. Ziggs buffs is why Nord thinks this champion's so OP. They flex it down to bot lane, and this is an advantage you have, having Zweiru on your team. He loves these kinds of picks. These funky picks from mid lane, these control mages as well, he's very good at them, so locks it in. And that's going to be Dragon now to the side of Nord.
Yeah, really nice little pick up there for Nord. Gonna get him a slight advantage, and that still gives him a minute until the grubs are up. Shackle's still level 4. So there's no hope of him hitting 6 in time. Scuffed just gets caught away. He's able to flash away. He's able to dodge away, but that's a lot of pressure brought into that mid side. So Grub's very, very on the cards here. Yankos, can't see how much experience he's got. Hopefully we'll get a little look over him, and he could be closing in on that subjugate. Has got a pretty significant lead over Shackle right now, so Grub's very much on the card here for Nord with the lane swaps they've just pulled out.
Yeah, and it looks like they're leaving Vayne, Chaos rather, are leaving Vayne down in bot side, the lane against the Scion. I wonder if they'll reset and swap with TP down to bot lane, but Vayu doesn't have TP, so this is the lane assignment they're going to go for. And because of this, I imagine Chaos are actually just going to straight up give the grubs, unless Vayne runs all the way top side now. But they're going to have to, if they want to swap back, Vayu's just going to have to almost immediately recall.
There it is, 6 for Yankos as well, where Shackle doesn't have it. Big spike for the side of Chaos. Completely lacking from this grub fight. So I think they're just going to have to give. It's 2 objectives over early to the side of Nord, and Chaos.
I think Chaos made a mistake here. They had Vayne down in bot side, and they knew, you know, Vayu commits to going top side, and they knew Nord had swapped. But they're too late on their lane assignments, so they just cannot contest grubs when they had the intention of doing so. And now they just miss waves down bot side, whilst also not getting anything down in bot as well.
Mid lane? Okay, Scuffs just shuffles away. He's alright. Does escape the potential gank coming in from Chachi as Yankos stealing away more camps. Still, Shackle no level 6. This Vi desperately trying to hit that mark. And Sniller, he can't be there with his ADC because he needs to play jungle defense so Shackle can finally catch up. He's just hit 6, but they've lost 2 jungle objectives for that. They've lost a lot of map pressure. Honestly, this Trundle pick into the Vayne was really big brain. Oh, sorry, into the Vi was really big brain.
Yeah, it's super good. The invades have done so much work. And I think this game is just a case study of why Vi generally wants strong laners, so she doesn't get invaded off cooldown. Because that's what we're seeing, right? She's so far behind. At least at the very least, she's dinged 6, but it's delayed her 6 to quite a while. And Yankos has been able to run free. But at the very least, she should be in the back in the game now. I'm looking now to see where they can play for, but I really do think this team comp just lacks enough damage. Maybe they can look for a shuffle mid lane and an ulti from the Azir to try and fish for Zweiru with that Vi ultimate, but it looks like Zweiru's just going to hug his turret.
Looks like Chaos could also be potentially getting ganked on the bot side. They're recognizing this, just going to back off. They have got a ward in that tri-brush just above Yankos, so they'll see him making his way over. Right. Unfortunately, I feel like Chaos's game plan would be, let's just farm up, hit some spikes, and go for a fight, but that's exactly what Nord want. They've got a Sivir, and they've got a Ziggs.
Scale. They do better because of the range on the Ziggs. You are incredibly good into the champions on the side of Chaos.
I think Raya might be in danger here. He's got multiple people collapsing in on him. Can they find the quickness? Raya goes for the ultimate, just breaks away, but they find the bomb down. Well, that's going to be enough to finish him up. Cannon barrage coming through isn't going to do remotely enough to play denial. Sniller gets a pillar thrown onto him. He's trying to get some damage off as in comes Scuffed. He needs to find the shuffle of the century to save this one. They got a satchel down to make sure the tower could potentially get popped. Also denial from Scuff from jumping in. Riot, he's just unfortunately spent this entire game solo because Snilla has had to be putting fires out elsewhere.
Yeah, I think the Vayne pick is very ambitious here. I believe it was an R5 Vayne or somewhere picked alongside, along the line. It's a good pick in isolation to the Sivir, at least it used to be back in the day when you used to pick that. But it's against so much AoE and CC from range that I think it's just going to have so many problems trying to play the game.
He can't even reset. I mean, like, sure he lives, but he's slowed down so significantly. Meanwhile, Zweiru, happy to just grab bomb, grab tower, first tower over. That's the feat secured for the side of Nord. And Vayu, he doesn't hurt Chachi, man. But Chachi, he really hurts Vayu.
Yeah, I mean, Sion, he's a little bit imbalanced right now. It looks like, I mean, Sion is going to be strong in the side lane for a very long time. Vayu still does, on that GP, have the economy farming on that Q as the passive. And that economy farming will only go up here once he maxes out at level 9. But for a long time, it's just going to be a case of wave clearing on this gangplank, trying to get to spikes and playing the team fights. And until then, Chachi is just going to milk this tower. That's another 125 gold. And you can imagine the tower's going to die eventually when they bring the Ziggs up to top tower and farm that last plating in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, this actually could be a 15-plater. They got 2 minutes left to do it, and
3 grubs.
I mean, look at this tower. They got triple grubs. Just take 3 plates off.
Yeah, look, Ziggs is going straight topside. They have Demolish on the Sion by the time the Ziggs goes top, as well as the Ziggs W. I think this tower is cooked as well.
I don't think they can do anything about it. And Jankos, he's just going to grab himself another dragon. I mean, I don't know what to say, buddy. This is a very, very hard game for Chaos. I think they drafted themselves into a bit of a corner here. And unfortunately, Shackle has just been able to have absolutely no impact on the Vi. Got heavily zoned out, got 1 quadrant on the first clear.
Look at the pings on top side as well.
Oh my
gosh, there it
throws
is.
down the cannon barrage, flashes away from the center of the bomb. He does put some damage down, but Treats is just too slippery. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, that's going to be Snilla going down. Raya hit by the Q from Jankos. He just chomps in. 7 and 1.
Raya, I think the 15 plates is coming true right now. Hiprain, I think this plating is gone. The tower has gone in mid lane. The tower has gone in top lane. 15 plates for the side of Nord.
What's funny was I said, Nord are just going to stall this game, right? Like, they've got scaling Sivir, they've got scaling...
Hiprain, this could have been a perfect game.
Oh! Hiddo?
Oh my gosh, there goes Hiddo. Oh,
good spell shield! Pillar's huge! Interrupt Shackle! No way does he get away from that one! Hiddo's out!
My word, I think Shackle tried to smite ulti so that the spell shield would be consumed by the smite and then get the ulti off, but it didn't quite cancel it in time. I'd have to see what happened there. But that's 15 plates. The Trundle Pillar is just salt in the wound. What an absolute shellacking from Nord right here. Almost a perfect game if Chachi hadn't died on that Sion earlier on.
I think it's forgivable. As Chachi actually just jumps into the middle of everyone, looks to charge the Q up, does hit it, flashes over the wall into Scuff, gets the Heartsteel proc off, shuffle back. Scuff comes in with the pillar, the slows onto the Azir, he's out of mana. Snilla gets the Q off just to get the slowdown, but Treats is chasing with that quickness. W coming up fairly soon as well. Scuff desperately trying to break away, forced the flash away. As Treats hits him with a Gleaming Quill, gets hit by a Q slow as well, and he's blast coned almost into the tower, but is able to escape. I mean, I don't know, man. We said that Nord wanted to... Oh, my word. Oh, my word. Nord wanted to play slow and scale. They're just in so much control. Chaos. I just don't see an avenue back in.
Hiprain, like, listen, I have a really hot take here.
Go on.
I think Nord might have some really good players on the team.
Yeah, you know what?
I think the names, they might be pretty good, and I'd say some of them could even, be world's caliber at points in their career.
You know what? I think these are some players to watch if I were you, Aragon. They could have a big future ahead of them. As Vayu jumps into the alcove, that Tangerine ain't gonna do diddly squat. As Wairu will take him down. 8 and 1, 15 minutes on the clock. I didn't think I'd ever see a Sivir win a game, like, in under 30 minutes, but I think that's very much on the cards. Oh, Jankos flashes over. In comes the tactical nuke. Snilla almost eviscerated from that one. Jankos continues to chase. As now Raya, he has popped the ultimate. He's coming in to see if he can get the damage down. The quickness catches on. And that is one dead Vayne. The Magnus Storm's not going to be enough. Down they go.
And that's the tier 2 tower at 15 minutes. Bot lane's getting pushed in. There's no cross-map play. It's just straight up 2 dead and a tier 2. And that is almost a 10k gold lead at 15 minutes.
Yeah, I don't see how they hold this. He's going to have to throw the cannon barrage here from Vayu. Gets caught by the knock-up. Does have the W if he needs it. It's a little bit of damage off, but it's too early for GP damage to be high. And yeah, I mean... Did we really expect this game to come out in a different way, if I'm completely honest with you?
Well, I mean, sometimes you don't expect a perfect game, you know? Like, that is...
No. I think a perfect game is 9 impossible in the current form of League of Legends as well.
I completely agree.
It's so hard.
Oh, my word.
I didn't even see the point in play-by-play, if I'm honest. Nilla just folded.
Your job is hard. I have to analyze this. Like, what is there to talk about? I think Vi's dead again.
Yeah, I think Shackle, unfortunately...
Ooh, that was pretty nice. It was a good angle.
Yeah, just able to get over the wall, but, I mean... Surprisingly, Shackle is only, 6 CS down the Jankos. He's done a good job of keeping up in farm considering the start he had, but the problem is Shackle, yeah, he's caught up to Jankos, but Jankos was able to get ahead and buy his team a lot of space. And by a lot of space, I mean 10,000 gold at 17 minutes kind of space. You have a 2,000 gold lead on your Sivir. You have a 3,000 gold lead on your Ziggs. A 2,400 gold lead on your jungle. There's a 1,500 gold lead between supports as well. I don't really see the angle for Chaos to come back into this, unfortunately.
Do they have wave clear?
GP in his ear, kinda.
Gangplank, I guess, but I think Nord have insane siege as well.
Yeah. I think the problem is GP needs 2 items to get, like, guaranteed wave clear. Might have to hold that. Sniller, you're going down. Flashes out. Jankos is going to secure the kill. In comes the knock-up onto Raya. Raya's actually able to hold his life. The shuffle potentially from Scuff, but he just loses way too much HP. The barrels barely tickle Hiddo and Chachi, and a tier 2 tower will crumble. This could be as close to a perfect game as you can get in the current state of League of Legends.
Yeah, I've got to say, I watch a lot of League, right? I watch a lot of pro play. I watch LPL every single day, and the LCK, I just don't see games this hard stomped very often. And I don't think I've ever seen a pro play perfect game. Now, it is still 1 death away from that, but getting one this close?
Yeah.
Not seen one all year. I haven't.
Shackle is just going to engage in onto Hiddo, catches him with a knock-up. Boomerang Blade comes out, and Shackle, you do not have the damage, my friend. Hiddo going to finish him up. Scuff now going to make his way into the fight. Treats is able to break away, but Jankos comes over just to make sure. Throws down the King's Domain. Lets Chaos know he is in charge.
Yep, dragon spawning as well on some planet where they secure the
Scuff.
objective bounty.
Shuffle back. Actually could be enough to get a kill. The tower comes out, and that is going to be the shutdown. Gifted over to Vayu. They do trade out 1 for 1, but that might be the worst play we've seen from Chaos all game.
Shutdown. Yeah, I mean, Jankos gets shuffled into a Zir tower, I suppose. I don't think this is ever going to convert into anything. So I think for Chaos, their solid game plan right now, I think they've just got to do that 17 more times.
Yeah.
And then maybe they'll be even. What about you? What do you think?
I mean, that is literally... The only other thing I could see as a potential avenue is Nord led up off the gas for some silly reason, and Vayu gets 3 towers like we saw in the last game. But I think when Raya is getting one shot by Zweiru and Treats, I don't think that's quite so doable. Although Vayu's made his way over. He's got the Lord Dom, so he's going to start to do some damage, but Treats, as a slippery ferret, is able to jump away.
Yeah, I think the Vayne, it was ambitious. You know, we've seen Smolders, we've seen Sennas into the Sivir blinds currently, since the champion's so OP, but it just hasn't worked out. I've got to respect the attempt to pull out what you've got to assume is one of his best champions, because nobody plays this champion, but
I mean,
it just wasn't meant to be. I mean, there might be a Dancing Shelly. I think there could be. Sniller could swap to Smite. No, he doesn't have Spellbook, so this is just going to be a charge off right here.
Yeah, there's the charge. It's not going to be a dancing Shelly, but it is going to be a tower charge. He's going a little bit low, though. Raya trying to get some extra damage off. Oh, where did Stiller's health bar go? Jankos devastated him. Shackle comes in on the flank. Scott's going to put some damage out, but they're able to answer out with the kill. They trade off. It's actually, you know, a fairly okay fight for them. Chaos may have held.
Okay, look. They've held. They for sure have held. And that Nexus tower will respawn.
Yeah.
But
It's actually better to leave the tower on under 30% HP because it can go back. They're going to put the Azir tower up. Bomb comes down. They're going to get some a little bit of extra damage off. Treats is able to jump away. Vayu, can he get the barrel off? It hits onto Hiddo, but he spell shields. It gets caught into the wall. Vayu jumps forward. Hiddo flashes away. And Zwyer is godlike. They're trying to find the extra damage, but Jankos is doing too damn much. Chaos can't find their opening.
yeah, Hiddo drops really low. Lots of very low health bars in the last two fights right there. Maybe a bit of an overextension from Nord. It looks like they want to end this game with that Rift Herald. That's their intention right here, but a little bit too much. You can see the Vayne DPS, the Azir DPS. They do have lethal tempo stacked on both of them. So
Yeah.
that's the idea, and that's why they do shred through Vizicachi still. And that's another
It was-
shutdown, I guess.
Yeah,
If
it was solid. I think
At least it's a kill.
a fight like that, if Vayu had it IE, is very different, but I don't see it in a window. And there was a little replay of Shackle once again, falling down, 1-4 on the Vi, unfortunately, not being the most clean performance from them. And I think this could just be the end of that final tower. Bit of wave clear comes out from Vayu. It's going to dodge away on that bouncing bomb. Throws down another set of barrels. Did crit there onto Zwyree, so loses a fair amount of HP. That might be enough to hold the inhibitor for now. I say that. They're going to throw the pillar. Scuff's just going to have to shuffle away. On the hunt gets thrown down as Streets jumps into the backline. The tactical nuke does a little bit of damage there from the bomb as Raya actually putting some work into Chachi. Going to slowly but surely take them out. We do see the Ricochet's doing some work though. And Raya, he is just going to have to dash away and get out of this one, but no flash available. There's the pillar. That should be the finish up. Scuff gets the shuffle back. That's quite a big opener. Chachi's going to go down as well. Vayu's able to get a couple of kills. They're able to clear through, but the tower and Vayu just too damn low. Cannon Barrage is going to try and hold the tower, but it's not going to be enough. Vayu can't do anything. Hiddo's going to continue to fire away. Vayu tries to get the pillar off, does get the shutdown. Hiddo is going to fall, but the Nexus will fall too. That was one-sided. What can I say?
A last stand for Chaos. They tried to look for the Azir shuffle, but
Yeah.
it just wasn't enough. At the very least, they found some kills here or there. But my lord, was that the hardest stump we've seen? I feel like maybe Lost Returners LLS was harder, but
We
that
did have
was
quite a
also
hard
a
one.
statement, wasn't it?
That
I
was a
think Nord
quick
is-
game. Like,
Wow.
LLS, Lost Returners was a quick game. But this one was, like, just devastating. There was
Yeah.
no hope. And,
That,
you know,
that
it comes
did
down
feel
to
like
just
it
the draft
sucked
diff.
more hope out of the souls of the other side Chaos than the other game did. Wow. Sorry, I'm in shock. That was
I mean,
mental.
same. I think what we'll do is, this is a very hard game to wrap up. So we're going to make Duckling and Archer's life, and Jamada, I guess. He's there. We'll make their life hard. Over to you guys to break that game down.
Hey, Jamada, I guess you're working with us as well. If you want to,
Yeah.
okay? If you want to. Hipran doesn't know.
Yeah,
It is a rough game. It is a rough game. And to me, this is a statement coming in from Nords that they have the team and they have the power and they have the willingness to rise above. I know getting 2 finals and not getting a game on those finals can be hurtful. I think this team has an objective. It's showing.
Yeah, I mean, what a game. What a game, right? This was disgusting. The 6 was absolutely atrocious, man. It was not in the bad way, but like how rough it was to see it just demolish anyone it even touched. Like it was, the damage was crazy. The pushing they had as well. Like the ease of getting the standing goals. 15 tower plates. How rarely do we see that in competitive play?
Yeah.
They took down every single tower, and like from the first invade, where the small things went wrong, this was the final nail in the coffin. 4 minutes in, Yamada, you can talk to me why this is an FF moment, because like what even happens here, man?
Yeah, so you have the gank, right? And you're thinking, well, this makes sense. They did flash for flash a second ago, but then Chachi levels
Oh
up.
my god.
Wow.
The frame he probably would have died, and gets the turnaround
that's
on
more.
Shakal. And then there's more, because you're thinking, well, okay, well, at least Vayu can, like, heal up with Fleet, maybe a couple of citrus fruits down him. Yeah, no, you know, Resident Polish
20
shows
HP
up in
survives, by
Handcross,
the way.
and he survives the first Q, and that was on 20 HP, and then the turnaround here, that was 18. I just want to point out, Chachi basically dropped down to 20 HP twice, back to back, and off that death, not only did he miss the opportunity to get a kill, right, through the gank, he was unfortunate enough to not kill Chachi twice, and then he dies and misses that wave. At that point, as gank, oh, I can't say it on broadcast, but I promise you, he didn't want to play the game anymore, right? He wanted to be finished with that. And that's kind of just the risk you run, right? When you lock in something like Gangplank that early, you run into bad matchup. Or, I mean, Sion's not even the worst matchup in the world, but you run up into, like, rough 2v2s in the top side where you get to see what Jankos ended up doing with that extended 1v1 invade, or what actually really was a 3v3 late invade. And yeah, that pretty much skewed the entire game because almost everyone on the top side was behind from that point.
I mean, we took the final fight as well, right? In terms of replays, the game was raw already before we saw the first one. And at this point, you know, they were fighting desperately. And I think I said while we were loading into the game, this is either the most 20 minutes easy stomp or 50-minute, you know, chaos game like we saw with Vert and Lost Ratones yesterday, if they had had the time to scale. Because at the end, you start to see a bit of these items spikes come through, right? The 2 items on GP. You saw a few items as well on Scuffed on the Asir, but the thing is, the wallets were just too heavy for Nord. Like, they could play with so much confidence and still not be really punished for it because they were just so far ahead. Was it 15 minutes they were 10k gold ahead? Like, what do you want me to say? They got absolutely stomped. My Danes, it's not a proud one to be a Dane watching this game, especially as one of my former players participated in that. But it happens, they drafted themselves into a hole with, we have to scale, and, you know, they found the weakness, right? Punished the Vayu when she doesn't have winning lanes. She couldn't get ahead, down, and it was done. It was such a doomed game. And there are so many ways you could say it was doomed, but it was just doomed.
When you look back and you look into the game of Los Ratones versus Lightside, you know it was a fast game, a one-sided game as well. Everybody had fun with it. But this one, there was a mission. It was not about ending early. It was like being efficient, being surgical, and just getting the job done when it was required. It was not about a speed run. They didn't want to finish the game. They just wanted to make the game clean, getting everything they could. This is surgery, right, Shamada? Like, I'm not saying it's perfect, but it's like,
They could have been cleaner if they wanted to. Like, it gets to a point where you know the game's pretty over and you just kind of have a little bit of fun. But I agree in terms of like the execution up until that point that I just mentioned. Yeah, like it was practically flawless. A little bit of fortune again. I'm going to point to that Sion gank because at the end of the day, you know, at the very least, if Chachi does die on that stacked wave,
yeah,
that's a little bit of something for Chaos, right? And then, you know, Gangplank isn't waiting until basically the Nexus dying to hit level 13 and actually become a champion at that point. So, yeah, I will say just Chaos came in, did the business, right? That was what it was. Oh, sorry, rather, Nord came in and did the business, and that is what we expected of them. We expected that to be a relatively one-sided game anyway, and it was always going to be on the side of Chaos to try and make it competitive. And they came in, they said, you know what? We'll just draft a bunch of comfort, and we'll play hyperscaling in all 3 lanes. But when you do that, you get games like this where if the other team is willing to exploit you, they will, and they did.
well, this in mind means that North ties up with Rich Gang, and only their game will be the tiebreaker. So one team will get the first seed, the other team will get the second one. There's no way around that one. I think, yeah, there's no way around that one, as we still have our 3rd game of the day. Nord will take a break before they fight versus Rich Gang, which means match 3 is going to be Ready versus Venom Crest. Since Aragon doesn't have the willpower to accept bets with the teams, we won't have like a coach shaving their heads, but at least we're going to have a lovely game. This is it for Ready. They need this. Venom Crest, they kind of required it. We'll see what happens after the break. I'll see you soon.
Data is everything. It's the building blocks of our world. It's our environment, our technology, how we communicate, create, and innovate. A single data point won't move the needle. But the more data points we connect, the further we can go. Because it turns out, the best way to forecast the future is to build it. So we did. And this is that mark. Engineered to embody innovation and defy limitation. Harnessing the unknown to reveal the future. This is the new SanDisk.
And we are back. This is it. Welcome Jamada, welcome Duckling. It's going to be Ruddy versus Venom Crest. With this in mind, if Venom Crest wins this game, they lock in third. Meanwhile, Ruddy will have some complications moving forward. High stakes for both teams. For Ruddy, it's a team that made into semifinals or at least finals on the lower bracket on Spring Split, Copenhagen. Right now, they're looking into the seeding stage and they're not getting that W.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, let's not ignore the elephant in the room, right? Of the backroom changes you can say have happened at Ruddy, formerly Ruddy Sack, right? Dominate and Yamato no longer being here. This is, I don't want to call it a transition split, right? But a return to Ruddy's roots, perhaps, maybe even more so to, I don't want to call it grind, but to the UK culture and banter that really defined the org in the beginning before they became a very good talent factory, actually, making back-to-back finals with it. So, I'm not expecting the highest level of gameplay. I do love the fact that formerly known as Manaflow Bando has renamed to Congolese in the mid lane. As it's something we did here in the Copenhagen finals, a very nice chant from the Ruddy Ultras about them wanting a Korean mid laner, but they ended up with a Congolese. So, yeah, I mean, it's good banter. I think Ruddy are fun to watch, and with Don Jig in the jungle, it's gonna be content.
Well, not that bad, right?
You know, look,
Tell me.
no secrets. Don Jake is like a little brother to me.
Okay.
So it is quite the hilarious pathing that we've ended up in, where we are watching him play competitively in the league that
Wow.
I've now found myself on as well. Yeah. That said, he didn't have a bad week 1 individually for like the first 5 to 10 minutes of each game. And, you know, he did salvage a lot of plays. He made a couple of proactive plays, in particular his Lee Sin game. Wasn't that bad. I've got to be honest, right? Found a couple of plays that could have, in other circumstances, maybe turned the game around a little bit. But, of course, as we now know, those games are a little bit too far gone. And, yeah, I just wanted to highlight some of his good plays here in that Nord game. But there was one clip that I felt had to be seen by the world during a solo queue practice on Shaco.
Why is he practicing Shaco?
Don't. Hey, no comment. I look. Maybe you see it today, right? Who knows? Maybe it gets locked right now, and in this game as it's about to start in a few minutes. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean,
Jamada. Continue, Declan.
It was just that there's one player I'd highlight on this team that I think actually could maybe do something. I'm looking at the mid laner. My sources have told me Congolese is actually the best player of all time from below Sahara. So if that quote rings true, we'll find out. That is my inside sources. I won't be leaking exactly who within or close to the Ruddy did tell me that. But I'm looking forward to it. I thought he looked okay. I mean, you get smashed 2 games, right? I'm picking at straws here. I think Hyper's played competitively in the past as well at the UK level. I remember his name, but not as a standout. Like, we're really digging the bottom of the barrel here, but it's good fun, and I'm hoping they cook up something creative for us here. You know, Ruddy, they always fail to deliver. You can never really take your eyes off them because something fun is always happening at that all.
Okay, they're facing Venom Crest at this moment. They're bringing in the roster. We already seen them today. And you were talking about this earlier in the Champions Select. You want Baki on something where he can kite, where he can hyper carry, where he can as an AD carry with those mechanics, correct?
Yeah, I mean, Jamada, this is your graphic. Take it away, man. You know, you can talk about how good Baki is.
Yeah, I mean, Baki honestly just had a really, really strong showing in week 1 playing on that Ezreal. Again, I felt like he was kind of a little bit hamstringed on the Ashe, and even earlier today, I felt like, again, very similar scenario where he wasn't necessarily handed the nicest, situation. So I really feel like if Venom Crest can set up, Baki for a little bit of success to kind of be the vocal point of a draft, I think he's demonstrated that he can be the guy to lean on, especially in those slightly more, roller coastery kind of games. And hey, like, if any team has the potential to deliver you a roller coastery game, it's, like, it might be Ruddy. Like, if you're like looking towards starting to struggle in your group, it might end up being Ruddy. And here we are, picks bands. Venom
Crest has a win already, 2 losses. The Nunu yet again. They're not letting Jake play with a Nunu, sadly, to be honest. Camille and Talia, so the S tier picks coming out from Ruddy.
Yeah, I mean, banning away, right? The 2 promoted UKL players the Ruddy players will be familiar with, knowing their strengths. So banning out both as champions, and one of Boost's most well-known in the UKL scene as well. More standard ban with the Pantheon, but the Riven, of course, aimed at Hyper.
Yeah, we'll see where Ruddy decide to go here, right? Because obviously a lot of very targeted, bans here, and we're just seeing a straight, raw...
Jinx B1.
Jinx B1. Okay, so let's just see what Ruddy decide to do, because I think doing this is quite brazen, right? You open yourself up to a lot of very aggressive early lanes that can kind of just prevent Jinx from even getting to a point where she's scary in scales. This is also something that we saw G-Trax on, and it does seem like a big comfort pick of his, so we'll see what Venom Crest's answer is, because I asked for something that is kind of centered around Baki. It doesn't get more centered around an AD than Lucian lanes, really, and a lot of those comps as a whole tend to rotate around the bottom lane entirely, so this could be setting up for a really nice Venom Crest draft.
Yeah, I
you
mean,
might want to go for the jungle right now instead of that support, but do you allow the team of Ruddy to steal what could be the perfect pair for Lucian? We've seen it in the past, the fish is good, but Braum has been a menace, but they're going for that wall in front of Lucian.
Wow.
Duckling, yeah.
Fair enough. I'm still yet to see that carry boost game, right? And I think this would have been the one, but obviously when you prioritize your AD carry so highly that you'll play around him, it does make sense to deprioritize your top lane a little bit and boost and play that role fine. I'm excited to see what they pair it up with. Nami was obviously the original pairing, but that has changed a bit as people have realized there are many strong 2v2s you can pair the Lucian with, right? The Braum, the Thresh, other enchanters as well. As the Fiora gets slammed down, yeah, Ruddy, they're not effing around, man. They're picking whatever they want here.
Yeah, alright, cool. Fiora obviously is going to do just fine into Sion in lane. It's going to get through it quite easily. And once, Sion can't help but stack health, right? Like, even if he builds items that don't give him a lot of health, his W passive is just going to give it to him either way. So we'll see exactly how Hyper gets on. I mean, if the Aurelia game was anything to go by, mechanically, we know that he's obviously got hands, right? So we'll see exactly how much work he can actually get done on those side lanes as the game progresses, but that does put a lot of pressure on Ruddy to try and find an early dragon, at least one, right, to allow time for Hyper to scale on those side lanes. I like the Nico angle because it's going to give them a lot of poke and priority into almost every single matchup. It's locked now into the rel, and they should be able to, at the very least, hold their own in that 2v2.
At least the lock-in is in for both teams, and I don't know, I see the protection or the setup being built for G-Tracks with Jinx. I don't think it's enough, and I think it's displaced so far. Well, let's see what happens. For the jungle, well, Pantheon's going to be the Xin Zhao. Are they going to take away more of Don Jake?
You know what?
What, Shaco? Are they going to ban Shaco? Is that it?
Not
is
after
that
they saw the clip.
No,
They saw the clip, they're not. I mean,
okay.
fair play to Don Jake here. He's at 3 champions banned away from him, laying in Emerald Elo as we are talking. I mean, I do find it kind of disrespectful. You've got a guy in that Elo, and you still don't want to give him some sort of comfort to give him a chance, but, kick someone while they're already laying down. Why don't you? As now, maybe you could look to try and ban out the mid lane as Ruddy, clearly trying to trim out Airspool. I've got a list to my right of many other champions he could still play, so don't worry. There is more in that. But the Poppy being banned as well is also a jungle for Don Jake, because at this point, look at what you've locked in. Unless Congolese plays Nico mid lane, well, that's a support Nico. Top already locked. That would be Poppy jungle.
Yeah, I'm sure there's still picks that are there, right? Stuff like Wukong, for example, quite easy to play. He's already demonstrated that he can
Jarvan,
at the very
maybe?
least play Vi. Yeah, Jarvan also quite simple. I'm sure there are answers. Orianna also going to actually hit the ban bench there for Air, so we'll see exactly where you go, because at this point for mids, you're starting to think about stuff like Syndra, right? That really kind of comes to the front. As Wukong, I expect to probably get locked in, and I wonder if that just gives Don Jake a pretty easy layup Trundle game, right? You're into Wukong, you got 3 melees, basically, is what I'm saying. So there should always be a lot of value here for Trundle if Don Jake wants it. We'll see exactly what angle he wants, though, because again, the jungle pool is quite heavily pinched, and there's not really too many other strong options that come to mind outside of that Trundle. Others would be, very much a preference of a thing, and M1 potentially, or Congolese rather, going towards this Cassiopeia again into 3 melees, into dive, into champions that want to move forward.
Fair enough.
I don't hate this at all.
Yeah. The question just is if they can execute it, right? Maybe a shout out to Alaric there from Hydra, the former rider support, the big sack player. Could also just be the lock in for Don Jake, of course. The jungle, the last pick they need. The K6, maybe a bit too much agency on the Emerald player, but why not? Just like something crazy in. Will it be the sack? The Mundo. You know what? Fair enough. That's a tank. I can see that. Now on the side of Air, though, what do you want to go with here? Obviously, you'll be playing something AP, because otherwise, a lot of AD in your lineup. And the question just is what? On my list to the right, I'm seeing his Rise being very good, but that's short range, maybe not what you want in this particular matchup. Those are actually the main ones. Actually, they've managed to ban out quite a few of them. Silas, Echo,
like Xerath
also on the
would be
list.
really awesome here. Something with range that can really control space. I like this Anivia angle. Honestly, there's no champions that can really deal with the wall. All of these champs are, air quotes, immobile, right? No dash with the exception of the Fiora. So I quite like this. And on top of that, you can send the Anivia into the Fiora lane to just deal with the waves, right? At that point, Fiora either can't split push anymore or has to build something like a Hull Breaker to try and at the very least get through towers quickly if she's ever there first. So honestly, I don't hate this. We'll see how Venom Crest navigate, and I feel like Ruddy themselves have given them their players a lot of comfort across the board.
Okay, ready, Venom Crest. Venom Crest wins this one, is capable of securing a good place for them with a 2-2. Ready, if they lose, they're going to be on a 0-3, which is a complicated task ahead of them after they still have a game after this
Against
one. If I'm not
Chaos,
mistaken,
yeah.
there you go, against Chaos. This is going to be the last one. This in mind, let's toss it to the casters. Aragon and Hiprain, are you ready for what's about to follow? That's my toss to you, casters.
Maybe we've
I
left
hope you
Aragon.
do.
There we go. That was beautiful. Just catch him off right as he tries to save it. Yeah, I am not ready for this game, if I'm going to be completely honest with you, Archer. This is a very bizarre draft. Me and Aragon actually VOD reviewed one of our games from last week, and Aragon had a little mini rant about how much he hates Fiora. So, Hyper picking up the Fiora. Go on. Aragon's muted
I've
on
been
BBX.
yapping whilst muted. Absolute classic. No, to be fair, the context that I was giving was that Fiora was specifically bad in that game because she was against globals, right? You can't split push when you're against an active global champion and you want to push but you have no info. So not being against globals this game, you know, Hyper's much more set up for success. Being against a tank, against no globals, that's great.
Yeah.
I will say I've never seen a cast blind before, right? That surprised me. I was expecting another control mage to come out, maybe something like a Hui, because they banned out the Victor Oriana. So I could see some issues for Congolese, maybe into the range and the control, the area control that the Anivia does provide. But I've got to say, I'm not an Anivia expert. I don't think I've ever casted or watched this champion play outside of into Rumble top lane.
It's
So see,
you know,
ooh, look at that.
Oh, Don Jake, he's off the jungle. Off he goes.
Yeah, he's breaking. He's stopping and starting.
I love this. I love this hasted animation. It's so good. And to be fair, I feel like Ruddy have just locked in a lot of comfort. You know, we've seen G-Trax play pretty much exclusively, if not exclusively, Jinx.
I think it's only Jinx so far, yeah. And we've seen a lot of Nico as well. This is also one of Don Jake's 3 Musketeers of Champions. He's like this Pantheon of Wukong, I believe. So
There's
he's
a
very
Nunu in
comfortable
there.
on Mundo. Oh, the Nunu, of course. Disregard one of the champs I said, but Mundo's definitely in there. And it's a very scaling pick. I think for both sides this game, we've got a lot of scaling involved.
Yeah.
You've got scaling split push top laner, a Wincon. You've got a scaling jungler in the Mundo, a scaling mid laner in the Cassiopeia who wants to play into engage, and a scaling Jinx with a Nico to help her get through the lane. The same can be said on the other side, you know, with the Scion scaling, with the Wukong and the Anivia. At the very least, that's my understanding of Anivia. We'll see how they get through the lanes and how they scale up in this game.
Yeah, well, right now, you do have Venom Crest, but a pretty aggressive bot lane. Lucian, very good at taking over a lane early. So, could be an angle for them to get through. Obviously, the Anivia lane, early, it's not going to have, like, basically just complete lane neutralization, but once you unlock the ultimate at level 6, you literally neutralize the lane. Like, you one-shot the wave, and you walk away, and you just slowly just build up enough pressure and lane off constantly shoving. And you know the Cass does contribute a lot in the fights with the miasma and that W that can kind of just slow down and ground people. It's actually a very good tool for controlling zones within a fight. Obviously, the Petrifying Gaze also kind of makes like it's a bit like Leona, where it makes like a death range. Where like if you walk into range of Petrifying Gaze, the fight could be really, really nasty for you.
Yeah.
My concern for Ruddy, and going back to the top lane, is they have a Fiora. And you said you hate Fiora into globals. I just generally hate Fiora.
It's an unreliable win con. I've got to agree with you there.
Yeah, split pushing is miserable right now. Like, you have to get ahead on Fiora. Otherwise, you are useless. Like, it's not like a Camille who still, you know, offers something in a team fight. Like, Hyper kind of offers not a lot, unless they're really fed and they can jump into the fight and burst someone. So, I don't know. I have to keep our eye on Hyper and see if they can actually get ahead early before, you know, the Dragon Wing conditions get unlocked. But meanwhile, Baki and Hydra both losing a fair chunk of HP in the bot lane.
Yeah, Volatile trades down in bot side with a double range lane into the melee. Keeping an eye on how Hyper does, and he is just really outplaying Bust right here. Usually Sion's quite strong in lane with the shield bash and how strong he is early game at the moment after several buffs. But Hyper's doing incredibly well right here versus the poke of the Sion. So Exciting to see him get pushed right here. That's going to be Crab secured for Don Jake as well, up in top side. And again, it's going to be a calm one. Wukong's going to want to farm till 6. The most volatility we're probably going to get is in bot lane, and a bit of trading up in top side, but that should never be a kill.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, right now, Jake actually might look at coming in as Cobbs on the Wukong, just obviously not really going to offer too much. It's a Wukong pre-6, but what he is going to offer is just a bit of lane pressure. Make sure that wave crashes and Baki and E-Skipper can head back to base and reset, because that lane was in a bit of a rough place for them.
Yeah. Looks like they're going to reset, like you said. I wouldn't mind seeing a lane swap coming in for Venom Crest right here at any point if they can, because Sion is going to like suffer a lot less in the lane swap scenario, because he can stay under tower, and if he's missing XP, he's a lot happier than a Fiora is. So I would really look for a proactive lane swap here for the side of Venom Crest. We'll see if they do this after the Lucian catches this wave, because Lucian's condition isn't very good either. He's low health, he's low mana, he probably wants a recall too.
Oh, hold on. Hyper actually might have the solo kill here. Hits the sweet spot. Bust is able to get the level up to 5 as he flashes into the minion, but Hyper only needs a couple more Qs. He's going to hit it. Gets the W off of the slow. Bust is low HP, and that is first blood for Hyper. Beautifully played.
Managed to find the kill. Bust flashes for an auto attack on a minion to get the level up, but he's flashed in, so he's going to die in the rundown anyway. I mean, I respect the attempt from Bust. But still, a good play from Hyper, using the parry to slow and run him down with auto attacks. TP's up the top side, and I feel like an opportunity has been missed here by Venom Crest to find that lane swap and abuse the fact that you have a superior weak side top laner in these swaps. If I'm ready right here, I'm actually very, very happy. Well played to Hyper.
Yeah.
I think on these carries, Hyper's shown he's been pretty good. Last week, he did get solo kills onto Vizicachi in the Aurelia versus Gwen matchup, I believe 1 versus 2. So, you know he has the mechanics. And now a Dragon with his double range lane is going to go to Ready as well.
And I mean, Cobbs hasn't hit level 6 yet, so hasn't got the Cyclone unlocked, which is, you know, key for the Wukong. Very hard for him to fight without it. Don Jake, on the other hand, is going to get jumped onto, has the spell shield for a bit of survivability, as G-Trax is just free firing off. Aki's able to get a whole heap of damage off onto G-Trax. He's going to be forced to flash. Wall came down there from air, but unfortunately wasn't quite enough to cut off and make that a little bit harder for the escape, as Hyper now, once again, got himself triple longsword, and Bust is just eating damage here. This lane, it does get harder and harder for Bust as well, the stronger that Hyper gets.
I mean, usually what will happen right now, what would happen right now in a realistic scenario is that Bust...
Oh no, he's got him. I think, no, he's got the shield. It's not quite enough. Hyper can just heal though.
It's a good chunk and a bit of healing for Hyper from that ultimate, but usually what would happen in this matchup, the way it curves, is that the Bramble Vest would be picked up and then the Fiora stonewalled for a very long time. But because Hyper's ahead from that solo kill, the Bramble isn't doing its job of neutralizing, but rather just helping to weather the storm. Bust is still going to suffer.
Yeah. Well,
and
speaking of neutralizing, Air has now hit 6, which means that he will always have first move from mid. He's going to be able to hold the lane. In fact, he even steals away the Scuttle Crab as the denial as Bust. He's just trying to clear the wave off here, and Hyper's going to get the demolish, get the stack. That's a big wave for Bust, so it's going to be a free recall here for Hyper. Probably gets a Tiamat off this as well. Oh, yeah. I don't know. I'm not a fan of the Fiora, but I'll give it to Hyper. He is playing it very, very well.
And I will concede that Hyper actually, in solo queue, you can tell he's very mechanically gifted, right? I gassed him up before. I was trying to hype him up last week. As the mechanics player, he likes his Fioras, his Aurelias, his Rivens. He's that kind of player, and he always hovers in quite high elo. I play against him pretty frequently. Unfortunately, his champions just get countered by mine, so I'm kind of biased against him thinking he's bad. But like, this is why I try to hype him up. Right? I try to hype him up because his mechanics are really good, and you can see he's actually outplaying Bust in the 1v1 right now, outlaning, finding the solo kills, and it's a big question mark now, can he convert? I think this is a mark of a really good top laner, right? Can you actually usually communicate to your team effectively enough to actually coordinate how you win the game through split push? Because it's not easy, right? Hyper's end goal here is to try and find these tier 2 towers, and if he can coordinate that well with his team, then he's going to be happy, and that's a way they can win this game.
Well, he doesn't match on the lane swap, so he stays up in the top side. Ruddy quite happy just to concede over the Grubs. They were able to get that first dragon. And a lot of this, like I said, it comes down to the Anivia. You hit 6 on Anivia, and you just control the wave. Like, he always gets the shove. in, and Congolese can't really play the game. In fact, he just gets heavily chunked out by the storm, the glacial storm, ripping through the health bar. And it only gets worse the higher the mana pool gets, as now Hyper has to be careful because level 6 has been hit onto Cobbs. And I think Hyper might be in danger here. They're going to look to jump in onto him. He's going to try and break it away. Don Jake is there. Throws down the parry. Cobbs is eating the shots, but it's not going to be enough. Don Jake is going to chase onto him, though, as Cobbs will go down. A 1-for-1. Honestly, Ruddy can be happy with that.
They can be. The 1-for-1's great, but I really think they should have swapped back and matched the lanes. This is a really problematic scenario because Fiora doesn't want to be down gold and be in a 1v2 scenario when she's winning. Sion's much happier in that context, but still good from Don Jake right there to be there on time for the counter gank and find the kill onto Cobbs. Now, Baki, he's stuck in lane with almost no mana. And he's going to be a bit miserable in tower. I don't think there's a dive angle here for Don Jake and Hydra, but they will get
Don
the
Jake
crash.
doesn't have ulti. He doesn't have ulti, so it's not doable. But yeah, again, really, really nicely played. Seeing Air just quickly getting some control here. Congolese able to get some damage back in response, but they're going to actually jump in immediately onto Hyper. Hyper loses so much HP. Great wall comes out from Air. To get the slow down now. The snake's been caught. Slivers away.
Yeah, Hyper trying to utilize the time from getting the crash in topside and not really having anywhere to be, but he takes a big chunk to the face for that, and he has no lifesteal now, so gonna probably have to reset and try to save up enough gold for that Ravenous Hydra on the next recall, but that's a big spike now for Bust. Bust in this solo lane scenario, he got a plating down bot side, and because of that swap, he's actually free farmed up until a Tabais and a Bramble. I imagine the 1v1 up top side will be even until that Ravenous Hydra is completed for Hyper.
Yeah, I think so. It's just going to be a little bit more chill now at the moment as Hyper eating that Q damage. I mean, it's a lot of base damage on Boss there. Hyper, unfortunately for himself right now, has, with that death, given up a lot of that pressure that he built up for himself. Has got a Tiamat though, so he's actually just going to go proxy. Although Buster's ultimate, it's quite hard because you just riposte the ultimate, right?
I think Hyper might be in a bit of a pickle here. He has no lifesteal.
Oh! I mean, it's you just can't deal with Anivia at this point. He just one-shots the wave, stands miles away from it, and it just slowly gets whittled down by the, well, it doesn't one-shot. Slowly whittles it down. The pressure's too much.
It's a really good Anivia angle, too, because no one really outranges him. He can kind of play in the range of everyone on the side of Ruddy. Maybe Jinx, at best, can outrange the Anivia, but still, he's kind of comfortable. You know, both these champions, Anivia and Cassiopeia, really thrive into low-range champions that come into them. And you can see that Air's really controlling mid lane, even 1 versus 2.
Like I said, it's just a big neutralizer pick here. Clone's going to eat most of Baki's culling. They're not going to be able to find anything, but Cobbs, in the meanwhile, quite happily just going to finish up this dragon. And the rocket's a little bit too wide, so it doesn't even get close, even if the health bar was low enough. So Venomcrest going to secure themselves their second objective of the game. And they actually sent Air down to the bottom side of the map. He's finished up his Malignance, so that ultimate only gets worse, and Hyper, you know, had a great start to the game, but this is the problem. You're on Fiora, you've got one plate, mate. Like, you need to get more plates, you need to get ahead, and those plates are dropping off somewhat soon.
I really do think that there should have been a swap towards Grubs right now, because now you've got Grubs denied to the Fiora. Can't use that to split push and generate a lead, because you don't swap your Jinx and your Nico up the top side here for Ruddy. The split push win con is going to get progressively more and more difficult, but Bust, he does have ult to get away here.
It's going to get interrupted by Hyper. They find the lockdown onto him. They're going to force the ultimate out from the Fiora. Bust just flashes away. He's able to break away, but Don Jake pops the ultimate. Hyper flashes over. Jake secures the kill. Down goes Bust.
That's a big play onto Bust right there. Congolese is trying to defend bot side, but there's no real dive threat for the side of Venomcrest, so
the Malignance! He's just getting cooked! They're going to have to teleport him in. He gets caught, but that is so much. The teleport forced out from Hyper. That is rough. That is really, really rough for them.
Yeah, it is rough right there. I mean, at the very least, Hyper can take over bot lane, and then Cassiopeia can run top and catch the wave that bounces. So at the end of the day, they won't miss too much. You have a Fiora into an Anivia now, which isn't too great as a matchup. You don't really want to play against ranged champions as this Fiora.
They don't really get perma-slowed either. Yeah, I think they might have to swap back out at some point fairly soon. Has got the Hydra, so got some sustained bit on the lane. E-Skipper may looking for an angle here. G-Trax running underneath the tower. Looks like E-Skipper is just going to call it off. On Jake finds him. They got the Pop Blossom down, they get the lockdown into the
Skipper's
trap.
dead.
Rocket comes in, slows there, and that is going to be enough. Don Jake takes the kill.
Don Jake is 2-0. Wait,
He's
still
3-0, mate.
He's 3-0 now. It's updated. He's got Heartsteel. He's really poised to carry this game. I mean, we had an analyst desk segment which said Don Jake hyphen not that bad, and he's looking good. I mean, in this game, he's been there to match ganks, to match dives. He's picked up 3 kills, got his full clears off, and scaled up on this champion. The question is now, will he get kited too hard by the Anivia in this game? I don't think the DPS is too high for Venom Crest. This could be a really good Mundo game.
Yeah, it genuinely could. It really, really could be. I do have my concerns where, like, the gold is on your Mundo, and, like, yeah, Mundo's great when he gets ahead, but you probably would have liked G-Trax to get a kill there. Gets him closer towards his item, because if you look at Baki versus G-Trax, it is a slingshot and a Cole that's almost finished to an entire Essence Reaver onto Baki. So it's a pretty significant difference between the two ADCs right now. And you can see Ruddy, they have no interest in team fighting. Knowing that the Cyclone is available, knowing that a whole item is finished up onto Baki, Ruddy cannot even think about going for a fight.
Yeah.
He finished up the Cole though, so G-Trax probably has that Yuntails, but he still needs to stack it to get the crit.
Yeah, we'll have a look to see if he can complete his Yuntal on this recall as he enters the base. I mean, if he does have it, then the Nico has done its job of helping the Jinx to scale. Don Jake is covering topside, but the Cassiopeia is slowly approaching from behind. I don't think it's a dive will hit Venom Crest. There's not enough damage, and it's under tower.
Yeah, the miasma is like Petrifying Gaze and miasma is such a horrible little combo to attempt to dive into. There's a bust. Cancels his recall. Potentially looking for hyper here.
Now, the matchup 1v1 in the all-in should still be favored. At the very least, Sion will be able to stonewall him right there. But now we've got the Rift Herald fight. And I do believe Don Jake is poised to carry this. He's incredibly strong.
They're jumping in. That's a massive ultimate there from Hydra to lock everybody in place. The Cyclone from Cobb doesn't really achieve too much as the Herald is secured by Jake. And he's goes down. Don Jake coming up huge.
He's absolutely massive. He just walks into all 3 people with the backing of Hydra on this Nico, finding the ultimate. He doesn't take enough damage to die. The 4-0 Mundo now with 2 Giant Spells and a Heartsteel. I mean, I gotta say, I didn't expect Don Jake to 1v9 a game. He's been given all the resources. He's got his full clears off. Just watch him walk into 3 people right here. He's completely fine. With the Nico ult to back him up so he's not being DPS'd, he pops his ultimate. And he just doesn't take enough damage right here. Lucian's going to auto-attack him, do absolutely nothing. And Escapa falls.
And honestly, Baki on Lucian is hardly the tank killer. So it's actually just going to get harder and harder as it goes on for them to be able to deal with that.
The only potential for tank killing is the Anivia, and I'm not really aware of how well Anivia kills tanks, so it's a big question mark for me as to whether or not Air will be able to do it.
She's not terrible, but she needs her team to keep the tank off her, right? Like, once the Leandries or something is finished up and you can slowly just kind of cook them, it does make it harder. Hydra just lands 3 with the E. In jumps Busto. G-Track. He fails the flash. He is so donezo. Jinx goes down. That should be the dragon secured. Don Jake stands in the middle of the fight, though. He's still going away with the tank in. They are going to break away. That should just be the dragon secured. In jumps E-Skipper with the Magnet Storm to lock Don Jake down, and Baki secures the kill. Hydra eats most of the culling as E-Skipper gets the Q charged up, and that could just be one dead Nico. Is able to break away. Ruddy limp away from that fight as they didn't have Congolese with them. Could have looked different.
It's an absolute disaster for Ruddy. I think the biggest problem with that fight right there is they're not playing around their cooldowns. Don Jake didn't quite have ultimate for that fight, so he was very squishy, and then G-Trax fails the flash as well.
And Hyper did a lot of damage and then just eats like 4 autos from Baki, who found his passive perfectly. G-Trax! Sniped just off the top of the screen! Lovely.
Yeah, it looks like G-Trax can actually auto-attack from range to be able to clear the casters. That's really big for wave clearing in mid lane, but look at this fight. Don Jake doesn't actually have ulti right now, and G-Trax is going to fail his flash into the wall, which means he's stuck in the pit. He's going to be washed. They're not going to be able to play for the resets on the Jinx, despite the nice plays from the Nico to keep everyone out of the pit. It's not enough, and Don Jake's going to fall as well, because I believe there was 10 seconds of ult right there. Hyper's going in.
He's just going all in. The flash comes out from Baki. Honestly, burning the ADC's flash and cleanse is pretty big there, but Hyper, he needs to get away. He's got the wall to place down. Looks like Hyper should be A-okay. Has got his W charged up, so you're not going to get hit by that Anivia Q.
Yeah, Hyper's wincon right there, popping the ulti. At least it drags Anivia with the TP down to bot side, or at the very least Anivia down to bot side anyway, through walking. Now, the problem is, there's no one defending mid now, and Anivia losing mid tower is a really big deal. She no longer has the safe backing. She can be flanked. You know, if she overextends to farm away, if she's immobile, that could be problematic in the future.
Anivia has the big failing of a lot of control mages in that sense. Is Hyper getting jumped onto, forced to use the ultimate. They are going to bring air up. That's giving enough for Baki to get the kill. The wall actually stops the chase forwards. Don Jake did pop the ultimate in the middle of that, so not going to be under any threat for himself.
Yeah, it feels like it's falling apart a little bit for Ruddy right here. They're still comfortable, they're still doing well, but the fights they're taking aren't so precise as they aren't as precise as they were before. They need to just chill, play for their cooldowns, and make sure not to get picked. From the continuous picks we're seeing, Hyper, I think he's really struggling to snowball through side lane now. Matching air into him, the range champion, so that he can't all in. His all in gets consumed onto Baki, and then he has no tools as well. It feels like we got to remind ourselves that this composition really still is on a timer, and we need to wait for them to scale.
Yeah, getting forced off that dragon, push that timer forwards as well. That's the rough thing here for the side of Ruddy is they need this Fiora in fighting form by the time that the Dragon Soul comes up, and right now Hyper is not there. He really needs to get ahead, and I mean the gold lead is actually 200 in the favor of Buff. Like, you want your Fiora way ahead.
Yeah, I mean we're looking for that 2-item, that 3-item spike for Fiora right here.
Yeah.
Don Jake.
He's just doing it.
Mundo is soloing the Atacon right here with his percentage health. I mean, they have Cassiopeia DPS. Are they going to commit to it? I don't think they are.
I think it was a quick test there. Oh, Cobbs loses so much HP. I think they're actually going to force air up to potentially... I think what that was Don Jake started Atacon hoping to pull air away from bot lane so that Hyper could get some free time on the way.
I think Don Jake thought maybe he could do more damage than
yeah,
that.
I mean,
which
maybe
is fair
you're
enough,
right.
I think Mundo does a bunch of percentage health damage on the Q. He does do a bunch of percentage health damage on the Q, so maybe there was an angle there if they brought down the Cass. But they decided to peel off. Deep Vision now being placed by Hyper to allow for him to split push more on the bot side right there. At the very least, he's scouting out camps, and he's going to go back to hitting that bot wave. Mid wave is going to be a wave clear fest. Nothing much is going to happen, and this game, once again, we're going to be going back to clearing waves. I wonder if there'll be any friction around the Atacon though, as Escapper.
Oh, he loses a little bit of HP. Doesn't get the Heartsteel prop there from Don Jake. There's a little bit. Hyper got demolished, so just going to be grabbing that. In fact, Hyper is slowly but surely whittling away this tower. And Bust using the Q to try and get some poke off of the Hyper. I actually think Hyper's A-okay. Meanwhile, Congolese caught inside the ultimate. The Petrifying Gaze is too little, is too late. Bust totally whiffed the ulti there. Hyper will fall in the return, but he did get a tower.
Yep. He falls in the 1v1 right there. I mean, the anti-heal's too much. He tanks the Scion. And he falls. Sorry, I'm not sure if it's just me, but I can't see my feed properly. Is that just me?
No, I can see it. Okay, I'll carry on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Atacon going over here. I mean, Anivia, very good at taking these objectives, although... Okay, they don't call it off. I thought they were calling it off for a second. Meanwhile, on the bottom of the screen, you see what we just saw.
Yeah, I think I'm back. I think it's working again.
Okay, good.
Okay, good. We're back. All right. Dragon, Atacon, hit me. What's been happening?
Well, Atacon went over to do Venom Crest. Ruddy are going to secure this Dragon number 2. And like we said, right now it is just buying time, right? Like, you want Hyper to start to get really strong and start to get ahead. They don't want to be forced to bring Fiora into a team fight if she isn't actually strong. So,
yeah, makes sense.
Ruddy able to get that Dragon, tying up the Dragon score, delaying that Dragon Soul. Also giving time over the G-Tracks to slowly farm up and get stronger and stronger on this Jinx. It only benefits Ruddy the later this game goes. They are a scaling team. I mean, both teams are scaling teams, but Ruddy are going to really benefit from that scaling as we have a little pause. Catch our breath.
My only worry is that the rate of gold that Hyper has been receiving has been going down. right? He's very stonewalled, 1.5 items to 2 items right now. He's playing for that Triforce Spike and so on, but he's very far delayed. So they don't really have a win con right now. And I also feel like Don Jake has hit 2 items, but he's become a bit invisible too. Maybe we'll see that change. You know, they just secured Dragon for the Atacon trade, and maybe on the next Drake we'll see something more.
And they got the Infinity Edge onto their Jinx now, so
yeah.
You know, you're sitting at that 50% crit. You're getting there. But obviously, you know, you need a little bit more. Jinx typically a champion who really, really likes that 3rd item. That's like the major spike for Jinx. But you know, same for Anivia. Like Anivia also just wants to be stacking items. They were already struggling to deal with whatever lane air goes to. It just gets completely neutralized, and you know, there's no answer to it unless they find like a good flank angle. I think air's playing very smart and not getting caught out by these little mistakes. So yeah, I think Ruddy, I don't think they're in a bad position right now, but they definitely need to start, you know, figuring out a stronger game plan if they want to bring this back.
We have been informed that ReadySack has ping issues right now, which is the reason for the pause. So we're just chilling. Hopefully ReadySack can fix those issues, and we'll get back into the game. It's very even. I don't think going into this game anyone would have called this even. I meaningfully did it. I did it as a meme yesterday, and I got called out for it by the coach of Venom Crest here. I didn't think it would come true. I'm really impressed. I'm really impressed with what you're bringing.
I'm genuinely impressed by Don Jake.
You know what Don Jake is doing? Don Jake is actually silencing the haters, by the way. There's so many people who want his downfall. They want Don Jake downfall, and he's actually doing really well, yeah.
No, he's genuinely playing really, really well on this Mundo. You know, there's a world where I feel like, especially that kill onto E-Skipper in the mid lane, you probably could have given the gold to the Jinx and just, you know, inject a little bit more of a lead over there. But, you know, these are kind of like minor things. Like, kill secure is more important than just making sure the gold goes over and then someone doesn't get it because they don't die. You know, it's those little micro things, but I'm impressed by Ruddy. I do think there's, like you said, Don Jake's been a little invisible ever since that Atacon came over, but we're back into the game. Continues to be in Hyper's lane, which is honestly worst case scenario. He's actually just hit level 15, so almost got rank 3 in the Glacial Storm on the Anivia. It's gonna get hard to deal with those waves.
Engage attempt.
That's fine. I think support flash for ADC flash is huge.
I mean, flash on Nico is pretty nice for a team fight, but still, that's flash come from Baki Yon. In the team fight, he might just get dove.
He technically gets her flash back a little bit quicker than Baki because the Ionian boots. So
and the Cosmic, probably. That could be an angle. Hyper, oh my word.
They really need to sort the lane assignment out here for the side of Venom Crest. No, Ruddy, sorry, because this is just like Hyper. This is unplayable for him.
He cannot match into the Anivia at all. He has those tab eyes picked up for the Scion matchup and the Illusion, but there's just nothing for him to do in this matchup. So
I think the
scaling,
problem is
that's 700 gold to the Anivia. That's rough.
I think the problem is Congolese also can't really match the Anivia. Like, what does a Cassiopeia actually really do versus an Anivia? Like, you have wave clear, but nowhere near as much.
It's just the lesser of two evils, right? You just don't want the Fiora against it. Oh, the engage here. Oh, this could be bad.
Jumping in. G-Track's able to flash away. Nice flash from him. Good lockdown actually came out there from the support as they are finding a little bit more lockdown, but G-Trax has been caught. Petrifying Gaze was pretty big. Cobb's able to flash over the wall, and that Glacial Storm is ripping through the members of Ruddy. They cannot move. A wall forces Congolese to go for the flash. Don Jake also flashing out. This tower will not be long for the world. That Snake unable to defend as Venom Crest. They might not have the Snake, but they've got the Venom here. They are just absolutely walking over Ruddy.
Yeah, Venom Crest. The coordination is really on point over that wall by the Raptor Pit. That's really, really impressive. I think just full diving, and then all the members of Ruddy, it felt like arriving late, especially Hyper towards the end. They're dropping an ulti, getting that disengaged as well. You can see, watch this coordination right here. They all fire over the wall at G-Trax, who managed to flash away from the engage, but then the Nico falls as well, because we just saw Nico burn the flash as a flash trade in the mid lane. And now, I feel like you also get such a low value ultimate here from the Cassiopeia, as well as the Fiora ult, which gets kited away from Baki.
Yep, Fiora, unfortunately, absolutely terrible at team fighting, and that is exactly what we see there. Wall goes down to make sure Don Jake doesn't get his blue buff. Nice steal off the back of that one. And again, Venomcrest just makes sure Hyper can't touch a wave. Like, if he goes near a lane, air rocks up and just clears.
Yep. It's Air Masterclass in the Anivia, actually. Like, just consistently shutting down any carry threat on the side lanes that Ruddy can throw at them. And it's a massive comeback as well. It felt like Ruddy were running away with the game with the lead that Don Jake had, but now it just feels like also they can't push their lead anymore. Don Jake building up towards those health items, and maybe, just maybe, we'll see him become Aloysius Mundo.
He's going to have to do a lot to really take over this game on the Mundo, unfortunately. Does do a fair amount of damage to Buff. By the way, Baron's happening off screen.
That Anivia DPS.
Anivia is too good at Baron. Jake, I don't think he can get in. He's going to try and pop the ultimate and make his way over. Don Jake's pulled away by the Magnet Storm. It denies him. The Pop Blossom goes wide from Hydra. Hyper jumps straight into the middle of the fight. Good look down for the Nico. They are able to get some damage off, but it's not enough to secure the kill. Limping away. Venomcrest get out. The knock up from Bust. The flash over the wall as that bird is going to be the bane of Ruddy's existence. They can't find the damage. Don Jake will fall. A double kill for Air. Make it a triple! Down goes Ruddy!
Baki lives on 1 health. He survives, so Jinx doesn't get a reset. G-Trax can't run them down with the Get Excited and all the attack speed that comes with it. So the team fight is just massively lost for Ruddy right there. Venomcrest get away with the Baron start and the rush that we got caught off guard with. And Don Jake, he tries to get into the pit, goes for the steal.
Oh, the Magnet Storm.
But Cobb's managed to
range.
secure it.
The Magnet
Doesn't quite
Storm
make it
pulled
in.
him out of smite range, man. That is so brutal.
But look at this health that Baki lives on right here. The stun comes through from the parry, but he lives on such low health, and G-Trax can't quite get a reset, which he might have been able to run away with the team fight with.
Yeah, that honestly so close, and they just can't find the damage. They can't find the kills. Ongolese getting caught by the Glacial Storm and the wall. Guarantees here he can go down. Absolutely heartbreaking here for Ruddy. The gold lead now is ballooned to 9,000 gold. Jake, he has a lot of HP, but he actually doesn't have a lot of resistances. And now Baki 3 items.
Yeah.
He's getting absolutely shredded by the damage.
Jackie going towards that dead man's next. No MR built. It's gonna be a little bit painful walking through that Anivia ultimate, but look at this down in the base. They've got no wave clear. They can't handle this cannon, these Baroned up minions as well, because the wave clear is just magic damage.
Yeah, they're gonna actually bring in the ultimate from Bust on to G-Trax. G-Trax, no flash. He used it last fight. He has picked up the culling. Almost finishes up Hydra. Cobbs is going to be able to jump the wall and finish him up. Don Jake's ultimate healing him up somewhat, but the Petrifying Gaze does nothing but put a pause into Venomcrest's assault onto Ruddy's tower. The Magnet Storm will lock down Congolese as he will fall as well. No one but Jake stands as he just watches his Nexus fall. Venomcrest. They make it look easy, man. Down goes Ruddy.
A valiant effort from Ruddy. I feel as if Ruddy, if they had just played around lane swaps better, they were so close, I feel, to snowballing their lead. Outside of a couple of lost team fights, not playing around their ultimate cooldowns, I do feel like Ruddy could have snowballed the lead very well and maybe taken the W, but it's Venomcrest who come out on top with superior play, playing around their cooldowns and punishing Ruddy for their mistakes.
Honestly, that Anivia as their 5th for the side of Venomcrest,
it was really
Ruddy.
good, wasn't it?
It was so
the wave
powerful.
clear holding the Fiora, just an insane R5 right there.
Like I said, man, it's a lane neutralizer. Yeah, like once you hit 6 on Anivia, like you just never get to hold a lane at all ever again. That champ just keeps you shoved constantly, and Ruddy unfortunately didn't recognize that in time. We're gonna pass it though over to the desk to break down that game 3. So over to you guys.
At the end of the day, they are still able to control this game and take it back home, which means Ruddy has a really complicated life, and Venomcrest are able to seal the deal for that 3rd place, and also securing what they were saying on DMs. Eragon would have lost, but Eragon is not a fan of, fun. With that in mind, hey, let's have fun talking about this game and how it started as well, because Fiora had something going on that lane, but not enough.
As I can see, I was muted due to coughing before, so apologies about that.
Fair.
But they had gotten rolling, right? They had gotten rolling. They'd gotten a kill top lane as well. Don Jake had gotten a few kills, and I think in particular when we pull up the first replay here of the Herald play, you're like, okay, this is happening. Like, could they actually get something, right? A snowballing Mundo. They've been able to you know, have correct side lane assignments at this point, you know, getting Hyper up against the Sion. And this year, this is when the game peaked. But after that, Don Jake made the call to recall Go Drake, and Venom Crest, well, they were ready for that play.
Yeah, it's quite unfortunate because this looked really good, right? The ramifications of this, being able to get some gold into your pockets, get the Herald as well, it really does set a potentially very positive precedent to really open up the map. And they did for a short time, but as you can see, they weren't really able to, A, lock down kills, right? But also B, it felt as though Venom Crest were able to actually attack sides in a far more aggressive and consistent way than Ruddy were able to, right? You've got this Fiora, you've got, you know, Mundo, who realistically is pretty unkillable when you get the kind of lead that you get out of that game where he was, you know, 2 items pretty much. It's really hard to crack through a Mundo in a short amount of time, and unfortunately, it was on the other side. It was Venom Crest making all those plays, right, onto M1, onto the Cassio on the side that Ruddy never really had an answer for.
I think my biggest credit, you can look at the scoreline and you wouldn't think it, but if you saw the game, you would have seen that the biggest difference maker this game was Ayers Azir. The zoning power he had, the way we'll see the Baron play shortly. But once they, you could say, fixed the side lane for Venom Crest side and put him up against Hyper, it became unplayable. The control that he had, the walls that he put up as well. The guy has a champion ocean, 15 champions in 15 games, last playoff in the UKL, and he just pulls the Anivia here out of nowhere and puts in, I'm gonna be honest, an MVP performance. He was the one who slowed down the game when it was slipping away from them, and he was the one who decisively made it a win for them. I mean, we'll see it in the replays we've got coming up as well. Even in the team fight, not just the side lane, he plays this Anivia so beautifully.
Yeah, and it was why when I saw it locked in, I was saying it's a really good angle, right? At the end of the day, there's so much immobility on the side of Ruddy. It's only really the Fiora that can deal with it, and even then, in the circumstances where Anivia is going to be facing, you know, that Fiora in ISO, it's like, well, she just clears the wave and Fiora doesn't get to do the Fiora thing. And this team fight, you know, nothing really goes their way. You know, Hyper is effectively 1v5 in the backline at that particular point because no one already can keep up with them. They've been disengaged on by this Anivia war, and then they funnel in, they get split up, they're inside the storm yet again, and
the Q here,
yeah,
the Q.
it's just so much value. And then, like you call out, yeah, the Q, the stun, you know, initially from Escape here, and then the stun connecting onto Congolese there is too much forward, you know, CC to deal with on the side already. And yeah, they just ended up getting dismantled, and it feels kind of bad to see. Obviously, we know the circumstances for Ruddy, right? And that's what the perspective I'm talking about that from. Getting close, like for the first 15 minutes again, to just kind of fall flat on their face. But credit to Venom Crest, they did what they need to do, right? They needed that win to try and ensure that they can lock top 3. And I think that win, if I recall,
it gets them third place.
They're guaranteed top 3.
Yeah, so that means they will be playing the second seed, if I'm not mistaken, off Group A, which is obviously Verton, still a very tough opponent, but more importantly, they don't set themselves up for a potential tiebreaker where they could get 5th, lose the GA, as you've called the Jamada today, and you know, they reigned in control pretty well, I'll say. As soon as you thought Ruddy was gonna get this Venom Crest, it seemed like they locked in. Maybe, I don't want to say they were disrespecting Ruddy a bit, but, you know, they tightened the things up. Aaron in particular stepped up and they played well around his pressure. And yeah, then they did look pretty unstoppable after they got the Drake, right after the Herald play we saw initially.
Total displacement with that champion. It completely controlled the tempo and the team fights, and there's nothing to do after that. They allowed them to scale to that point, and those walls were just out of this world, allowing Venom Crest to seal that 3rd place, which means we still have 2 games ahead of ourselves. We're going to wrap up the day with Ruddy versus Chaos, so Ruddy still has another shot versus Chaos. But right now, it's match 4. We're going to toss it to a break. It's the one we've been talking about, Rich Gang versus Nord. They're going to be fighting for that 1st place. I'll see you soon.
Data is everything. It's the building blocks of our world. It's our environment, our technology, how we communicate, create, and innovate. A single data point won't move the needle. But the more data points we connect, the further we can go. Because it turns out, the best way to forecast the future is to build it. So we did. And this is that mark. Engineered to embody innovation and defy limitation. Harnessing the unknown to reveal the future. This is the new Sandus.
Welcome back. This is North versus Rich Gang, and this is the game we've been looking for. Group B fighting it off for the first place. So with no time to waste, North already showcased what they're capable. Today they had a demolishing game as well, but they've made some changes. Let's talk about those changes to begin with. The mid lane feels quite different from the past to the present.
Yeah, the biggest difference I will say they've made is that mid lane role. Obviously, No Way, a superstar in the streaming stage, very, I want to say controlled in the mid lane, right? Of the old breed of mid laners where the main goal was just to survive laning phase, scale up well, and then play for those team fights. Where you don't really dictate the tempo and have that agency like the newer mid laners, like Swiru, if we can bring up the graphic we'll have. I know this doesn't showcase it perfectly because we simply don't have enough stats yet to realistically show it, but I've taken a look at the champions instead, because some of the key differences you'll notice is picks like the Aurora, the Taliyah, will have this agency to rotate to another lane, dictate the tempo, look for the pick, or one-shot someone in another way than something like the Seraph will have, or think back to No Way as well in the Winter Finals where he played the Vilkas, right? So it's a very different style of champions, while obviously some crossover exists between the two. The degree of agency and aggression you'll see from Swiru will be completely different from what we saw with No Way.
Yeah, and I think the importance is just the versatility that seems to also be there from Swiru, because there's no indication that he can't also do what No Way does as well. So it's not just about the aggression, it's also about the fact that if they do need some of those like No Way-esque picks, Swiru definitely probably can land on them from time to time.
That Ziggs is a long-range champion, and he did the same today, but it was not a long-range champion of, I'm shooting 1 bullet per minute. It was like 50 bullets per minute saying, hey, I don't need to reload, going for you. I'm not a sniper, I'm a shotgun with a sniper. With that in mind, though, they're fighting Rich Gang, and that is another team that has been making some statements. Might as well look into the mid lane, like we're talking about this one. The Hast, what can we expect from this mid laner as well?
I mean, for me, I'm expecting a lot of mechanical play out of the Hast. This has always been my thing with him. I feel like he is mechanically a very, very talented player. So I'm looking at the laning phase, I'm looking at the individual one-to-one champion matchup too. And you can see through the general stats of the Haste throughout week 1, 1, 2, 2, 2. Highest KDA, highest CS per, second highest CS per minute, second highest KP, second highest gold difference at 15. Rich Gang obviously stomped through week 1, also helps to pad these stats. Just to be completely real with you, they had Ruddy in their first 2 games. Nonetheless, I still feel like the Haste individually was just doing a lot of heavy lifting, whether it came to team fights, where even here it's like he doesn't have the streamer shuffle, right? He doesn't actually have it, but he still is happy to get into the nitty-gritty, understands when he needs to flash to still get out and stay alive to ensure that he's there for the rest of the play, right? So things like this, min-maxing, understanding I'm on weak side, I'll still play safe. People try and attack him, he still gets out of those plays anyway, and this is what I've really enjoyed about the Haste so far throughout the week that we've seen him. And now today, here against North, 3-0-3-0, his team versus theirs. He's going to come up with a big performance to try and get his team over the line to qualify them as first place. Because remember, second place, right, the way the seeding works, it starts to get a little bit sticky, right? The further down you go. So let's try and see what they can pull out here.
I mean, I can cut it out very simple. Winner will play DMG in the first round. Loser will play against Bulldog, who did step up during week 2. But let's focus on the draft now as we are into it. Very meta bans, I want to say. The Lucian obviously has risen in priority. Very aggressive, which is something we know Treats, especially from the North bot lane, likes to be. So why not ban away the aggressive AD carry? Asia taking away the highlight we just saw from D-Haste as Matix instantly slams down the Gwen as a B1. And well, the response will obviously come in, and Jax is one of the more preferred options into the Gwen.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I wonder if they're willing to just, even though they know that, the Trundle is up, if they're willing to just straight go Sejuani Jax regardless, just because it is such a strong 2v2, or they just leave the Jax in ISO. I expect this one to get locked in, and it finally has been. And again, you could also maybe just go towards Vira's pick. Taliyah is up, right? You could just go Taliyah, blind, live happy with it, knowing the Azir's off the board, and then just wait to see what Rich Gang does to get a slightly more confirmed response on 3.
Yeah, I think that would be the play. Locking in that champion that brings so much into the mid line. The Ziggs was already an adaptation coming in.
Okay.
And it's going to be the Syndra, okay? More control to this team. You have set up for the gank from both of them.
Yeah, I think one thing for me shortly on the Sejuani, I think maybe they didn't slam it down, right? Would open up the angle for the Trundle, very traditional counter into it. Instead, want to see a few more of the cards here that Rich Gang had. Is it still Krisha who's playing, or have they gone back to
They've gone back to Ozhan.
Ozhan?
So,
Okay, so it is just the graphic we need to get updated. Ozhan locks in that Wukong instead. That obviously makes sense. That familiar with the champs he played in that first week, the Xin Zhao being the other, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. Obviously, you're looking maybe now to match against what you've played up against in the Syndra, you know, the matchup, and would likely like to counter. Yeah, I mean, as he had taken away, the option you mentioned earlier, Jamada for the side of Nord, but Rich Gang will take it.
Yeah, and now this is where I kind of question what Jankos decides to go, because it's either you go Sejuani for the 2v2 top side, right? You also kind of do need a little bit of engage here, or you go Trundle for the earlier skirmishing and the ability to actually like have a lot more impact earlier on, whilst kind of always making sure that whoever does go in first gets subjugated. I feel like those are just the two obvious answers, and Jankos had a pretty good game of it earlier on, leads into the Vi. So still, similar vein of thinking, but kind of gets the best of both worlds, right? Strong skirmishing, strong early presence, but also reliable engage.
Yeah.
I agree with this. More aggression as well. They want to have more, as they showed previously, they want to take the lead in the game. And this fight probably will try to deliver that to them, since you have a setup for both of them. The Syndra with the stun, the Jax with the stun as well. It looks perfect. Now in terms of bans, they're going to be focused on the AD carry. Hido still has a lot of them, so he's comfortable with that.
It's a general tendency we've seen more of here today, that the top side has been highly prioritized in the draft, and very rarely, especially with the amount of various bans, right, have we seen an early AD carry bot lane coming through. I do believe we saw it in the last game, but this is not the first time today we're sitting here seeing the pools being trimmed at the support and AD carry as we progress in the draft. The AD carries, the key highlight here. We saw what Kevo did on the Sire earlier, Hido, on my team of the week for the first week as well, putting out insane numbers, and that means, like, by the looks of things, the support pool will be left essentially actually just completely untouched, leaving someone like Treats and Alaric to really have the pick of the litter here. As the ADC pool, extra being banned away now. Xayah for Kevo was great. Xayah Rakan is open again.
Xayah Rakan is open. Braum is going to be banned away. So basically, what Rich Gang is saying is, Nord, you need to lock in Xayah, right? Otherwise, we are just going to get a very, very free 2v2 likely, and then also you're not going to have any ways to really stop our engage with the Braum gone. So I feel that Xayah just kind of has to be the pick here for Hido. They can obviously still play other things to try and circumvent a particularly dominant lane, but it just feels like it has to be the lock. And now it's about what Kevo actually has as an answer, because there are plenty of lane answers, and one of the traditional ones, of course, would be something like the Caitlyn, with the picks that are off of the table. I'm unsure if Kevo really wants to go down that route, but just because it would kind of send them down a very early game focused kind of setup, but they certainly could do it. We'll kind of see as the timer ticks down. I think that's the main option that's on my radar.
As we take the support first, it does mean the Rakan will be left open if they do fancy that for the 2v2. The Caitlyn, we did see her a bit yesterday, Dream playing her for the side of Bulldog 2. Mixed success in the early game, obviously. Did scale in well. You normally see the Caitlyn with 2 range, right? So instead, going for the Smolder.
Okay.
Very good scaling, of course. Has been nerfed a bit, but still strong. It does just open up for the Rakan. Why would you take something different when it's on the table, right? And I think worth remembering, we just saw what Kevo could do on the Sire earlier today with the Rakan. Hido, first played in the NLC 2023 Summer. Well, he got 3 pentakills. He's someone who knows how to lock in and carry, and I mean, I think he set up pretty well to do that here.
This Smolder pick, to me, I'm very, on the fence about it, because I think I can see the vision of how it could be strong into the champions and Lord, how it can outrange, especially once it gets to the rapid fire point. But I've seen so many teams lock in Smolder and then just fight to the death for the first 15 minutes before it's actually on spike. So if Rich Gang can show to me that they are disciplined enough to yield objectives from time to time, play on the actual stack timers, then I'm happy that the Smolder's here. But they have to actually play around the fact that Kevo is going to be weak for a long time, and Dehace and Ozhan are going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting until he's online.
One of the key things I want to add as well, the Nord we've seen this split and will continue to see is a more aggressive Nord, more proactive Nord, with the changes they've made by getting Treats back in and Swiru. That's one of the things John guaranteed to me when I had a talk with him before the split, right? And when you're then drafting scaling against them, we saw what happened to Chaos. They'll just punish you early and they snowball the lead. So really playing a ballsy game here from the side of Rich Gang, and I'll have to do their due diligence to survive.
It's not a 3-lane scaling, but at least they know where to pinch the target to at least stop that late game from Rich Gang, if they can last until the late game. It's Rich Gang versus Nord. Only one team can take the first seed on Group B. And with that in mind, let's toss it to the game of the day. It's up to Hiprain and Aragon.
Thank you very much, Archer. Getting ready to go into game number 4. This is a banger, certified banger. A bit of a smolder action coming in. I mean, not as powerful as when Smolder was first launched. They took a lot of power out of the passives, but 225 still gives you... Sorry, 225 stacks still gives you the execute under a certain threshold, which then does raise with the amount of stacks. But again,
I mean, Jumana was sitting on it, right?
Yeah,
Jumana was sitting on it, 225, and you probably outrange with the rapid fire onto the champions that they have. I think the name of the game for Rich Gang is just scaling, right? They've got a really heavy scaling top laner with the Gwen, arguably one of the best champions in the game at the moment, one of the best blinds top lane. And then you also have the Smolder scaling into the blind Xayah. I think it's a pretty interesting angle, but it requires a lot of discipline and not falling behind too far. I think that's the angle that Rich Gang need to follow. On the other hand, a lot of good answers in mid and top especially.
Yeah. I think the big thing for Nord right now is they've actually got like a lot of a priority in their lanes, which means, you know, we saw Vi earlier today. Was he getting number 2? I can't remember, but I just remember a Vi getting... it was Nord, actually, wasn't it? It was Nord playing with the Jankos, just perma-invading, denying. This time around, Jankos is on that Vi, but he has lanes that will actually be able to back him up if he does get invaded. So I don't expect to see Jankos only get a single quadrant in his first clear. So... that's going to be really big. That's going to empower them because both Uzhan and Jankos are going to be looking for that level 6. That's their major game plan here.
That's their major game plan, absolutely. I think both the mid 2v2s and the mid jungles are very level 6 oriented. You want to get level 6 on the Vi, Syndra, and then just one-shot a single target. The same with the Wukong, as well as the Taliyah combo to follow up. So we're probably going to see quite a quiet early game here. From both of them. Probably a deep water here to track the jungle Wukong, but at the end of the day, these champs don't really gank that well early and have other priorities, like maybe a dragon early for the Vi here for Jankos, but outside of that, farming to 6, and then being really explosive at the first scrub fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, right now, Rich Gang are just going to position themselves in the bush. Rick's going to go in with a sweeper. We'll spot out Alaric and evade away. I believe that was the key from him. So 1 stack down. 224 to go.
I'm excited to see how top lane goes as well, because Chachi, the thing is, Gwen is really OP right now. With the introduction of unflinching, with the buffs to unflinching rather, you're quite strong into traditional counter matchups like the Set, like the Jax, and so on. And so you can actually scale up just fine usually. The matchups aren't too bad. So Matix, he should be fine to scale up right here. We'll see how Vizichachi actually uses his counter pick in the Jax, or soft answer rather, as well as Zweiru. I want to touch on Zweiru in the mid lane. He has the Syndra to Taliyah, and typically the best answers into the Taliyah are the control mages. You can trade through the wave compared to the Taliyah, but Dehace taking some really favorable trades in this early game. Usually the control mages can force an unhappy recall for the Taliyah at some point in the lane, but actually Dehace is coming out on top.
And honestly, not quite the lane state I expected here. I thought that the Xayah Rakan, at least early, gonna have a lot more pressure down here. But yeah, they are currently struggling. Speaking of struggling, Zweiru is on 92 HP.
No pots now as well.
Yeah, he is. Well, he just got a little one from his inspiration tree, but that's the adaptive force one. So not gonna offer too much there.
Deep ward for the Jax. Vizichachi is going to be able to find the clear that the Wukong's taking. Ozhan subbing back in. I'm very excited to see how well he plays. Red buff for the Wukong, but Chachi's going to be able to walk on out of here. Red buff, though, might slow Chachi for the entire duration of the chase. I think... no, not going to continue chasing. I think there was an angle to long chase, but the Wukong just wants to clear.
I think in Uzhan's mind, he didn't know where Jankos was as well. He could just carry on with his clear. It was safer to play it this way. As Chachi is a fair amount of HP here. Does throw down the W just for a bit of survivability. And that forces Matix to flash. Nice cue from Jankos. Getting some pressure. The haste is absolutely ruining Zweiru. That scout of the week stopped Zweiru from getting hit by the Unraveled Earth. Because he didn't get the chance to cast it due to being stunned.
I wonder if he had enough mana as well. He's very, very low right there. Who got the crab, actually? Oh, it looks like Jankos actually managed to pick up the crab after the gank towards topside. Matix has no flash.
Uzhan's going to jump in. Chachi does have flash, does have Q as well, so he's going to be A-OK. Jumps away from the snip. In jumps Jankos.
He was
Decides not
thinking
to.
about it.
He really
thinking about
cooked on that for a moment.
Yeah,
Decides not
yeah.
to.
Yeah, considering the Q flash right there. Ooh, stun comes through from Zweier. That's going to be some nice first strike procs. And Dehas, he's probably going to recall here and look for his recall as well. I mean, Zweier recalling right now for the Sapphire Crystal to just kind of recover. I feel like what was a winning lane state for the Talia, Dehas right there. And now it looks like it's going to be a double crab, as well as a deep ward onto the respawn Wraith camps for the side of Nord. So Jankos putting on a bit of a clinic at the moment.
Yeah, Jankos, proving that, Vi is still playable without the ultimate. You do have a bit of setup with your dash. Obviously, level 6 is the primary big thing for Vi.
Ooh, -1. So hit it right there.
I do think, though, when you look at Vi and Wukong, I think Vi is less reliant on her 6 than the Wukong is,
absolutely.
right?
Yeah.
Wukong is
provides
literally
no CC.
not a champion without his 6, where, Vi still has the Q. She still has, some ability to set up and find CC.
We'll say, Vi hasn't gotten a recall off yet, so no items. He will be weaker in a traditional 1v1 right here. It's actually going for the dragon before getting a recall off at all. See, he has bot lane push, he has mid lane push, so he feels comfortable doing this. And it's going to be the start of the dragon stacking for Nord right here as Wukong, Ozhan, sets us for the full clear. And I'm really excited to see how well Ozhan plays. I think he was phenomenal, actually, when we casted the Nexus Showdown on the Xin Zhao. And in general, last week too, I think he showed that he's one of the best junglers in the league. So subbing back in now after not playing in game 1, we'll see what kind of magic he has on the Wukong right here. Matic's just
Oh,
at 6.
Matic hit 6. That's going to be the needlework, Chachi. He is going down. Snip. Yeah, you're right. This champ's broken.
Yeah, this champ is not normal. This champion, I have watched it pop off too many times in the LPL. There are so many attempted answers. I think typically the best ones are range champs, but let's take a look at this 1v1 right here. Chachi stuns the Gwen, but the trade isn't all that great, and he doesn't quite calculate that Matic is actually going to ding 6 right here. Excellent play by Matix to ding 6 in the middle of the 1v1, and he just runs him down. The snip is going to be too much.
Alrighty, well, right now it is again, Rich Gang just controlling this bot lane. They are, sure, the farm's even, but you wouldn't expect that. Zweiru, though, getting flanked here, just has to play evasion. Is just going to flash away. Nice dodge from Zweiru. Does lose a fair chunk of HP, but ultimately, it's going to be holding firm for the moment.
I wonder if Zweiru would have been hit by that W. I feel like I blinked and I just quite missed it, but it looked like Zweiru wasn't going to get it. It's still flashed anyway, potentially to preserve some HP. Regardless, though, going to avoid that gank as he gets ganked by Dehaste in his own lane. Zweiru going to be able to scale up in this game. Struggling against the Null Magic Mantle and the general laning of Dehaste right here, when I feel like it should be Zweiru kind of winning the lane as the control mage right here, but he does have that scaling aspect. I think when we look at Nord in general, though, we definitely are looking for a mid lane, rather a mid-game spike for them where they burst a single target, with the Rakan jumping on the Vi, as well as with the Syndra ultimate over the top. So, a little bit of a while to go until then. I'm looking at the grub spawn next, though, in 30 seconds.
Yeah, the big thing is Ozhan has now got that Cyclone. Jankos also has the ultimate available to him. Stealing away the Rat Camp here. Has the smite. Be able to grab that one.
Yeah, Chachi is really suffering, by the way. This lane state is not good. I think Rich Gang have to bail out Chachi from this lane with maybe a swap as they get down the bot side. Kevo might be in trouble.
He hasn't got 6, so no mum to help you. You are caught in the CC chain, my friend. Gets a little bit of damage off of the Yachu. That's going to be a plate. Nord, nice little gank onto them. But, like you said, top lane still on fire.
Yeah, top lane was pushing into Rich Gang right there. I wonder if Gwen's actually going to change the direction of the lane and actually push out the wave to help with this grub take. It looks like he's actually going to do just that. I expected, like I was saying, that Nord to maybe swap back and help bail Chachi out the lane, but it looks like it wasn't needed in the end. And that's going to be 3 grubs over to the Gwen. We have Gwen on the side lane with 3 grubs and a global here. That's going to be a great way to bridge through their mid to late game.
Yeah, I'll start to be a little bit worried off that. Split push pressure coming in from Matix. Especially when you've got that Talia as backup as well. Like, the big problem with the Fiora last game was it was kind of just isolated, but Gwen in a side lane, great team fight, first of all, unlike a Fiora. Yep. Also, you try to 1v1 her and a Talia. I'm such a Fiora hater. In fact, there's one champ I hate more than Fiora, and I know you're not going to like it because it's Renekton. Not because
But there's no way. He has CC.
Nah, the reason I don't like Renekton is I don't think anyone in this region can play the champ.
It is crazy, isn't it? How I haven't casted a Renekton yet this year.
I love
no one
Chinese
plays it.
Renektons and like Korean Renektons. I actually despise European Renekton. I don't think there's any Renekton players,
That is
including
quite a
you,
based
buddy.
opinion.
Including
I think
you. I
Whippo
don't
is
think
good.
anyone could play it in this region.
I think Whippo is pretty good. I think
Yeah.
it doesn't really count because Thanatos is Korean, but I think Thanatos is a pretty good import Renekton. Yeah, no, I think I agree with you. I've always held the opinion that there are very few good Renektons, and we just don't see it because of the execution difficulty.
Yeah, I think on like paper he's got quite a simplistic hit, but like actually
Using it to win.
execution, using it well
I hope
is,
you realize
is a
you're
different
blazing
matter.
me right now. Like, actually just saying
Dude,
how hard my champ is.
Dude, you literally lost like 800 LP. I'm not having this.
Hey. Come on.
You don't have a comeback to that one, do you, buddy?
No, I don't, because it's true, man. It's true.
Say thank you.
Thank you. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Oh dear, where
someday
are we?
we'll post
I
it.
feel like dragon spawning soon, 20 seconds, right? Okay. Who's stronger at
say.
this stage? I'm moving away from that. I'm moving away from that. Nord have to be a bit stronger here, I feel. If you could one-shot Wukong, especially at the start of the fight, that's a great angle. That's typically the counterplay for Vi into Wukong, is if you manage to catch him off guard before he stacks up all his spells, and his passive, rather. Bursting him is really great. We'll see how the execution goes, but it definitely looks like Nord do want to contest.
Yeah, looks like they're going to be resetting, getting their gold on the map. You got Yon tiles now on Hiddo, which does stack. We did check in the last game. I was right. Look at that. But it's going to slowly be stacking that one up. Nice little scatter comes in. Kevo throws out in a chew. Doesn't really get the mark off on it. We don't have the little dragon stacker anymore on Smolder, so I can't see what stacks he's at. 125 is his next big spike. So we'll see whether or not he's quite fit to that point.
Yeah. He won't be anywhere near right now, right? Like, to the 225 mile. That it usually
Not
comes in
225,
20
maybe
plus.
125 gives you the explosion on the queue. So it does do a bit of AoE.
Jumada has just came and saved us. He is at 79 stacks right now, so not going to be comfortable fighting with that. And like I said, usually it's like 22, 23 plus minutes until you get the 225 stacks. Usually it's on best case third dragon, but this is going to be an early third dragon that Rich Gang are going to have to contest, as a big chunk onto Kevo and Alaric right now. Maybe a preemptive Q from Jankos as well. So maybe scared of the Talia global from mid. You can see Talia was actually shadowing towards bot side for the dive. Jankos not too comfortable sticking around trying to dive that.
Alrighty, well, moments, Wyrie. He's, you know, he's been pretty neutralized. He has been pretty neutralized. Has finished off his Blackfire Torch though, so has got an entire item onto the haste. As is a potential dive onto Alaric. He just jumps in. Actually, there's a teleport coming in behind. Nord might be in danger. Hiddo does have the Feather Storm available to him. The haste is going for the knockback. Doesn't quite hit the mark as Hiddo's going to be able to jump away from this one. That's going to be the Blade Storm coming out. Monkey Spin doesn't do enough as the wall just separates them away. Great disengage from Nord.
So well played to hold your flashes and simply trust that you can walk out of there with move speed from the heal for treats to avoid that combo from the Talia. It's so incredibly stoic. You know what I mean? I can't think of the word right now to not be phased or scared, but just so incredibly, you know, balls of steel to not just panic flash away or dash away. Really well played there by Treats and the side of Nord to avoid that gang.
Oh, it's like Matix finds himself caught here by the counter-strike from Chachi. Just going to actually look to turn it around. Needlework's doing a fair amount of work. Has almost got that snip up. Jumps in one more time. Chachi survives. Just about 135 HP. Meanwhile, the haste getting jumped onto here by Treat. I don't think he's in any real danger as Alaric is also in his pocket.
Yeah, I mean, the Jax has value into the Wukong and the Gwen, right? But like in isolation, this pick isn't really that much of a counter anymore. You could see it in the way that the 1v1s are going. Matix is, yes, he's ahead, right? He has the tab eyes, he has a superior all-in champion, but it's really one-sided to the point where Chachi's quite struggling. He does TP back, and he does survive the play. He's full HP now and pushes Matix away. But at the end of the day, it's still not great. Going towards that Nash's 2 first item, sitting on the Haunting Guys actually for Matix, that's not something you typically see. And once he completes that, I don't think the 1v1s are going to be close.
No, I don't think so either. It's getting there slowly.
Yeah.
Looks like there's still a potential dive angle coming in. DeHaze and Alaric looking to jump in. Hito loses a lot of HP. They throw down the quickness onto him. There's the flash out from DeHaze. He's still seeing Jankos holding that R, and he is just dissuaded. 2 versus 3. Rich Gang get away. DeHaze is just going to wall surf off as looks like he might find himself onto a Jankos. Jankos pulls away. Woo! This is getting dicey.
Really close, actually. Excellent disengage here from Alaric, ulting 3 people to not allow for the dive to go down onto the Talia, onto DeHaste. And in mid lane, you saw the wave die. No one was farming it because Smolder had the shadow bot side to potentially catch the wave. Talia actually managed to stay and catch it. And at the end of the day, whilst Rich Gang survived down the bot side, they are bleeding waves elsewhere. And I'm looking at that clock, man. 1 minute 30 until Dragon spawns. This Rift Herald is imperative. Whoever gets this Rift Herald is going to be able to buy enough space with the Rift Herald cast to secure the next Dragon.
Yeah, looks like for now, Herald in the favor of Rich Gang. I don't know why I said it like that. You're like, they're taking Herald. I go, well, for now, looks like they're taking Herald. They are absolutely taking Herald.
You do
I
that a
know.
lot. You know, I can tell when you're autopilot responding to me because you like zoned out with something.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, crazy stuff.
I think
You have
I'm
the
just not
responses.
used to a normal tempo game from what we've had today.
Yeah.
And it's caught me off guard, right?
Your
we had
TikTok
so
brain
many.
is just fried.
Yeah. Honestly, I have been TikTok brained by some of these games because they've been short form content, not full games in
Yeah.
League of Legends. But I'm happy to see this. I mean, the 2-3-0 teams in this group right now, both playing around their macro, playing around their strengths on each other. So far, it is Nord who are in control. They're up a little bit of gold. They've been able to secure themselves a feat of strength as well. And the answer from Rich Gang is going to be with this Rift Herald. They're going to be able to make a point of pressure, whether that be a side lane just to get the Gwen further ahead or a mid lane to contest this Dragon. We'll have to find out. But now, though, everyone is posturing around the Dragon.
Yeah, Rift Herald placed in the jungle, and it's going to be able to create space in mid lane, right? This is going to pull the rest of Nord towards mid lane, and that's going to mean that Rich Gang get to enter the river first, and they're going to be able to control the vision and play against the snap engage a little bit better. This isn't going to be able to take the tower, but it's a step in the right direction for Rich Gang, as they have control of the river now.
A lot of damage there. Got to get that one off. Make sure, guys, you get your tickets to Stockholm. August 30th. It's my birthday. I want birthday
Is it
cake,
actually?
people. Yeah, it's August 30th. I'm really old. It's my 32nd birthday.
And you've entered the time of your life. Trust.
Oh, honestly, 30 is so zen. We were talking about this before the show. You just stop caring at 30. It's sick. Anyway, what we do need to care about is potentially Jankos getting jumped onto here. Caught by all the CC. Throws down the ultimate. There's another Cyclone in the pocket, but Uzhan was CC'd for so long. Mum's help comes in as Chachi jumps forward. Huge scan of the week as well. Chachi's unable to find the damage. Zwairu finds himself stunned. Matix takes the kill. Uzhan survives. Dragon's still going on. Matix is ripping through the members of Nord. Snip, snip, and they fall down. Rich Gang, what a fight!
Matix is online. He joins the fight and absolutely cleans up. It looks like a scattered engage from Alaric right there alongside Ozhan. But they managed to disengage, and despite Vizichachi finding a massive stun, Zwairu overextends, and it ends up being a Rich Gang win. So take a look at this replay right here. It looks like a strange overextension from Ozhan here, because it's only him and Alaric, and where you'd normally expect a Smolder ult to come down sooner, it doesn't until much later from Kevo. Ozhan, though, he manages to disengage, and then here comes the overextension. Chachi gets the 2-man stun, but Zwairu gets turned on by the flip. An excellent combo from DeHaste.
There were so
And that's
many
the fight
particle
win.
effects off. I didn't see that shuffle back. That was beautiful.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Absolutely huge fight there from Rich Gang. Matix. That's an accelerated Gwen now. 4-0.
He is.
Got the Rift Maker working towards that Nash's Tooth as well. I mean, a lot of items are coming in across the board here. Kevo got the Spirit Sojin finished up. It's going to continue to be a menace on the Dragon. That is 140 stats. So has now got the splash on top of the AoE.
Yeah,
I think
I mean,
it's
getting that
25 for
dragon's
AoE.
massive, right?
then
Getting the dragon
splash,
is massive.
then execute. Yeah, it's huge.
Because you get to stall for that AoE, then the splash, and the execute that you're mentioning. I think it's absolutely enormous. So another 5 minutes bought before the soul eventually comes, and now the earliest soul we're going to get is in about, at about 27 minutes. We'll see how Rich can go. I think Matix is scaled to infinity, though. Once he gets 2 items, he's going to be such a force. Level 16 is such a big spike as well.
Ooh.
Oh, the 4-man.
Nice. Not
How
bad
much gold
from
was that for
Zwyryn.
Syndra on that first strike proc? That's got to be like 50 to 100 at least.
That's a lot. 99 stacks, by the way, on Syndra. They're starting to get more and more strong. I believe that puts them up to 101. Yeah, there it is. They are getting quite scary. The stackers are stacking. Syndra also has an execute based on her stacks.
Yeah.
I cannot remember the Syndra numbers for the life of me, which is terrible because I'm a mid laner, so I should know these numbers.
Syndra versus Smolder Gwen. Who outscales who? I think that's the question right here. I mean, you also have Xayah into quite a bit of dive, but you do get outranged by the Smolder once that rapid fire cannon does come online. So we'll see how well Zwyryn plays it. He is definitely accelerated as well. 2 items now completed on the Syndra, despite being only 0-1-0. Not going to be able to take the tower, though, as he does have to be scared of the globals of the Taliyah if they do collapse on him. Yeah, gonna back off.
Gonna cool off. It's too risky. I do think the one issue you have with the lane assignment right now is we talked about like the haste's ability to kind of snap join on Matix if he needs the backup with his global. But because they're on the opposite side of the map, they can't do so. Nord, recognizing a reset timer in their favor, do look at attempting the Atakan. Has now been spotted out. Jankos jumped on by Uzhan. Uzhan's going to break away. I know you talked about it earlier, but we kind of got into the middle of a fight and I forgot to bring it up. Uzhan did play a couple of weeks ago during the Nexus Showdown. And there were a lot of people who supported them. Like, a lot of, like, Uzhan has fans, man. This guy is really, really clean. So, definitely a kind of up-and-coming jungler to keep your eye on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think he's above 1,000 LP right now, Challenger. Just incredible solo queue climb recently, too, after watching his OPGG. Zwyryn getting collapsed on the side, though.
Yeah. No, don't worry. Oh, no. There's a whole lot of nothing there, buddy.
Yeah. Flash pop is big, though, versus the dive
true.
of the Wukong. He's not going to be able to self-peel himself away from a potential flanking Wukong or Rel. And that could be problematic for the immobile Syndra right there. I think the Atakan start was ambitious, too, because you could force a TP. The only TP was Matix, and he does have 2 items right now. Look at the item gap top lane. It's actually just an entire item behind for Vizicachi on the Jax. It is a phenomenal gap. So these fights, they're going to be sketchy. I mean, eyes on Matix, how much can he do? He's been funneled a lot of gold right here.
Yeah, Matix looking incredibly strong. But hasn't really, beyond those, like that big team fight, hasn't really been given much of a space by Chachi. I think Chachi's done a good job of paying respect and recognizing that this is a 2-item Gwen who is incredibly accelerated at this point in the game. So not looking to give too much over to him. And Chachi, a single item to the 2 onto Matix, so it is a rough one for him.
Yo, just a side thought there. I wonder if Syndra deliberately aggroed the Atakan right there to have Atakan pull out and slightly trim the wave so that Taliyah couldn't farm it. Because that's something that people have experimented with. You see Atakan attacking the wave right there with the AoE, and any minions that die, the haste loses. So yeah, I wonder if that's intended. I'd love to say it was.
GPQ. Where he could take his own minions to inspire them. It was sick. Anyway, nice little catch on to Alaric. Just a chunk though, but again, Celestial opposition makes him quite tanky, so he's going to be able to survive.
I've seen this one before.
Yeah, I have as well. Both teams are thinking about it. Alaric, low HP. Treat is going to try and jump forwards. Does he just flash over the backline? Huge play from them here. Kevo jumps over the wall as well. And that is going to be all she wrote on that little fight. Matix actually resetting here, potentially looking for a window to teleport in to a fight. They're just going to clear out the vision. Dragon has been started, but quickly disengaged by Jankos. I think Nord are a little bit hesitant to take this fight. It's a bit risky. They know that the quickness on Treats is down. Alaric still has his ultimate. In fact, everybody still has their ultimate. Jankos can jump forward. They're going to throw down the wall just to split the fight up, separate people away. Chu comes down. Mum gets called in. There's the Magnet Storm into the fight, and Nord are shredded through. Zwyryn is able to get 1, but it gets answered back so quickly. Dragon secured for Rich Gang. They lose 1, but take 2. Chachi gets hit by the Achu, throws down the counter strike, and Atakan is also going to be another play.
Rich Gang, they take down Nord in such a quick fashion. The snap engage was there. Zweiru had no flash. My eyes were on Zweiru's Scatter the Weak, but he couldn't quite find it in time because Alaric, he pulls the trigger so quickly. And now that's going to be towered down in bot side, the scaling. Onto Atacon as well. A dragon taken and a massive team fight win for Rich Gang. Take a look at this. So Zweiru has no flash. This entire dynamic is if they can one-shot and punish the lack of flash on the Syndra. And I'm just seeing, can he react in time to scatter the weak, the rel engage, but he doesn't quite get it, and you're playing the fight without your control mage, right? You're just going to lose. Matix is running through them all. The feathers and the threat of that aren't enough. And this is looking sketchy for Nord now. I mean, I feel as if Nord came into this massive favorites. I mean, none of the analyst desks or the casters predicted this.
Oh, pause. You know, Nord have been our consistently second best team in the region after Lost Returners. They've been the guys who have the only people to take a series off Lost Returners all year. And Rich Gang, you know, kind of throwing together a kind of like a mishmash of teams, like Uzhan being a very, very new player to the NLC himself. And, you know, they've built a pretty solid roster
all I'm
right
saying
now.
Is the Twitch chatters, when Ozan was playing, was saying that he's the best jungler in the league. Yeah. And he's doing pretty good. He's doing pretty good. The scaling of the composition and the way they drafted also helps, but I'd say Ozan from the eye test has been pretty decent.
Yeah, no, honestly, Ozan, a player who has so far very impressed me. They've had a really, really solid couple of games, but we haven't seen much of them over here on the NLC. I know that obviously people are aware of them due to them having, you know, quite a lot of fans actually. But their performance has been really, really solid in every game we've covered them in. And to be sticking it to Jankos, it's like that on its own should really prove it. You know, this is a person with you know, a lot of potential as a player. It's just kind of about capturing that lightning in the bottle.
Hit brain.
Right now, that's
Two things.
exactly what Rich Gang need to do, right?
Absolutely, yeah. And also, two things. So we have been told that Rich Gang once again have ping issues, and we'll see if that can resolve, but also that Kevo has 215 stacks. So 10 away for, I think, the 5th dragon fight, and it already feels like they've outscaled.
I think at 225, the execute is like 6.5% health.
It's been lowered so much to about that number. I would agree with that. Yeah, it's very, very low.
I mean, I actually played a Smolder game yesterday just because I fancied playing him, and I think I got to like 300, and that's about 9% health to execute.
Yeah,
I can't remember the exact max on it, but there is, you know, the execute number actually can grow up quite quick.
So the big thing is that Smolder now scales more with AD, right, than actually stacks. He's way more AD based, which is probably why you see these builds with like Shojin and God, the items escape me. Bloodmail, which have a bunch of AD on them and bruisery stats, as well as versus the burst is pretty good because of the HP. But Smolder is generally, he scales more with AD these days rather than stacks. And that makes him less dependent on it. Ozan uses his ultimate.
Oh, yeah, it does catch on to Zweiru. They're going to follow Jankos up. Treats is going low.
Oh my gosh.
He might just fall here.
He's down.
The execute. Kevo has the stacks. He has the damage. Jankos will fall. Alaric gets the kill. That's Baron to Rich Gang.
And Treats just gets one shot there by the Q and the W and so on from Kevo. A surprising amount of damage, but that's him with 225 stacks, and that should be Nash with Jankos down.
2,000 gold lead is about to grow even more substantial there. Matix takes the tier 2, 700 gold in the pocket of the Gwen. Down goes the Baron off the back of that one. The recalls come through. And what was a 2,000 gold lead just shot up to a 4,000 gold lead. Nord really have to work to pull this one back now.
Yeah, 3 grubs, 2 dragons and scaling composition, as well as feet and the Baron now. It's looking rough. Empowered Mercs picked up for Ozan. CCing him and taking him down is going to be difficult because you want to one-shot a Wukong at the start of the fight, but now you just have too many targets. Seeker's picked up for Gwen as well if you dive him or try to one-shot him with the Syndra. You don't really have an angle there too. I didn't think we'd be seeing Nord struggle so much with the names on this roster.
I had no idea that was what we were going to see, but, you know, they had a good game one of the day. Now starting to struggle, and the big thing is Kevo being beyond the execute range, and now, you know, the stacks aren't as important. You know, they do up the damage a little bit and the ability to kill someone. But ultimately,
I mean, Hido's fed, man. Look at Hido's gold. he's also at 3 items to 2. So Hido, if he can get in range and actually do damage.
Going for the haste here, they're going to throw the Inchu out. Zwyroo forced to flash away. Mum gets called in, and that's going to be execute range. Zwyroo just about survives. Uzhan throws down the monkey spin. In they jump onto the backline, get that scan of the week off, shove back, coming through as Kevo refuses to die. Matix, on the other hand, assassinating on the backline, caught by the stuns, but it matters not, because Chachi will fall. Kevo takes him down.
There's just not enough damage for the side of Nord, trying to make a quick play using the Vi ultimate and the Syndra ultimate onto a single target. But it doesn't even one-shot said target. They just have to back off, lose their inhibitor, and that's 3 down for the side of Nord. Hido can't free hit because of the range difference. And even these plays where you feel like this is what Nord's composition is good at, one-shotting a single target, bursting them up front, don't work out.
Man, you know, Elder Dragon is a scary thought, but Kevo here, looking like Junior Dragon. So scary. Absolutely obliterating people in this Bruiser Smolder build. He's so hard to kill. They invested heavily onto him with CC. He just tanked it all. Now he's got the shield. That is an absolutely, horrible sight as Treat's been run down. There he goes. That might not be enough, actually. One more Q coming in from Kevo. Actually, he's not going to find it. Treats is able to just about escape.
He has 3,500 health, Kevo does. So you try to ult the Smolder, he has a Sterox. You try to ult the Talia, he has a Serra shield and empowered Mercs. Wukong, empowered Mercs and a bunch of HP, and a Seekers on Gwen. So who are you realistically ulting if you're Jankos and Zwyroo right now on the Vi Syndra? The reality is there's not really a target that they have.
Matix can just pop the W.
He's 4 levels up. I don't think it's good.
There's no way they win. Hido getting jumped onto. There's going to be the ultimate coming out. He's going to try and get the lockdown notice, but it's not enough. Alaric finds the Magnet Storm, and oh no, Jankos is going low. Hido is going low as well, but they do find the damage under the haste. He flashes out, but he goes down regardless. Matix continues to chase forwards, gets hit by the counter strike. The stun comes through. Alaric clears over the wall, looking for the Q damage. Here comes Kevo, the dragon, chasing forwards. Treats finds the knockup and the escape, but Mum is called in for backup. Alaric continues to chase forwards. The blades come back, and Rich Gang have to retreat.
That's Global Reds. They're going to secure Global Red off of that play, and again, it's another winning play for the side of Rich Gang. Nord, they tried to cross-map down bot side, maybe look for an objective bounty on the tier 2, but they're not going to find that either because a recall has to come through for Zwyroo just in case he gets ganked by a potential TP or something. He does not have the gas to be able to get through that tower. Once again, it's Matix being incredibly fed. Jankos, what feels like a desperation play, trying to focus down Matix with the DPS of Hido, but he can't do that. He's down 4 levels.
It is a terrifying concept. That is almost a max level. Gwen, 7-0, almost full build as well, closing in on it as Uzhan jumps forward. Zwyroo,
oh, no,
you can only scatter once. Kevo will finish you up. Boom goes the Syndra. Kevo secures the kill. Matix on the back line. Hido is cut down. That bird is snipped into pieces. Beautiful pickup for Matix, and they are just going to surf towards Jankos. He finds the interrupt, but he is knocked back. He is shuffled down, and this was so one-sided. Rich Gang, the stocks are going up. Nord, no answer for them as their base is now being sieged onto. The Magnet Storm will do nothing but hold them in place as they can watch the Nexus fall. Rich Gang getting stronger and stronger day by day. They're going to take out Nord in an absolutely devastating fashion. 4-0, Rich Gang defeat Nord.
I mean, Rich Gang look really good. From answers in draft to solo laners dominating the lane opponent, Matix finding solo kills onto Visit Chachi in an answer matchup with the Jax into the Gwen. You have Talia winning against the Syndra lane against Zwyroo, and bot lane with the excellent draft answer with a Smolder. Kevin playing really well there too. They look better as a team and individually as well in draft. What can you do? What an excellent performance from Rich Gang.
Honestly, an absolutely monster performance from Rich Gang. They look so good. You know, Smolder is a little bit of a niche pick. It's not always the most commonly picked, but if you do play around it well, it's still quite terrifying. You can see the potential in the pick. You just have to play well around it. Anyway, we're going to let our desk break this game 4 down, so over to you guys.
The cold shoulder of Rich Gang over Nords. Nobody expected this. Predictions were not even close. Jamad, don't even try. I'll call you out. Nord was speechless. This was beautiful.
A good game from
I
Rich
gotta
Gang.
say it.
I mean, first thing I want to say is they've lived up to the motto yet again. They have shattered expectations. I think in Matix, wow, what a performance on the Gwen solo kill in the lane, translating the lead into the rest of the map and played the team fights very, very well. And Kevo obviously continues to be phenomenal. Farmed up a storm on the Smolder, and well, he made good work of that.
Yeah, I mean, I also just really liked. Whilst I don't usually like this build that Kevo's done on Smolder, I think there is a lot of credit to doing it here, right? When you're playing against Vi, Syndra, Rakot, just having flat HP, the ability to actually just maybe tank some of that and then flash out, right? And then turn around, deal damage. So important, but so many times throughout this fight, or throughout this game rather, many times we would see Nord go forward, be a little bit too disconnected, and then the run down turnaround comes through from Rich Gang. And if I'm honest, that was just the story of a lot of the fights that we're gonna, re-roll through here, because it just felt as though Nord weren't necessarily, I'm not gonna say weren't on the same page. They were, but they were just out of sync of one another on that play, right? And Rich Gang were always not only on the same page about how to deal with those plays, but just about together on time.
I think that's the most important part. They were playing so well together. Everybody was replying at the same fight, at the same time, at the same target. I think like the focus on the targets Nord were going was also a little bit over there and here, and nobody was focusing the same target. Oh, this one is when Yankees is going away, and he was like, "Nah, I just want to face check." I feel like they were a little bit disconnected.
Very.
This was, yeah, towards the end of the game, right? And I think this is maybe the only time where truly it just looked like they were actually outsourced. Because again, I feel like a lot of these fights were actually taken on terms where both teams were kind of close to happy to actually let it happen, but then again, it all came down to execution, right? And we saw time and time again, like Duckling was pointing out, right? Max coming down with those lane leads and really just kind of flexing his muscles on it, or whether it was, again, Kevin not necessarily being the focus, right? A lot of times it felt like Rich Gang were tanking engages onto themselves via the haste, and again, he was not necessarily the target that I feel like Nord are necessarily looking for.
But at the same time, right, I think I said this to you, Ash, while we were watching the game, seeing was there any way Nord could come back, because obviously we have to look for those avenues, right, as we discuss how the game progressed. And I said, even I think if they managed to get onto Kevo and one-shot him, well, what would have happened in the meantime? Matix would have found a flank and he would have, obliterated your backline. In an extended fight, Matix would still just have won the fight for them. Like, who do you one-shot? You can't one-shot the Gwen. You could never really get onto Kevo, and yeah, I mean, D has ended up being the target, even though he's not the main man. But I feel like you remove one of the two main men, the fight is still very hard to win. And this was especially after this fight, as, I mean, good engage from Alaric. There was no flash on Sararu at this point. I think one of the mistakes Hito makes this game is the build, because he does actually get quite a bit of time to free hit. But buying that Phantom Dance a second really delays your spy, right? Should have probably gone the LDR into the IE, and yes, you attack a bit slower, but you can really cut through someone if you just get a few feathers down. And it ended up meaning he never got to that 4-item spike. He never got to deal that big amount of damage. And I'm not going to say he felt useless, but he felt weak in the team fights, despite when you look at the gold, you earned a lot.
Yeah, I think even that can be kind of dealt with by, the lethal tempo and the W attack speed steroid. But I actually think, as you were talking there, I think the answer was maybe to just ban the Xayah, like not have it in the game, because it felt as though to me that Nord really wanted to play a composition that was about like fast, snappy, engage, not so much front to back, right? And Xayah just feels really out of place here in like either enabling that or partaking, or actually being a champion with agency on their own. And I feel like Wukong, Wukong, Gwen, Talia, just that trio of champions alone, let alone of course the Rel, really don't let her even exist alone to deal with that dive. Like, she needs to be played around, even through having the self-heal tools that she does. So I feel like maybe the focus was a bit too high on that Zaya, right? Because at the end of the day, it was certainly a takeaway moment. Like, I don't feel like that's a game where you look at it and you go, yeah, Zaya looks like really, 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 really good here, right? It's okay, but it's not like the optimal thing in my mind. And I feel as though maybe they got sucked into, feeling as though it would be playable, but they could ban away those 2 other champs and then, kind of just leave Kevo on a bit of a worse off for wear pick. But that never ended up being the case.
As much as I see the angle of like, hey, Nords forget this, or they were not playing on the same angle and all that, I think it's also a reflection of how Rich Gang were on top game as well. First game they played with the sub, now they're playing with the full roster versus Nord, which was like the mountain of Group B. It looked like, a little pebble at the end of the day for Rich Gang. I think it's also a celebration of what they're trying to do and what they're bringing. Because when you compare this Rich Gang to Spring Split Rich Gang, not even close. I'm sorry, it's not even close. Whatever they cooked in between. And also we had a conversation with the coach, and he highlighted that Nias is doing a lot of work on the background. And hey, Jamada, Nias as I do, 2022 X7, he was one of the coaches that complicated individual, but brought in the bag. I think that's the important part. And if he's doing that work on the shadows,
I mean, from what I've been told from being in touch with the manager, right? Nias brought in the idea when he came in of bringing in D-Haste and Matix. I mean, that's not a pretty bad start, right? For 2 players to bring with you if you're joining a team. So yeah, I mean, I think Rich Gang sleeper team, and I think beating one of the top 3 favorites, that's definitely a way to maybe remove that sleeper status and to be one of the dark horses now fully as well. Worth remembering, they won the Nexus Showdown, obviously weaker teams there, right? But they're getting a nice trip to Spain to watch the LEC finals, courtesy of the NLC by winning that tournament. But more importantly, it also means that they did have quite a bit of comp experience together as a 5-man team before any of the other ones, right? Because essentially, except for LR, every other team has been created very late on or had these issues in terms of getting scrims on time and blah, blah, blah. But look at Rich Gang, right? Played a full competition before any of the other teams really got into their groove. Definitely a head start, and I think, wow, you can see it. They are not just individually, but macro-wise, one of the best we have right now.
I think it's also saying, hey, a lot of these teams sometimes have the ingredients, but you don't have a cook, and it looks like Rich Gang are cooking well. Let's see what happens as soon as they go into playoff stage, but we're not done with seeding stage yet. One more game ahead of us. This is gonna be Ruddy versus Chaos. The cast team is a little bit split in between, so before I toss it to break, Jamada, full honesty, who's gonna win this one? Now look me in the eyes, don't even look down. No, look me in the eyes, bro.
Ruddy.
What do you mean, man?
Okay.
We all know it's going to be my boy Scuffed, my former player. He's going to step up and he's going to absolutely giga gap the Congolese in the mid lane. They wanted a Korean for a reason. They're washed. It's time for Denmark to win.
Okay, let's see what happens after the break. So don't go anywhere. We still have one more game. Ruddy or Chaos. I'll see you soon.
Data is everything. It's the building blocks of our world. It's our environment, our technology, how we communicate, create, and innovate. A single data point won't move the needle. But the more data points we connect, the further we can go. Because it turns out, the best way to forecast the future is to build it. So we did, and this is that mark. Engineered to embody innovation and defy limitation. Harnessing the unknown to reveal the future. This is the new Sandisk.
Ready versus Chaos. There we go. It's all up to this. Chaos. They have a shot. Ready as well. Jamada, you're on the side of Ready. They did show some promise. Duckling, you are completely on the side of Chaos. You didn't even have a doubt in your mind. Justify.
5 Danes.
Why?
No, I think it. No, if I'm gonna try and make it a bit more serious, I think Roddy, just from while we watched the last game, I did unmute for a bit and listen to their comms. Didn't sound the most clean. I don't have the access right now to Chaos's comms, but having talked with Scuffed, is he someone I have a lot of trust in? I think he's a good player. He hasn't really been able to take the step up yet. I think someone like Rai in a game like this should just giga get E-tracks. I've not been impressed with him. I'm gonna be honest on the Ruddy lineup. And I think those are the main reasons, right? I think when you look at Ruddy, who am I looking at to carry here? It could be Congolese, maybe. Maybe Hyper could have a good game on one of his carry top laners, but I'm not expecting Don Jake to carry. And by the looks of things, I'm not expecting G-Track. So despite these two teams being clearly, by the looks of things, the weakest teams we have, I'm pretty confident in leading Chaos, and it's not just my Denmark bias.
I love that you can be so disappointed without even opening your mouth, Jamada.
Why does he look like a disappointed father on me?
I'm just... Jamada would be a great father. Jamada. Okay, between
it's
you
part
and
of the
me,
parcel. Yeah.
I do think, like, all memes aside and all things aside, I think Hyper could be the Hyper carry. He has
He
the
needs to not be
skill.
on Scion duty. Yeah, I mean, he just needs to not be on Scion duty. You know, and just a small little, like, joke and prod. I asked him, is he gonna be on any more Scion duty? And do you know what he said to me? You're never seeing my Scion again, bro. So, my hope is, you know, that he's not lying. But we'll kind of have to wait and see. I do feel as though the one game against Nord was a pretty good demonstration of, like, Hyper definitely having the mechanical skill probably to go toe-to-toe with a lot of different top laners in the league, if he can do it versus Chachi and make it look quite close. So my hope is they do give him something that's a little more inside of his wheelhouse. I wasn't a big fan of that Jinx first pick either. Maybe it's just a G-Trax thing where, you know, he's a bit of a, you know, a bit of a one trick, and they just want to keep him as comfortable as possible. But if that's the case, like, chuck that guy on a mage, like, or something like that, like something that's just gonna sit there and wave clear, let the rest of the map really take over and try to play the game through that.
But I'm going to make a counterpoint here, right? One of the things I think could be Chaos' biggest strength is going back to what make these players in Denmark big names who have now got the chance in the NLC. Before Shakale just became Shakale, he was called Brandvarm Shakale, directly translating to on fire Shakale. He was known for carry junglers, taking over, invading, taking a lead and putting a stranglehold on his opponent's jungler. If there was a game to, you know, lock in your Lee Sin, Viego, whatever, and try and dominate a game, you're playing against an Emerald Dawn Jake. I need to see my Danish brother here take this game by the balls and just absolutely take over. Like, it's necessary if we want to be proud of who we are as a people. But let's see as the draft commences.
I understand your point. My only question to you is, how do you say assemble and then in Danish? The word assemble.
Lad os komme
There
sammen.
we go. GP and Timo are going to be the bans, Nunu and Riven on the other side. So a lot of targeted, which means all OP or S tier Exodia. All up.
I'm not even gonna get into what's up because basically everything besides Gwen has been taken off the board. So this really, like, if Ruddy first pick Jinx again, I think that just says a lot about G-Trax specifically. Not even just like the whole. I think it says a lot about G-Trax and what he is probably comfortable playing.
Pantheon, Jake, let's go.
Okay,
Let's go.
Okay.
Lovely. Hey, step in the right direction, in my opinion. We'll see where they go from here, though, because, of course, what this means is you can maybe get some more of these control mages through the mid lane, right? Obviously, Talia is the one that immediately comes to mind as the initial pairing, but I'm unsure about Congolese proficiency on that pick. But certainly a strong top side can be drafted off of this.
Please. I mean, if this isn't for value, if this isn't for value, I am severely disappointed. Like, Shaquille, this is the game where you need to step up. We've seen him in the NLC multiple times now, and I'm yet to be reminded of why he's one of the players I remember so vividly from the Danish scene. Because he's not playing to his strength, and it's so infuriating to see when I feel like there is more to this guy. But let's see, though, as the draft unfolds. Wouldn't surprise me if Vayu is someone who played Maokai top lane, regardless of the meta, as he's a bit of an oddball with his champion pool. But now, though, the Poppy locked in. Yeah, so let's see where that goes. It could swap between them. As for, you know, the side of Don, Jake now and Ruddy, would you maybe lock in the Jinx now if G-Trex still can only play it? Or let's see if the champion pool has expanded.
Yeah, I will actually, like, give a little bit of nod and, like, you know, add to the fact that there is always a possibility that Maokai top could, like, exist. I don't actually think it's that bad. It just really needs a good matchup to be worth putting it there, right? And when you've got Poppy, the flexibility is always an option. We will see where they decide to go as Kai'Sa gets locked in for G-Trax, and now they're looking at a potential Syndra, and I mean, wouldn't be too bad. I think the only thing that I'm lacking out of this comp right now is someone who can probably just face tank the Maokai, right? That's probably going to be a very big deal. Also aid the dive. Typically one of the highest value picks when trying to do that is the Alistar. So I wouldn't be too surprised if Chaos looked to ban that away. Nico is also another good one because of course you can send the clone into the Maokai. So we'll see exactly if one of those picks are locked in here or if they're both banned away by Chaos.
Mid laner likely to come through from Scoffed. He has more to his pool, but I mean, the Asir could be the standard. He's been alright in it. I don't think he's been phenomenal this so far in the 3 games. I know there is more to this guy, but hasn't shown too much of his champion pool either. Maybe that will change. Important to remember, loser here though goes into Fearless best of 5s in the lower bracket, and for Chaos, relegation could still be a threat for them, so they desperately need this win as we go into the second ban phase. You mentioned the Nico earlier. I think there will be a phenomenal ban here for Chaos, and it would surprise me a bit if they don't do it though, as the Kazan is the priority.
Looks like it's going to be a little bit of a chaos composition for Reddit, like really in the mix on team fights, close quarters, only Syndra trying to spread across the team fight and trying to get some control in there, and if you go too deep you might get executed. So who else can you follow with that? You were talking about the Alistar or any support that can go into the mist, but you also need a good top laner that can be within a team fight, be tanky. Xante is out. What do you think for Ipa? You're looking in the likes of Aatrox, or are we going to be revisited by that Irelia?
Olaf, I mean, definitely screams to me that the Poppy is likely to go top. I mean, I will say the thing is, if they do go AD here on 4, which seems very likely from Raya, right? There's no real reason not to. There's also a real world where this Poppy gets flexed a lot, and they could look for another jungle angle if they want it, or another top angle. Again, that is the flexibility of this Maokai. And I mean, hovering over a Draven lock, it's good into Kai'Sa in isolation early on, but unfortunately we're gonna go towards a slightly more standard answer in Tristana, which is still very, very good versus that Kai'Sa lane rather, 1v1. But then of course scales into the game just a little bit better than that Draven does.
Yeah,
Time to reveal the card.
You're obviously needing the support, right? I think you'll get the first pick. The pool untouched. You could really have the pick of your litter here, whatever you want to pair it up with. Hyper could get the Renekton. There's been talk that, not many good Renektons on the cast last game in Europe. Well, let's see if Hyper passes the Aragon check, and if Aragon will be proud of the performance put out. Only time will tell. Well, for the supports now, maybe you need some more engage. The Nautilus. The Nico was also the option if you wanted to do that against the Maokai, but a bit more frontline could be nice here, or additional engage. The Rel, the Rakan, everything's an option, but Hydra looks pretty set on the Nautilus.
I like the Nautilus here because it's reliable. Like, you can press the button and someone will get knocked up, right? Even if it might end up being a little bit rough, especially if something like the Braum gets locked in inside of the lane, and that's something that, Ruddy are going to have to remedy through jungle work. And to be fair, the Pantheon is actually so powerful in these skirmishes that you would almost want to edge that 3-3 over towards Ruddy just by virtue of him existing. We'll see how, of course, the 2v2 plays out now that Braum has been locked in, because, again, it can be a very rough lane, 2 versus 2, but all it takes is one dredge line and a good trade, and all of a sudden, Tristan Braum can't necessarily play out the 2v2 the way that they want to, so we'll keep our eyes on Hydra. But for Ruddy, it's all about aggression, right? One item spike across the board, basically, on the top side, and then Kai'Sa, multiple ways that she can build to really kind of change the way that she wants to play. We'll see what she wants to do here into Chaos' composition.
Pedal to the metal for Ready. Chaos needs to think about their late game as they go and pilot through it. Maokai, probably not the tankiest, but you have the Braum and the Poppy to try and help. I see reasoning for both sides. I just want to understand if you're still on the same side of the predictions you delivered to me before we went on to break. Jamada, you had a strong belief, and Ready, do you keep it up?
I do. They've given themselves very strong tools. I think everyone's on very comfortable champions as far as I'm aware. And I think importantly, it's very easy to play that comp fight. It's very easy to play Chaos' comp too.
Duckling.
I'm feeling a bit less
Danish,
confident, to be
blah,
honest,
blah.
but I still think they got it. I think this is a must-win game for Chaos, not because they're 5 Danes, but for the organization in the NLC as well. They are one of the ones threatened by relegation. Going straight into the losers bracket against this Ruddy roster would be unacceptable, I think, even for the org standards they've set for themselves and where their ambition lies. They should take it. They need to take it, to be honest.
This game is a GA for any team that takes the W, and also it is a Renekton for Aragon for the first time. I know you love it, so enjoy it. Hiprain, you had your GP, so shut up and let other people have fun.
I'm happy.
He's right.
I'm happy. We both got our champs today. Although I did have a tirade about Renekton in the last game, saying I hate EU Renektons. But speaking to an EU Renekton, let's get your thoughts on this game.
This is really funny. Okay, I'm gonna ramble about Renekton, but don't zone out. It's Hyper's Renekton specifically.
Hold on, let me get a pillow.
And Hyper, 2 days ago, came to my stream and asked me how to play and build Renekton. Because he was learning it and he wants to blind it. So he's actually gone and done it. I gave him the build, and I don't think he's had that much practice time. So I worry that in a matchup like Renekton versus Poppy, where there's a chance you die if you get pinned against a wall. It is Renekton favored because you out-sustain the mana that Poppy has. It's just a bit fragile if you get pinned against the wall. So we'll see how Hyper pilots it. It is definitely Renekton favored, and I'm surely Hyper can win this winning matchup, right?
It feels like one of those matchups where it's like a 60-40 matchup. Like, it's leaning Renekton favored, but there's still opportunities. Like, things like the Steadfast Presence can shut down your slice and dice. Like you said, if you position wrong and get smacked into a wall. Also, the hammer down on the Q. I can't remember the name of the ability. I'm just going to call it hammer down. Like, that base damage is actually quite nasty. It can really catch up to you. Obviously, you've got Conqueror, you've got the Q, you have Sustain built into you, and you have no mana costs.
Interesting.
There's a lot of tools.
Yeah, sorry to cut you off. I just noticed on the runes hover that the producers kindly showed us. Usually you'd go unflinching in a matchup like this where there's so much CC in the team fights, in the matchup itself as well, in the trade patterns. It's usually better than Demolish at this stage. Still not going to go towards that. Going to play for the Demolish stacks for the Renekton into the Poppy. And we'll see how well he uses the push. Is he going to get the platings off cooldown on every other wave crash? That's typically the goal. As we see Chaos actually late invading towards these Raptors. They have the Braum level 1. They have the Maokai clear onto the Wraith. It's a very common play to make. And just touching on Chaos's comp a little bit here, it's extremely EU. This is about as EU as you can get. Full scaling front to back. I hate it. But it is what it is. That's what Chaos want to go for. And ease of execution-wise, it's about the best that you can get.
Yeah, and on the other side, Ruddy, they are, as you described it to me earlier, a shotgun comp. This is a team which is very early and mid-game focused. You know, explosive picks and a dive available to them. Like, if they can pull ahead far enough early, I do think it'll be hard for Chaos to recover, even though they have like the better scaling as the late game goes later. It's one of those games where if it does start to snowball away from you, this Ruddy comp will continue to roll that snowball. But that has been somewhat mitigated by Shackle doing a full red side clear of Don Jake's jungle. Jake is none the wiser, so he's going to move over to his Raptors, and I think Shackle's waiting for the minions to back off so he doesn't get spotted. Jake's now going to have to run towards the other red side. This is rough for him.
Oh no, he sees it, he doesn't realize.
Okay, he's now figured it out. He's figured
Look
it
at bot lane. The whole team didn't realize. I mean, I was going to give props to Ruddy's bot lane for being aware that they potentially could have been invaded on. They weren't getting chunked. And then there was a threat of a 3 camp from the Maokai into a dive bot lane that Shackle was fishing for. Now, Don Jake in response, because of Maokai showing bot lane, he's going to invade the top side. He has the push of the Renekton.
Oh, no.
Congolese.
Congolese going incredibly low here. He had a pretty sad attempt on the... Oh, what are you doing?
Wait.
I mean, buddy?
I mean, there's not really that many other places the Maokai can be, Congolese. I think that's a rough death. I think Congolese right there, Maokai was bot side the entire time. He's probably on his bot side quadrant as well, around his blue buff, and he just ganks him, cheese gank. Congolese falls. Not flash pop though. He can TP back and keep farming up, but a good kill from Shackle.
Yeah, really, really nice little kill there for him. Congolese, unfortunately, had a pretty rough game on the Cassiopeia as well in our first game from Ruddy today. And somewhat continuing off the back of that one is obviously, like you said, able to teleport back to lane. Don Jake equalizes out, just splits the map in half, and now looks for Vayu. But Steadfast Presence is going to be so good at stopping that Pantheon. And yep, there he goes. Don Jake, nice little attempt at least.
I think Hyper is so set up for success here. He has double global in the Kai'Sa plus Pantheon to be able to follow up on any kind of side laning he wants to do right here with the Renekton. So, I mean, it's on him. This is more of a Renekton composition than anything else.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, though, Poppy damage early is pretty disgusting. And it's not such a hard winning matchup, but it is, you know, unplayable. So you can see Vayu's doing a good job of getting hold of that one. There is a ward spotting Shackle on these chicken camp here, so Jake is going to be aware of that one. Shackle just continue to split the map, which actually I think Ruddy are probably okay with because it gives more opportunities for Don Jake to gank Vayu and try and get that lane ahead. The problem is the cost of that is Ryan Sniller kind of just get to play their matchup for free, and there's not really much they can do about that one. Vayu right now doing a really good job of just constantly keeping the health down on the side of Hyper, but like you said, the mana is going to slowly start to evaporate here for him.
Yeah, you got to dodge every Q if you're Renekton. Baits it out, make sure you don't get hit, and then bleed that mana if you're Hyper. He's dashing in right now, got the empowered stun and the empowered Q, and you could see just how winning the matchup is with the Conqueror stacks from the Renekton. Now, the big question is, how does Don Jake navigate the respawn Raptors on the enemy side right here for Chaos? He's timing them, he's going to cross-map them on the take of the Dragon Chaos right here.
I don't think they can go for a dive.
Yeah, they could do right here, but the recall's going to go through, and Don Jake's going to peel back to the Raptors.
I hate the idea of diving a Poppy. Steadfast Presence, wallbang, there's too many tools. Don Jake's happy to keep the map split, and, you know, if this wave pushes out, Hyper still has plenty of health. He might just get a cheeky reset off, and Don Jake, by the time Hyper gets back to lane, they could look for a potential gank angle. I don't think... Oh, Don Jake was seen by the minions. Didn't time that right, so he's been spotted.
Oh no, he's
he doesn't have his top lane. I mean, he hasn't got smite either, so he might just...
He has to flash the E. Here. He has to flash the E. Oh, he's just fine.
Break away from the wallbang, gets himself in camp. But some damage out, gets caught by Vayu's ultimate though. Don Jake trying to break away from this one, flashes over the wall. Hyper's here to try and find the backup. Sapling goes down, doesn't hit onto anyone. Ruddy. They burn the flash from Don Jake there. Vayu throws his ulti out as well.
Yeah.
And now the gank angle is here. Don Jake flashless, trying to channel the recall off, and looks like he's going to get away with it. I did think a dive was coming out there for a brief second.
Yeah, they potentially looked for it with Scuff's move. I think that could have gone a whole lot worse if the stun from Vayu on the wall actually connected on to Don Jake.
Yeah.
Still, gonna get away Don Jake right there. Not quite level 6, and once he does get to level 6, we'll see how well they play with that global. Super important how you use that first global, because that's such a long cooldown. 180 seconds or so in the realm of that. As Shackle gonna invade the respawn blue buff. Don Jake really losing a lot of camps this game. Shackle utilizing the Maokai and his ability to steal camps away in counter invades.
I mean, I'll give it to Jake that he's been able to get counter invades off, so he's not actually given up as much. But he is definitely on the back foot to Shackle right now. And my interest is, when does this shotgun actually get loaded? When does this comp pull that trigger and start to blow people up?
It's a good question.
Closing in on 6. When is it?
It's usually, I mean, typically Kaisers want to get to about 2 items, and then with a new Kraken Slayer Guinzu's build, you're incredibly strong. You can play to that mid-game spike and play on side lanes as well with, for example, Syndra or Renekton stun. That's really when it is. The same can be said with the scaling from Syndra. She really scales with stacks, but for now, you really want to be playing at this team fight with the Grubs, with the Renekton. You're so incredibly strong at this point. So now it's really when you can start playing.
Oh, he was able to break away. I did see that Jake had 6, but they're just going to back off. They've got pressure. G-Trax has been sent up, and I think this is just going to be the Grubs over to the side of Ruddy. And you talked about how Hyper on this Renekton is going to be running the Demolish. Going to be even more effective for him. Getting the Grubs on the Demolish Renekton. Towers will not last for long, although Chaos not willing to give this one up for free. They should at least be able to get 2 and get the stack. Can they push for more? Chaos pressuring up forwards here, going to throw down the ultimate. That's going to be the hook in onto the Azir. Hyper pops ulti. G-Trax jumps in onto the backline. They find the lockdown. They find the damage. Don Jake secures the kill onto Scuff. Sniller flashes away to safety. And Chaos are left packing. Raya and Congolese getting jumped onto here. Unleash power into the scatter of the week, into the queue. He just needs one more. The barrier, the pop back. Nobody dies.
Almost finishing off both of themselves with the leap forward, but has the barrier. And it's a winning topside play for Ruddy. They managed to secure all 3 Grubs and a kill. There's the shotgun that we talked about with the dive from the Kai'Sa and engage from Hydra. Ruddy are running this early game.
Yeah, this is exactly what we said we wanted to see from them. Early mid is Ruddy's domain right now. They are able to use it. 3 Grubs onto Hyper. He's got demolished. That tower is going to start to drop plates. Jake jumps over, gets cancelled out by the Steadfast Presence, smash back by the Arcane Smash. They listen to the area. Don Jake needs to be careful. Shackle, no. Oh, it does have flash. He could flash Twisted Advance, but he's going to bail off at the moment. Plate will stand. That second plate at least will stand for now. If it doesn't overstay his welcome.
Now, Chaos, they do have scaling on their side, right? Like I said, this is the most EU draft of all time. They have Azir Maokai, they have an AD carry and an Azir backline, as well as a lot of scaling in the Braum Azir duo for the front to back. I think this draft for Chaos, it's all about hitting that late game, surviving the spike of the Ruddy composition in the mid game, and then progressing past that point, making sure they're not too far behind. They've already done a good job in securing the first dragon, which means that they're going to be on a less of a timer by the time Soul Point and Soul comes around.
Right now, it's just a waiting game for the next dragon. Man, I honestly, I was paying attention to you that time, and I still said every filler word I ever say. We're 5 games in, guys. And honestly, I expected way more of a clown fiesta between Ruddy and Chaos, but both teams paying a lot of respect to one another. I say that, but Congolese finds himself caught, locked in place. There is nothing this Syndra can do. Throws out a scatter, and he is taken out. Scuffed, able to secure the kill. Congolese, I hate to say it, it's been a bit of a weak spot for Ruddy.
Yeah, I mean, the Azir shuffle into a gank onto an immobile champion is an absolute classic. Shackle and Scuff taking advantage of that. Very well played. And that's Congolese falling with no flash right there. Now Dragon is going to be a hard contest. They've got a stall on the side of Ruddy until the teleport comes through from Congolese on the Syndra. But Don Jake is getting shredded.
Oh, they're going to let the damage on. That is going to be one dead Jake. Team, feat of warfare secured. We'll speak eventually. Hydra might actually just die to the sapling. A double kill for Shackle. Hyper goes down as well off the back of that one. And that is 3 members of Ruddy falling to Chaos. Absolutely rough fight for Ruddy.
It's a really big disaster, right? This is when your composition spikes. This is how you want to play the team fights with potential dives as well as the one-shots. But look at how this team fight goes. They're waiting for the side of Ruddy, that is, the Syndra to respawn and then to TP back. So they're trying to play slowly to buy time here, but they bite off more than they can chew, despite a nice hook from Hydra's.
Oh,
saying that, Donjik finds the
shotgun's reloaded. Scuff jumps forward looking for Jake. Raya's going to get the damage off onto him. J-Track jumps onto the backline, finds the assassination, but he is getting absolutely melted. Chaos cannot hold. The barrier from Raya is going to be enough as pop they go. Raya is able to get the reset, jump away. Like I said, the shotgun has reloaded as Shackle scattered. Hydra gets the shutdown. It's so unfortunate.
Goggly's just slightly whiffed that stun right there to not get the kill. And in the meantime, Vayu is just wailing away at this turret, getting a plating for himself as well. Not going to have any grubs to be able to take any more platings than that. But I don't know how that happened, because we were in a replay. Somehow Ruddy find a winning team fight, and that's exactly what they needed, right? We'll see if they can stop Poppy here, but Poppy does have the W to potentially stop any dashes. Is there an ulti play here to be made?
Caught by the lockdown, flashes away. Their fast presence, movement speed will be enough. Vayu's out.
Is going to walk out on that one. Bot lane matchup should be Tristana favored. The range is greater. And the bomb at this stage looks quite painful. Usually, the way that you play Kai'Sa is you just have to kind of chill in the early game. Get to Kraken Slayer Gwynsu since the Kraken Slayer buffs, and you can see, until then, the Collector's going to be stronger.
I don't think Vayu wants that heat, to be honest. Hyper.
Nah.
Starting to do a lot of damage. They've just successfully been able to zone G-Track, so he has to go for a reset. Not on the most optimal timing. Scent packing, and you know, there might be 3 grubs onto Ruddy, but there's a Tristana on the other team, which is basically a walking grub machine themselves. As Vayu thinks they have Hyper here, but Steadfast Present comes out, blocks the stun. It's such a hard angle to find a gank off.
But look at bot lane. Kai'Sa's being zoned off of so many waves. They can't walk up out of threat being dove. G-Trax is full HP. I'm surprised they don't try and outplay under the turret, but they can't get there. Braum is zoning them off.
Jake's on the wrong side of the map. I think they just have to concede. Unfortunately, the hammer comes down, sends the
there's an
crocodile
engage on
pack
bot
in.
side.
They are looking for the engage onto the bot lane. G-Trax gets caught by the lockdown. They're going to throw the damage in on to the support. Hydra will crumble. G-Trax continues to be zoned away. They need Jake on the bot side of the map if they want any hope of being able to survive this.
Yeah, they're desperately trying to play into the Renekton. Maybe cross-map the first tower for the feats of warfare. But they don't quite get it, and now it's going to be first blood tower to the Tristana.
Oh, Scuff gets caught, goes for the flash away, gets good shuffle back. The unleashed power's enough on Jake. He's going low to the tower shot. No extra one coming in. He's able to survive. Scuffed flashes to safety.
Yeah, I'm worried. I'm worried for the side of Ruddy.
Oh, I'm super worried.
Their window, where they're supposed to be stronger, they're going to come in slow. They're going to come in weak.
Yeah. I mean, the shotgun is looking a little bit like a spud gun at the moment. They are not doing enough damage.
Yeah, not so great. I mean, that potato gun sounds like it hurts, to be honest. But yeah, it's not going to be quite enough to break the composition of Chaos as you come in for that third dragon.
More. And now send G-Trax up to top side just so he can catch Sun Farm. He's, you know, even though he's actually not too far behind on the actual CS numbers, the pressure and the gold that Raya has been able to accrue is just too much for them. Going to teleport Vayu down towards bot side. They actually just swap the lanes over once again. I want to see Jake just leave Hyper alone. I think isolated 1v1, Hyper's fine. It's so hard to gank. They're actually going to teleport it. I assume that is... Wait.
They're playing for the Rift Herald, right? I mean, it's a gank that'll never work. And they've got numbers for Rift Herald now. Poppy's had to drop a wave to come and shadow, but Congolese is getting chunked, so it could be problematic. How does Syndra enter the river alone? He needs help.
Yeah, I mean, that is one zoned off Syndra. Already Hyper's half HP as well. Vayu's coming in on the flank angle. Steadfast presence means no one can play the escape. There's going to be the wall bang in onto Hyper. Lots of damage coming out. G-Trax just trying to fire the damage off, but he's too early in the game. He's exhausted. He is squashed down. 4 members fall. Chaos. Absolutely annihilating Ruddy.
And it's an absolute wipe. Like you're saying, onto Ruddy by Chaos. How do they play without their Syndra as such a massive part of their burst? On any CC, you want the Syndra ult to follow up, but Syndra is stuck in Narnia in mid lane. You need to escort her, you need to walk her through. through these pressure points that Chaos have established, but they don't do that. Ruddy have to play 4v5, and they get wiped on this Herald.
It's too early as well. G-Trax got zoned off so much farm. It's just too behind right now. The damage isn't there on their Kai'Sa. Because there was a world where she was free firing for quite a while, and had that been, you know, a 2-3 item Kai'Sa, people would have died. But again, it's a spud gun. It's not the shotgun yet, and it's not doing enough damage. G-Trax, Kraken Slayer, Pickaxe to IE, and Collector on Riot. A whole level down as well. This should just be Dragon number 3 for Chaos. I don't really see a world where Ruddy are going to be able to force their way in, although they are thinking about it. Vayu comes in on the flank. Hydra misses the hook. They find the lockdown. Again, G-Trax's damage is just too little. They're going to find the stun.
Big
a
stun.
3-man scatter from Congolese is relatively big, but Vayu just refuses to die. They find another hook in. That's going to be G-Trax jumping onto the back line. Vayu just about survives the play. Dragon secured. And Chaos don't lose a single soul.
Vayu just essentially 1v4s on the backside. They're buying so much space for that Dragon take. I think Don Jake just ulted in. Oh, there he goes.
Yeah, well,
That was a pop.
It's a 1-for-1. Just went down, but the problem is there's going to be the twisted advance. There's going to be a lockdown into the Glacial Fissure.
Oh, he got the
Riot
resets.
started to collect. He's had
Hold
two, making it a triple. Finally falling. Hyper secures the kill. Gets away with just a sliver of HP. A sapling will finish G-Trax off, and that is exactly what gets pulled out. But the shutdown's there. Somehow Ruddy get the kills. Find the turnaround. Vayu is reset, though. He is back on the map.
What is this game, Hitbrain? How do Ruddy keep finding the fights? Every time you watch them, you think maybe there's just a little bit of potential in their team fighting at the very least, because they always find the plays afterwards when you think it's lost. Hyper and the rest of Ruddy take down Chaos, Chaos's 4-man stack as Vayu recalls, and it's all off of the back of a Don Jake dive with the Pantheon ult.
Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy fight. I mean, they got the dragon, which is the most important thing, but again, Vayu, just G-Trax doesn't do damage yet. It's too early.
Yeah, the DPS isn't there. Vayu is essentially just walking at them all. 1 versus 4, 1 versus 3, tanking DPS from everyone, and he doesn't die in the end. Flashes over the wall, and the last spear isn't going to connect. Walks away, but what I wanted to see was the Pantheon ulti here. That this takes cojones. Don Jake goes in.
Low.
And doesn't directly get the kill onto Syndra. Gets popped by the Tristana, but then the fight afterwards. Wait, hold up a second. They picked up Vayu.
Yeah, he overextended on his own. But the problem is Chaos. They have Rift Herald, and all of Ruddy just showed on the top side of the map. So this is a freebie. They could go for charge number 2, and I think that's exactly what Shackle's going to do, providing he doesn't hit the tower structure there. Oh, no, he's going into mid.
Can he do it?
Drift?
Is he going to
drift?
drift?
Can he drift?
Oh, no, not quite.
No.
I think if he goes the other way around
Yeah.
to the left of the wall and around the tier 2, maybe he can make it to the mid lane. Tier 1.
It's a hard one. That's a hard angle to pull off.
That's tricky. That is tricky.
Had it been tier 2, it was pretty easy, but unfortunately it wasn't, so definitely a harder one for them off the back of that one. This tower will not be long for the world, unfortunately, the side of Ruddy, although it's like they have been able to mount some level of a defense to hold this tower. Atakan is on the map. Vayu
Yeah, I would
quite happily
definitely be looking at that
topside.
right now. With Azir DPS on that Nash's, with the Tristana as fed as Tristana is, and Maokai DPS as well, I think you can do an Atacon rush right here for Chaos.
Yeah, I mean, G-Trax still not got his item. Chaos does get caught here by the Scatter of the Week and the Depth Charge. Hook's going to come down from Hydra, throws the ultimate. It's only going to catch onto 1. He's staying alive for a fair amount of HP here. Shackle finally goes down. Jake secures the kill. And that dissuades Atakan for a little bit longer. Just gives you time to get that Rage Blade on your Kai'Sa.
I like what Ruddy are doing, actually. They've said, screw macro, screw strategy. We're just going to send 5 people around and punish mispositionings. They killed Vayu up topside, and they sent their 4-man core with a lot of burst to kill the Maokai as well. They're going to lose mid-tower for it, but this is the kind of play that you need to make to edge back into the game.
Scott's in danger. He's got the ultimate on. Hyper's tanking it, but Don Jake will fall. A 1-for-1. Teleport coming in as well. Looks like Hyper's just going to try and get this Demolish proc off and get out. Got the slices, got the dices. He has some sustain, but Raya's in the area. I think Hyper's just going to try not to give Raya the kill here. Problem is, there's a tree chasing him, and that is going to be one over to Shackle.
Yeah, not ideal. Can't convert the kill into anything. Nice buffer from Hydra's in the mid lane here, but he's going to fall all the same. Then there's a reset coming in.
Ongolese is dead. That's the flash away. He is able to just about break out. Raya had already used their flash. Ongolese just about survived. Bad scatter from them, but that is going to be Atakan now.
That is going to be Atakan. Jake, you know, next week, it's actually quite high. It's going to be Don Jake versus Velia, which is something I never thought I'd ever say in my life. What an exciting matchup to look forward to, because honestly, the early games of Don Jake have been quite fun. I'm really excited to see how that goes.
Honestly, Don Jake is, without a doubt, the best performing member right now on Ruddy. At least today he
Complete cap. The top lane, Hyper is so much better. I have to say, I think Hyper is the best performing member on this team.
Last game, Don Jake was the only reason there was hope. That's my argument against you on that.
I think Don Jake may have sniped some kills.
Oh, definitely. Oh, definitely. He's very good at kill securing. Very good at kill securing. Looks like Shackle's going to try and play denial. This is Soul, by the way, if they can pick it up. It's not going to be the case. They throw down the ultimate, trying to get the grounded in, as G-Trax has been left alone. They've just left their ADC to his own guile. He's trying to stay alive. He's trying to do the damage, but Raya has his team with him. The front to back of Chaos is just proving too much. And that Spud gun, that's out of ammo. Triple kill for Raya.
They can't find the one shot from the side of Ruddy onto Chaos, and Hyper starting the fight, flying into space because of an excellent poppy ult from Bayou means that it's just a 4 versus 5. In a scenario where you can't find a flank, you're getting flanked yourself from the Maokai ult from Fog of War, you're going to have a really hard time pumping out damage. And at the end of the day, G-Trax, he just doesn't have the gas to get through this poppy, to get through this Maokai and the Braum. And they really need to start off fights by one-shotting a target.
I think G-Trax's ultimate was pretty lackluster, to be honest, though. He positioned in a way where he immediately jumped in and then had no one with him. So he had to just run away, and he just drops a bunch of DPS time. You know, he doesn't, unfortunately, find the upkeep that he needs. And you've got 2 core items, but, you know, you spike this build, but he doesn't have the team who are strong enough to keep him alive to be able to actually output the damage.
It's also the fact that a spike at 35 minutes that's meant to be hit at 20 is not the same, you know?
True. I mean, you got 3 items on the
He's just too far behind.
Who's outranging. They got 3-level lead between G-Trax and Raya. Like, remember, Tristana gets range with levels. She's only getting scarier. She's only outranging the Kai'Sa more and more every level. This is really rough, actually.
Yeah. Well, they sent 4 mid lane, and they hit the tower with the Demolish proc and the Grubs. Don Jake's going to catch this Maokai ulti, but the question is, can Chaos collapse? And it looks like Ruddy are actually going to get away with getting that mid lane tier 1, which is exactly what they needed. It's a objective bounty in the pockets of Ruddy before this dragon spawning in 3 minutes' time. There's really not much else they can play for in the meantime. Maybe they can look in the side lane with the globals from the Kai'Sa onto a Renekton stun. I think that's the best angle that you have, maybe to pick up Bayou.
It just feels like G-Trax is trying to get as much farm in as possible, but isn't being given the opportunity. Ruddy's little death ball worked for briefly, but I think Chaos got a read on exactly what was going on with this death ball. Just called it off.
Do better next time, Kai'Sa.
And look at bot lane.
There's 5 members of Ruddy. Yeah, there's 5 members of Ruddy at Baron, and bot lane, Vayu is just going to absolutely annihilate this tower. What can Ruddy do? They even teleported Hyper in here. He can't go bot lane.
Oh, they're dizzy. They don't know what to do. No one's catching top. Some people want to start Nash. Are they going on the target?
Nilla is so tanky, though. He barely felt tickled by that. Just flashed away, threw down the Glacial Fissure.
Oh, they're going to start it.
Oh, gosh,
Baron. It's desperation. I think Poppy can TP over now, and he'll be happy as well. The Poppy ult can come through, and maybe there'll be a steal.
Yeah, here it comes. Jackal looking for the steal angle. Ruddy, they've been able to force Poppy away, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Hyper's popped the ultimate. Here comes Vayu on that flank, looking for the angle. Hyper already going to lose a fair amount of HP here. The roots have been called in, and the lockdown is there. G-Trax forced to reposition in the middle of the fight, as already 2 members have fallen. A double onto Raya, and it's a double onto Scuffed as well. An ace as Ruddy crumble apart. A massive wave on the inhibitor bot side. I think this is game.
Oh, it's a horror of a sequence from Ruddy. They leave Poppy to split push in bot side, but that puts them on a timer. And they can't utilize that timer to start up Nash or find a pick. And then Hyper starts off the fight with 1,000 health. It's just a complete disaster of a macro play, but an excellent capitalization from Chaos.
Yeah, Ruddy, they did just get too dizzy there. We saw life in them earlier today, but this was so Chaos focused, so Chaos centric. 26 minutes, 28 kills for Chaos. That was a whitewash. Ruddy got demolished.
It really was. I mean, again, an okay early game, playing towards topside, playing towards hyper, but carrying out those leads through the objectives, macro-wise, it just feels like they're outclassed by the rest of the teams in the NLC. Well played to Chaos for using that fact.
Yeah, no, honestly, a really, really solid game there from Chaos, and because of the game we saw at the beginning of the day from Chaos as well, I honestly didn't have much faith in them. I thought Ruddy actually looked better in their first game of the day. But Chaos, you know, they switched on. They really kind of picked up and you know, figured out the weaknesses. I think Ruddy formulated a little plan for that shotgun comp of just deathball. Yeah. And the answer for Chaos was, okay, we just won't let you. We'll take stuff elsewhere. And they got too far ahead. Really, really solid game there on the side of Chaos. And yeah, I think Ruddy are going to be going into this playoffs looking a little bit terrified, unfortunately. It's not the Ruddy that we knew and love, right?
Yeah, it's not quite. I mean, at least we've seen something. You know, they've been relatively fun to watch. At the very least, their drafts have been interesting. They pulled out their pocket picks that they do have, stuff like the Fiora. You know, we saw some fun games from Aurelia with Hyper, but it just wasn't meant to be. The stuff that you build as an individual player when you're on a team, like objective setups, like lane swaps in the current iteration of the game, they just ended up not being good enough at them.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, I think they...
Yeah.
They did look just very lost here. And, you know, it's now at the point where playoffs are over. We're heading... play-ins are over. We're heading off to that playoffs now. And the big problem right now for Ruddy is playoffs are very definitive. Like, the position they're going to be going into playoffs, like, they might have one series in them, and then they're just done. So it is it's going to be a tall ask for them. Anyway, we've waffled on enough. Let's pass it over to our King Waffler, Jamada. He's joined by Archer and Duckling, so over to you guys.
My king. Yeah, reply before we go deep.
Where did I learn it from? Who did I spend my whole first year casting with?
That's a big statement. Yeah.
Good point.
Yeah,
and
we've all
also,
worked
I mean,
with
Jamada,
we know.
something Hipbrain didn't teach you was to predict Ruddy saying what was obviously going to be a Chaos win. I mean, I think, again, I've proved to be the superior analyst on the desk when you and I have been here, Jamada, as we go through the replays. I think, as what Jamada would describe as a very basic European combo, they played their fights front to back, and Ruddy, they had no response to it.
Yeah, there just really wasn't one, right? Aragon really did a fantastic job inside of the game. Mute your mic when you cough, young one.
I muted on the stream. They couldn't hear it. You could.
VMix.
Yeah.
I can hear you. Well, you're distracting me now.
Just do your work, man. You're the professional here.
I mean, I think the reality of the situation was exactly as Aragon described it, which was Ruddy needed access points and multiple access points to the backline, right? Whether it was just through good flank angles from Hyper, Pantheon ults, they had to find it, and it felt like they just never were able to on a consistent basis. And a lot of the fights they ended up taking were the, you know, significantly better for Chaos front to backs, right? And when you take fights like that in a composition where realistically it's all about the single target, it's all about blowing up the Tristana, blowing up the Azir, and you don't actually get to do that, your comp just falls apart. And this is a very, very good example actually of Ruddy being engaged on from multiple fronts.
I think as well,
getting flanked on.
This was really just a macro mistake, you could say. Or desperation was described on the cast as well, because it was very much Ruddy finding himself around the Baron, realizing we're losing an inhib turret, we have to do something. They tried to engage in Snilla, he was too tanky, the Baron is up. They couldn't go back because they wouldn't have the TP to answer for the Baron, so they tried to force the Baron. And, you know, it was at that point of the game where it was essentially already decided. You go for the Hail Mary, you go for the Miracle play, and Chaos, for them, a bit of relief, I think, because they haven't been happy with the performances they've put out. This was a must-win game, as I said. And for them to pretty confidently, I will say, win that game, you know, I think that's a big sigh of relief for them. Even if they play Lost Ratones in the first round, well, they've secured the Guardian's Angel, right? They're playing one more series at the very least than Ruddy, who will go straight into the lower bracket. And for Chaos, who are battling relegation, well, they need every chance they can get to move a bit further in playoffs.
Yes, it is a reality. We're talking also about those after summer, a few teams will relax and other teams will have to fight for their life for 2026. The results are in. Rich Gang with a beautiful day getting the 2-0, especially winning versus Nord. Nord wins versus Chaos but falls in front of Rich Gang. Venom Crest gets a win versus Ruddy, and at the end, Ruddy doesn't get a single one, goes to the lower bracket. This is going to be complicated for them, and this allows us, because this is what I want to see right now. I want to see the bracket. I want to understand where things are going to land.
Ooh.
I know we have it. There you go. Okay, now we can soak it in. LR versus Chaos, Nord versus Bulldog. So we might have yet again Nord versus LR, unless we have some big surprises, which I would actually just embrace it with both arms. Rich Gang versus DMG is going to be rough for DMG. Rich Gang are looking so good, but DMG have also shown promise. Verdant versus Venom Crest is going to be a banger. LLS and Ruddy will be waiting for the teams to fall from the upper bracket, losing the Guardian Angel, and then it's do or die. Looking to this, gentlemen, what can I expect?
I think that realistically, as you're pointing out, that Bulldog series is the one where my eyes are going to be very, very peeled, because I feel like Bulldog, inside of their 4 games, have showcased that they are very capable of being a pretty damn strong team.
Yeah.
It's just been about, dotting I's, crossing T's, where they've really fallen short. And I think, to me, the individual prowess of this roster is not something that I'd really turn my nose at. It's about the overall cohesion, right? I think the vision of the drafts that they landed on so far have been good. I wonder how Fearless is also going to impact them, even if it's just in best of 3s, right? It's only really once you get to best of 5s, in my opinion, where Fearless has a large level of impact. But especially early on in the playoffs, where we will 100% see them, I want to know what a series looks like for them. I want to know what adaptation looks like. So, I look to them and say, how will you challenge yourselves into a Nord who, at the very least, we were wondering whether or not they would even drop a game. They bled heavily. They got their noses broken today. So that'll be something to look forward to for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to look at Rich Gang just because they've had such a good seeding stage. They've shattered our expectations like they did in winter. A roster that came in with different name players, you could say, from their winter roster, but they did also go 4-0 against the Ruddy Sack roster back then with Perks and Yankers in winter. And then when playoffs came, they fell behind. And that was due to the roster and how little they were practicing and very much just, going off the vibes and the floor of the players. But I'm looking forward to see if they can keep it up and continue to improve, because they look really good right now. I would love to see them in a few rounds play against Lost Ratones, play against Nord in a best of 3 Verdant, and see if they can actually take more than just this one best of 1 away from one of these top 3. So they're my team to watch coming into playoffs, to be honest.
Yeah, there are a few teams that might pull some punches nobody is expecting, and we might have some surprises on Summer Split. Keep in mind that Summer Split will end its course when Hipbrains, it's his birthday, by the way. He keeps talking about it. I would like to say it's Leagues Disrupt, but hey, it's Hipbrains' birthday. If you want to celebrate it, we can go to Sweden together in Stockholm. It's going to be a big event just for Hipbrain, and a lot of legends, an amazing League of Legends player will be there. A lot of really good talent will be shoutcasting. We'll have music. You'll have an after party just for Hipbrain, but you can be part of it if you buy your ticket. So keep in mind, it's only a single day where everything will be compact to a single. I don't think you understand what's gonna happen, but I don't even know how we're gonna feel that all the activities we have, how will we be able to put them on a single day? But hey, go there.
We'll figure it out. I think the issue currently is that we're going to spend 8 hours on Jake's birthday. I'm not sure that's the best way to spend our time, but regardless, we'll see if we can.
With Jake on his birthday either. Yeah, that's a great point.
What if you don't let Jake go? What if
maybe just keep him in the pothole country of the UK.
That's not my job. That's a part of your job, actually. So you know
Wait,
what?
no.
Precious off me. That's not us, man.
That's not me. So, you know what? Hey. If he's not gonna be there, he's not gonna be there. But fantastic, cool, no problem.
I'm too tired. Leaks. No.
We'll see you all in Stockholm. It's gonna be lovely.
Yes, and I know Duckling will be cooking. He's the greatest pasta cooker or chef. I don't know.
Yeah, best pasta in Denmark. Yes. Best homemade pasta.
There's no pasta in Denmark, right? That's why. So with that in mind, the final words of the day. Jamada, you got completely demolished on Game Show. What else do you have to say?
Hey, these old bones ain't what they used to be, but don't get it twisted. Next one's mine.
You got cooked, mate. 31-0. I'll never let you forget that. That's like, you know, the 7-1 with Brazil and Germany. They still cry over it 10 years later. And you're going to be crying when I bat you next week as well,
I'm gonna
mate.
be, all right,
You're going
you know
in the
what?
ground.
I'm doing the
one-
toxic
one-
masculinity thing.
One at a time. Jimada, go. Jimada, go.
I'm doing the toxic masculinity thing. Duckling, I just want you to remember that I can bench press you in the same way that Artrim can bench press me. So just be careful how you speak to me, because now we're starting to cross...
It's
some
a wrap.
lines here, bro.
I accept that. That's the best you've ever said. I'll see you soon next week at the same time. Duckling, you want to say anything? There you go.
Denmark number 1.
Data is everything. It's the building blocks of our world. It's our environment, our technology, how we communicate, create, and innovate. A single data point won't move the needle. But the more data points we connect, the further we can go. Because it turns out, the best way to forecast the future is to build it. So we did. And this is that mark. Engineered to embody innovation and defy limitation. Harnessing the unknown to reveal the future. This is the new